Battle Radar. Interesting name. Who's RTH? I don't love you anymore. I used to once. Yeah, no, that doesn't make sense. So you're saying that when fathers show you perspective through a table and how things get smaller, as they're not saying that it's an actual real thing. Perspective is a real thing. Seriously? Sadly, sadly. Do either of you motherfuckers have a fucking mic? Motherfucker Mac? Mac? I'd like to measure this geometric curve. I'd really like to do that. Ones and zeros, huh? Battle rider.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm all right. How you doing, bro?
I'm doing good. Just practicing my guitar for we're having a talent show at competition at my grandson's elementary school.
Well, I hope you knock it out of the park, bro.
Yeah, yeah, I'm getting good.
You get better.
Yeah, I'm getting better every time I practice it, and it's a song that was made popular by the Pink Spots called "My Echo, My Shadow, and Me." Have you ever heard that song?
No.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So, are you a flat earther or a globe earther or
I'm a geometric earther.
geometric earther?
Yeah, I measure shapes. I think the Earth is a shape. Not quite
Okay.
sure. Nah, I'm a flatty.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Well, basically because of one thing. I don't see trillions of tons of water bending to the exterior of a spinning fucking water ball. I mean, it doesn't matter how much mass you put behind it and how much you try to measure fucking shapes. It does not work, and there's no model that you can make on this fucking God's green earth that would do the same thing. It's just against the fact it's just not possible. So if you can find trillions of tons of water bending and moving, until then, I'm done, bro. Stick a fork.
Yeah, I hear ye.
You hear me? Yeah, I hear you.
I
Okay.
saw an interesting video that oh, what's that guy's name? Jesse Gordon made. I don't think he's around right now, but I wish he could post it again. He did some observations up in the Straits of Juan de Fuca in Washington State, and used a total station. And stuff he came up with was really weird. It wasn't like anything that I would imagine you'd get looking out, over that area and looking at boats and stuff. But I'd like to get him to post it if he's around, but I don't think he's around right now. Have you seen that video by Life is Short where he tests? He looks at a light over a small lake and shows that it disappears. The light disappears over a flat surface. You seen that?
No, I haven't actually. No.
That's an incredible video because
Dude,
not
we've
only
done
did,
that so many times. We've done that so many times. Pebbles in the Pond did it on Brandon's show with a light. He made a light disappear on a flat surface with he just changed the temperature. Sorry to interrupt.
yeah, I've seen a few of those. I saw the one with the little sailboats on the lake, and they seem to disappear too. This one that Life is Short did, not only did he show this little video, but he showed why things disappear, over a flat surface from the bottom up, and it was so I don't know, scientific and all. He was so good at it that it's hard to deny. I haven't got light figured out. I mean, light to me is a complete mystery, and the whole thing about refraction and light bending and all that. I think we're so far from understanding light, uh, but it's definitely true that things disappear bottom up on a flat surface. I mean, you can't really deny that with all the evidence there is for it.
Yeah, I suppose it's worthwhile. Yeah, I enjoy them experiments and seeing them things. And Rob Skiba did one too, didn't he? Perspective on the table. And, yep, it's cool.
Yeah, you're talking about that one where he used that lens. He looked through that lens and made a light disappear. Is that the one?
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, I mean, I'm so far from having light figured out, but it's hard to dispute the fact that things do disappear from the bottom up over a flat surface.
There's only one thing. There's only one thing you need to figure out: how is trillions of tons of water bending? And if it's not doing it, and if you can't reproduce it, and you can't make an experiment of it, then that's it. Everything else is a whole other can of worms. I think people are going down the wrong path. Like they start making formulas and experiment. That's fine, there. But I think the basic premise is we're living on a big spinny water ball. No, this is not happening. It's pretty obvious if you make a mind thought of what is actually occurring, it can occur. It cannot occur. Water is flat. Water does not bend. Trillions of tons of water does not fucking bend and stick to a fucking spinning ball. So
Totally agree. I totally agree. And you just have to have faith that that happens because there is no demonstration of water bending. So it's just, something that someone made up and there's no proof for it really. I mean, or what there's no real evidence for it.
you said it.
And
You just said it.
no,
It's
and
faith.
to assume that water curves, assume that, we're living on a ball. They are just assumptions, and the only way that we could ever prove one way or another what the shape of the Earth is just travel out in so-called space or get far away enough from the Earth to look back on it. And we can't do that. We can accept, or not accept what astronauts tell us and what pictures NASA gives us, but we can't verify any of that. So it's all still a mystery. We can't go outside the earth and look back and see what the earth is. It's
Yeah,
just,
it's bullshit. It's pretty boring to me to listen to people talk about formulas, mathematics, and how things do this and how things do that, and the nature of the earth. Just the reason why I'm here and the reason why I first came to flat Earth is because I suddenly realized I went in to debunk it. I thought this is the most ridiculous thing I ever heard, and then I realized that the only proof I had that it is a ball was pure faith. Because everybody told me it was. I was caught up in the mind fuckery. It's just not possible. So I think people are going down a different road. Okay, now listen, like fucking ether or whatever, right? That's fine. You go down, you try to discover what it's made of. But the basic premise, the very, very reason, the very fundamental start of how it all began is it's not possible. It's a bullshit. That's basically it.
yeah, I totally agree. And, I listen to this, I'm always on this channel here, this Discord, and I'm waiting for someone to, come in here and, and, and prove or somehow give the best evidence of what the shape of the earth is. But, to this date, no one has done that. We don't know what the shape of the earth is.
It's
I mean,
not about the shape, no. It's not about the shape.
well, it would be nice to know,
No,
what the shape of the
of
earth.
course it would, but the whole reason why I'm here is because I realized that it's not what they're telling us it is. So I don't know what it is after that, but it's definitely not a fucking spinning water ball. That's basically it. Like,
Yeah,
so you can go down any avenue you like, and you can give me formulas, and you can give me fucking examples and lighthouses and it doesn't matter. You're
yeah,
lying to us, and that's it.
right. We don't have any way to confirm what the earth actually is. And
Apart
it's
from the fact that it's not what they're telling us it is, because that's pretty
exactly,
easy. That's just a mind exercise.
yeah, you're totally correct right there. Yeah, it isn't what they're telling us it is. We don't know what it is. It's definitely not what they're telling us. And it's almost like the creator made it so that we don't really know. I mean, it seems like nothing works. Like if you can't leave the earth, you can't go up into what they call space or get far away from the earth. You can't drill down into it. I mean, they hit peanut butter at 8 miles up in Russia. You can't go to the extremities of the earth, like into Antarctica. It's too cold. It's you know it's almost impossible to travel in that area. And if you believe the stories of the Bible, where they tried to build the Tower of Babel, and it went up so high, and God just put an end to it. It's like He doesn't want us to know. It's like He's almost laughing at us or something. And sometimes I think about it, and it almost makes me mad. Why would whoever created this place make it so hard to determine what the hell's going on?
That's a good point, bro. I've thought of that myself. Yeah, that's pretty good. Like it's too cold. Can't get out there. Can't get high enough. Uh, can't drill down. Shit. We actually is this a enclosed fucking prison or what? Now,
Yeah, but I mean, it's not really like a prison. I wouldn't call what we're in a prison. I guess you could look at it like that. I mean, it is a beautiful place. There's a there's a lot of bad things happening, but I mean, for the most part, that's all man. God gave us, or the Creator gave us, this incredible place to live in, and it just seems like it's the animals don't screw it up, and the plants don't screw it up. It's just the humans that screw it up, and So I wouldn't really call it a prison or a, like that. It's just this place we were put on, and it's like no matter what we do, we can't really figure it all out.
Yeah, that was probably a wrong adjective to use. Um, Everything here is eating everything else to survive.
Yeah, in our world, they if you read the Bible, it sounds like it might have been quite different in the beginning before, story of man's fall into sin and all that. But yeah, you're totally correct. Everybody's just eating everything and trying to stay alive.
Yeah, that's a bit of a strange thing for me because I think if benevolent God made a world, this is probably the polar opposite of what he would come up with because it's not a nice place.
Because it's not a nice place.
No, it's not a nice place. It's not. Everything is eating everything else to survive. We eat to survive. We eat animals.
Yeah.
Yeah. Animals eat animals. Everything's fucking eating everything just to survive. Uh, it's a bit extreme. I do believe in God. I do think he's out there somewhere trying to tell us, get the fuck out of here, bro. This is not a nice place.
Yeah, and sometimes I think, and I've heard people express this, that if the Earth was perfect, like it was, say, in the Garden of Eden, whether you believe in that or not, but it,
No,
you
no, the whole, it's just analogies. It's just fucking, it really is. It's just, to me, the more I read it, the more it's just an analogy. It's just a
right.
story, using a story to try and explain a story that isn't actually a story.
If you consider it, if you just think, just consider it, not not that I'm saying that it's the actual fact that does any of this happen, but if the Earth was perfect, like in the Garden of Eden, and there was no pollution, God gave the Adam and Eve the fruit of the trees to eat, and I guess it was the herbs too. But you wonder, did they really have to eat that stuff? And fruit isn't really like you're taking the life of something. It's on the tree and it drops down on the ground, and you don't have to kill the trees to eat the fruit. And so in that sense, you're eliminating all that, killing going on to stay alive. And also, if the air was clean and the everything, there was no pollution, and we were all perfect, um, maybe we could survive just on air, or you know,
Not nuts and berries, yeah.
or just breathing air. You hear these people that are breatharians. They haven't eaten, and I don't know. I can't confirm any of that, but there are some
Really?
people that say they can live on air, and all they have to eat is they have to look at the sun. It's sun up and sun down, and they're able to survive. So maybe that's it. Maybe that when man sinned, we screwed it all up, and now we're having to eat each other and fight over resources and all this stuff. But if we could be returned to that state of perfection, like in the garden, we would just eat the fruit off the trees, breathe the air, and that would sustain us. I'm just speculating. I'm not saying it's all any of that's true.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, I speculate too. I do believe that something was hijacked a long, long time ago. I do believe that life as we know it is not what it's supposed to be. I do believe that some kind of force took over and turned it into Absolute fucking shithole. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, and when you read the book of Job in the Bible, it and I'm not thumping the Bible, but I've read the book of Job, and it talks about how there's a cosmic war going on between Satan and the Creator as to you know is God's rule over us, the Creator's rule over us, right or wrong? Satan sort of raises that question in that book of Job. And so it does look like there's some kind of a cosmic battle going on that, we're here and we're having to deal with that every day of our lives, that battle going on. And yeah.
Yeah.
So where are you from on this flat Earth? Where do you live?
Me, I'm in Derry. You two sang a song, even though Bone was a fucking prick. Sunday, bloody Sunday. You know what? They killed like 36 fucking innocent people.
Wait a minute. Where are you from? I didn't get all that.
Derry.
Where?
Derry.
Derry?
Yeah, sorry. Northern Ireland, Derry.
North American dairy?
Northern Ireland, you silly hear you. Open your
Oh,
fucking ears, like. I'm only joking.
yeah. I'm 70 years old. I'm kind of hard of hearing.
Oh, okay. Turn the fucking. Yeah, I'm 55. I'm not doing. I'm just probably. Yeah, 70. Jesus, really?
Yeah, Ireland. Okay, I got it. Ireland. Yeah, yeah.
Ireland, Derry. Yeah.
Pete Shea. You ever meet up with him over there?
Well, I speak to Pete. I
Uh,
speak to him. No, I wouldn't meet up with him. No. I'm
how
not.
about Dell? How about Dell?
Dale, I would. I think Dale's a stand-up guy, honestly. But then again, he's Scottish. You see, Scottish people, they're a wee bit smarter than most people.
Yeah, Scott, Irish. It's all the same. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, you're actually right. You're actually right. Yeah, you hit it, bro.
Yeah.
Same fucking thing, man.
So how long have you been considering this question of our cosmic existence?
Jesus, about 8 years now. Oh, a cosmic existence? Fucking about 50,
Oh,
50,
whatever
50
you want to
years.
call it.
About 8 years. At least 8 years, like.
Yeah, I
Always.
think I've been into this for probably 6 years now. I think I started the first flat Earth things I started listening to were Nathan Oakley, and I think he was like on episode 400 or something like that. So whenever that was, that's how long I've been doing it.
Yeah. You see, the thing is, I don't know how to put this. I'm done. I mean, I'm not going to sit and listen to people argue about um, curvatures and lights fading, and the orbits of the planets, and there must be satellites because no, no, it's just no.
Yeah, it's totally circular, isn't it? It's just this constant. I mean, like when you look at you go into the
You see what you said there now. So I could sit here for another 10 years and listen to people talk about fucking whatever they're talking about. Fair enough. Fair enough, bro.
yeah, I can't do that. It drives me crazy to just sit and type into a chat or something and just argue the same things
Thing
over and over,
over and over again.
endless. It's nice when people bring you know uh, uh, observations they've done or they research something like how Witsit will research how he's researched this whole relativity and Einstein and Michelson Morley and
Yeah.
all these other scientists like the guy that made the telescope, what's it, Hubble, and that guy, that crippled scientist, what was his name? What's that guy's name?
The black old guy.
The guy that sits in a wheelchair and he
He,
died recently.
he used to, yeah.
What's his name?
Ah, fuck.
Hawking, Stephen.
Thank you. Stephen Hawkins, yeah.
Yeah, you know how they all say that, oh, the evidence that we have points to the fact that we're at the center of the universe. We're never going to accept that. We got to stick with our our globe Earth Big Bang thing. Regardless of what the evidence shows us. It's really nice when people research these things or do different observations and really produce something that we can look at. But just to sit and
Yeah,
argue
there's
over it, over
no, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with trying to figure out the nature of the universe and how it works, and ethers, and there's nothing wrong with that. And whether you say God exists or not, nothing wrong with that. But my entire reason for being here is that we're not in a fucking globe, and I can fucking prove it. Do you know what I mean? It's like somewhere along the line, people have lost the focus on what it actually means to be a flat earther.
you mean?
Well, like there's about 10 people who sit here and tell me that I'm wrong, and they'll say this is why, because gravity and because this and because that and because the other thing. But I can picture a world, a big water ball in my mind, and I know for a fact that does not exist. And if I ask them to make a model of it, they can't. And you know why they can't? Because it doesn't fucking exist.
Yeah, when I before I started investigating the flat Earth, I always used to think how cool it would be if you could make a model like of just the solar system and have a sun in the middle and then the 9 or 8 planets, whatever they say, the 9 planets whirling around it with their moons whirling around the planets, and and create some kind of thing that was an actual physical model of that solar system. And I always thought, how the hell could you do that? Without using strings or some way. There's just no way to recreate what they have created in their own imaginations.
Can you imagine telling most of them, do you know that the sun is actually moving too? They're like, what? No, it's moving too, and we're moving around it. The sun's moving? What? Yeah, it's actually
Well,
moving. It's moving a hell of a fucking. You know what? You know what? It leaves no fucking trail. It's just a big ball of gas. It's moving at. I think. Now I'm going to get this wrong, right? But I think maybe I should Google this before I fucking open my mouth. But the sun is moving at least 6,000 miles an hour. 66,000 miles an hour.
I don't think that's right, but
I think it's about 6,000. I could be wrong. I'm going to Google it.
we're
But
spin.
the thing always got me, the logical thing always got me, is if the sun is moving at all, right? Where's the comet trail?
Where's the what?
Comet trail. Like you know how the sun is moving, right? It's not actually stationary in the middle of the universe, according to the geocentrics. It's moving too, right?
Right around the great attractor, they say.
Yeah, it's moving at an incredible speed, right? So where is the comet trail of the sun?
Well, I'm sure that they'll give you some kind of weird explanation for that. But yeah, I understand what
Yeah,
you're.
I'm sure they would. They definitely would. I mean, I could sit here for about 12 hours and listen to Kosho or fucking tell me why there's no comet trail from the sun, even though it's moving at like really fast speeds. Like.
Yeah, it's the heliocentric model is incredible. You know that someone came up with that, and they're always refining it and finding flaws in it, and then making up a new equation or something like that to make it supposedly better and better, or you know more evidence for it or whatever. But yeah, it's an incredible string of assumptions tied together. But we were talking about speeds and stuff. What we're spinning, rotating on the axis at what 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. We're
Yeah.
going. What is it? 66,000 miles an hour around the sun.
Yep.
Is the sun's going 2 million miles an hour
Yeah.
around the great attractor, and then the Milky Way's going some phenomenal speed around the universe. I guess that would be the next step up. You know?
You have to give them kudos, right? Because they made something up, right? That according to mathematics and everything else works, but it logically it's a pile of shit. It's absolute nonsense. 225. I just googled it. 225 the fuck? Hang on. 225 kilometers per second. The Earth's move. The sun's moving. Yet, so all this helium and all this atomic energy and all this, right? But there's no comet trail. There's no. It's just sitting there perfectly, um, without making a like a trail. It's moving really fast, you know. Well, that tells me it's bullshit.
Yeah, yeah. I'd like to hear the apology for that. Why we don't see the comet trail that would be well. Maybe it's because comets are they probably say this that comets are rocks and ice, whereas the sun is a giant ball of
Yeah,
gas.
I
You know,
love this. Yeah, the comets are really really small. The sun is really really big,
right?
and it's moving
But
225 kilometers per second.
maybe
Um,
maybe a
really,
ball of gas wouldn't leave a trail going 2 million miles an hour around the Milky Way or something.
yeah, because vacuum.
Yeah, but the uh, the comets are giant pieces of rock and ice, and they leave a trail. Yeah, whatever.
Exactly.
I
Exactly.
hear there's a comet going by us right now. Yeah, I remember the last comet that went by that I saw anyway was that Hellsbop comet, and it was like in 1997 or 1998 or something like that, and boy, it was beautiful. I remember seeing it from the Oregon coast and in an area where there were no lights, and boy, it was really beautiful to see that whatever it is, that green light with the tail behind it, going through the atmos or whatever, the sky.
Yeah, before it hits the Earth's atmosphere, it's got a trail, right? So where's the sun's trail? Where's that?
Dude, you're asking the wrong guy.
No, I know. But that's what I mean, right? That's one of the things that fucking made me think. Uh, Big balls of water.
I'm sure they've got an answer for that.
Oh yeah, mathematical formulas and all kinds of bullshit.
Well, nice talking to you. I gotta bail out for a little while. See you later.
All right, Barry. Good luck with the whole playing the guitar thing.
Okay, later.
I'm sure Kosho or Zanik or Jim might have a answer why there's no comet trail from the sun. Eggshells, how you doing, bro? What's up, motherfucker? See now, here they go arguing moot points. It's like gaslighting on a massive scale. It really is. One-upmanship or something like that. Eggshells. Any proof of motion? Any proof at all? It is gaslighting on a major scale, isn't it? Bro, show me the curve. Show me bandy water. Anything you see after that, I don't fucking care, man. It's nonsense. Oh, it does because eclipses and because moon phases and yeah. There's sometimes the moon doesn't even. It's not even there, man. One day it's fucking over there. It's fucking 2 degrees. Next day it's fucking 35 degrees. It's like what? Who knows what's going on up there? What's going down here? What's happening, man? I'm going to guess that it is on a massive scale. I believe that. Right, what you saying, Gambino? Yeah, Gambino. What you saying, bro? You talking about moons or eclipses or what? Good afternoon, crypto.
You'll never know.
We'll never know.
When you go out horizontally, right, and you see the curve, and you're on the ocean, shouldn't the ocean water get like 7,000 miles deep right there where the curve is at 39.59 or 39.49? Shouldn't it just drop straight down like thousands of miles at the
On the ball.
curve
Yeah.
on the ball?
Yeah, it should.
How is 7 miles 7,000 miles?
You times it by a factor of 2, and then the square root is it gives you the square root gives you yeah 7. So yeah, uh, you know whatever. Bro.
Yep, you got to think of it like a cube, like a, a spherical cube, right? So you gotta take like an orange, like a sphere, and then slice those little pieces till it's a perfect little cube. You just slice each little slice. You need sliver off each, 6 slivers, and those slivers represent the ocean to a little human you couldn't even see the size to.
I just
So yeah,
yeah, I just don't understand how people still think that's a thing. Like, I just don't get it. I mean, it's impossible. Trillions and trillions of tons of water bending. I mean, whatever you say after that, it doesn't matter. You can put whatever mathematics you like behind it, or what the moon looks like this, and the stars look like that. It's just fucking crazy.
yeah. What can't exist in space exists right now in space on the Earth only. So only on Earth everything exists. Every form of life we've ever seen or known exists right on Earth. But let's go somewhere else.
Damn. Are you saying it's imaginary?
I'll tell you what to imagine. You keep your learning on the books. You like that one?
Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good. Yeah. People are just going down a fucking imaginary road of mathematics and whatever to make their whatever it is real. And you have to give kudos to who made that fucking shit up in the first place. Because
I give them kudos for believing this shit. Like, well, math is reality. Well, no, it's not. Not at all.
no, it's a language. It's just a language.
And what do you do with languages? Confuse and lie.
Yeah. I mean, anybody tells you that that maths is reality is a fucking retard. Basically, it's a language. It's not reality. I don't know why they keep insisting that it is. I just don't understand, man.
Maybe math problems are the only thing they can figure out and get right. Because math problems have an answer to them, like 1 + 1 = 2, you know? But then what they do with their idiocracy is they find a problem, never a solution. They're always like, well, the problem to our problem is black holes. Another problem to our problem is dark matter. If you're trying to solve this problem, all you're gonna do is find another problem.
Oh, fucking way to even listen to these people, man. Shit, it's not working out. Your maths ain't working out, bro. It's not working out. Hey, dark matter. What's that? We don't know. It's like it takes up 95% of the universe. Wait a minute. So math explains everything, and you just told me that there's 95% of something that makes up fuck all. You have no idea what it is. Yeah, yeah. Is it math? We don't know now. We couldn't even call it math. It's dark matter and dark energy. That's brilliant, bro. Where did you get that? Out of?
Is it a shadow?
Fucking fucking cracks me up, man.
Peter Pan ran away from his dark matter shadow.
Oh my god. But wait. Lace in the sky. Wait. Eclipses. Right. Did you just forget about everything I just said to you? Everything, like bending water balls and everything. No, but you lice in the sky. Yeah, prove what? But we just figured out that they don't actually prove anything because you just said that 95% of it, you don't even know what it is. But you're trying to tell me what we're living on?
Oh yeah, in their book, everything is nothing. So you're living on nothing. Don't worry, I'll give you everything in a big empty bag.
Oh my god.
How much do you owe a scientist who believes that everything is nothing? Nothing.
If you have nothing,
Yeah, and I left him a raise in the empty bag. I left you a empty raise of nothing.
you leave a bag of nothing. How many bags of nothing do you have?
Oh, so many. They're right there in the same bag.
Go like, just bags of nothing.
Yeah, but it's everything at the same time, you understand? I got the whole world in my bag.
Probably.
Next time you carry around an empty shopping bag, remember, there's everything in there. It gets heavy.
the entire universe, bro. Take a look. Yeah, that's why I like to cut people off at the point. Just cut them off at the point. You explain to me how things are, and then I'll tell you you're talking bullshit. Use maths to explain to me what reality is, and I'll tell you straight away you're talking shite. You're speaking a language that we don't understand. It's not reality. But they do love their maths and their, spinning balls and infinite, infinity. Sorry, infinity.
I like to play with relativity in my mind. The whole thing of motion and things shrinking. That's pretty. I mean, that's an incredible idea someone came up with. How someone thought of that. That you move, you either expand or shrink in size. Whoa! How did they thought of that stuff? Who was the guy?
Well, that's Einstein, right?
Well, didn't someone before Einstein think of it, and then he sort of grabbed it and used it to,
Was it Lorentz first?
I think there was some guy even before Lorentz. I'm not sure. When you think about it, that, like, okay, say we're on the Earth and it's traveling at, what is it, 66,000 miles an hour around the sun. So is it that we shrink when we go, when we move, when we're in motion, we shrink? Is that what it is?
I thought it was the opposite. I'm not sure. I thought we got larger.
What is it? Does anyone know? What do they say? Is it we get bigger or littler when we're?
Well, you do get to your mass increases. Is that not what it is? But it doesn't matter to the shape of the Earth. That's for sure.
Right. It's just kind of fun to think about. You think, okay, so we're going around the sun on the Earth. So the Earth is increasing in mass, and we are increasing in mass at the same time. Now, we just increase to, like, okay, do we only increase to a certain size, or does it, as we continue to move, do we at the same speed, do we continue to grow in mass, or do we say the same size of mass? Do you know the answer?
Hang on, relativity and moving through space and dimensions.
Yeah, if you're at the same speed, I don't think you gain any mass. It would be if you accelerate. But I mean, we shouldn't be doing graduate level physics if we haven't even mastered high school level physics, should we?
Oh, well, Chucky, we're not moving, bro. We're not fucking moving, bro.
Speak for yourself.
Right,
I'm not
so
sure.
here he goes with high school physics. This is a guy that's going to explain to me how the Earth works through mathematics and astrophysics. Is that right?
Depends
no, hang
what I
on.
want to explain to you.
Right. So we're moving, and the sun's moving, and everything's moving, and the Earth is moving in perfect motion at a constant speed through a vacuum.
Sure.
Sure? Are you sure?
I'll agree with you. That's fine.
Right.
It's not a perfect vacuum, but it's close.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm not.
This is
I,
my point. Why would I even argue with you, bro? You're living in
I don't know.
a very fairy tale land. It's like you want this to be real. Why do you want this to
So
be real? Nah, fuck
you
off.
think it's a fairy tale, but we have evidence for it? That's a fairy tale to you?
Right, what? Prove the evidence. What evidence?
Prove the evidence. You want to change
Show,
your statement.
show me the evidence.
So what evidence do you want? Of the vacuum? Of the near vacuum? Well, that's we've measured it, number one. Number two, we
No,
see a gradient. We can
motion,
all
bro.
observe. What?
you
Motion.
guys are just arguing. You guys are just
Oh,
arguing around in circles.
The
Can
sake
I
argument.
can I stop you for a minute? Can I stop you for a minute?
No.
Yes.
He asked a specific question. If you want to give evidence of the world of the Earth in motion, go ahead.
I think what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to understand what what you guys say, like what the theory of relativity says, like we were talking about a minute ago, like so we determined that we are gaining mass because we're moving or on the Earth around the sun.
I'm
I
sorry.
think I finished with I'm not an expert in that because I didn't take graduate level physics.
Barrel.
I didn't either. But what I'm just trying to see is okay. So
Barrel.
and then you said hold on a minute, PMAC. You said that we don't continue to gain mass. We just stay, at the same mass once we reach a certain speed. But if we were to accelerate or decelerate, then we would change in mass again. Am I correct about that?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay, and I don't have
Very limited.
I don't have any. I wasn't able to complete college algebra. I got to those calculating parabolas, and I kind of folded at that point.
Is that high school?
No, in college. I was in junior college, and I took algebra. But so what I'm saying is I'm not an expert, and I'm not trying to argue with you. I just would like to understand exactly what what the theory of relativity actually says. So we're traveling, and we're gaining mass as we speed along through the cosmos, but we can't measure that because any apparatus that we would use to measure that increase or decrease in mass would also be decreasing and increasing in mass, and that the only way we could ever measure that would be to go out of what we call into a different reference frame and then look back and see it. And somehow, I don't know how we would measure it because we're not in the reference. Am I correct about that?
Yeah. So why are we talking about it?
I just,
neither of us,
is it,
neither of us,
are we not allowed to talk?
Understand. Yes. If neither of us understand it very well, and neither of us are capable of measuring, so providing evidence or disproving it, why are we talking about it? Did I cut out?
I'm sorry. Relativity. What?
Why don't we call it irrelevantivity?
But you know what? I agree.
Because it's irrelevant to the topic, is it not?
It's irrelevant to the fucking whatever's going on here, bro.
Okay, then why are we talking about it?
Well, because we're interested in trying to find out what the hell is going on. But somehow, if somebody says relativity, suddenly Chucky pipes up with, well, in the time and space and the balls and things that move and must be true, bro.
No, I pipe up with, so what? It's beyond me, or I'm not very knowledgeable in it, so why does it matter?
Okay, I have to agree.
Okay, so why did you bring it up again?
I don't know. Why did you bring it up?
Okay. Did
You
I?
No, yeah, shut up. Yeah, you brought it up first, bro.
Okay. All right, I take it back. Let's not talk
Yeah.
about relativity.
Hey, shut your face. No, I'm just kidding. Man.
Can't we talk about what's wrong with talking about? I don't understand why you don't want to talk about relativity, Chucky.
Because neither of us know very much about it, so why would we talk about it? Why don't we talk about life in the 1850s in New Zealand? Do you know much about that?
Very hard. It's hard.
You know about it?
Yeah, well, I can imagine. I can
Okay.
imagine
Well,
it wasn't easy.
So-
is it relevant to the topic?
Well, yeah, if we're talking about life in the 1820s in New Zealand, yeah.
Okay. Does it help with the subject? The shape of the Earth?
Shape of the Earth.
Yeah.
What shape?
Well,
whatever shape it is.
Chucky, I don't think it's wrong that we talk about relativity, even though we might not, know all the math behind it, and we're not professors at Harvard or Yale. I mean, it's fun to consider these ideas, just like considering something in 1850 or something. But we're in a Discord here that's considering the cosmos. I mean, it's called Earth Awakenings, and we always discuss different things. I don't know why it's almost like you're getting upset
Not
because
at
we're
all.
talking about relativity. I don't understand.
Do I sound upset to you?
No, it doesn't. No. Chucky,
Like
battle.
you want to change the subject just
He's
because
right.
Oh,
for some
no, go
reason.
ahead and tell me everything you know about relativity.
Well, okay, and maybe you could correct me. Let's talk about relativity. So you're
No,
willing
I
to
probably
talk,
can't.
oh, you're willing to talk about it.
No, I want to hear you talk about it.
Okay, so that's what I was doing. I was saying that we're increasing in because we go around the sun on the Earth. We've increased in volume or mass. We've increased in mass, but we only get to a certain size, and then if we don't accelerate anymore, we stay at that size.
Barrel. That's
Mass.
just
You mean
pure
mass.
conjecture. That's just pure conjecture.
Right, and I'm not saying that it's true. I'm just saying I'm just repeating what they say.
Well,
Okay.
but you're not, because you're changing the words you say from one sentence to the next. You said mass and then size.
Well, okay,
They're
then that's what I want you to correct me, Chucky. So
Oh, here we go.
So what when we move, we increase in mass, right? Am I right about that?
As far as I know, which is not very far.
Right, okay, but we do know that. That's pretty basic, isn't it? You can establish we move, we increase in mass. When we accelerate, we increase more. When we decelerate, we increase less in mass. And that's it, isn't it? I'm not saying anything wrong. A 10-year-old kid could say that and understand it.
That's correct.
Okay, and so because we can't measure that, because isn't this correct too? We can't measure that increase or decrease in mass, because whatever we would use would also decrease and increase in mass, length or whatever, and we wouldn't be able to measure it. You know what I mean? Because it's relative. All that's relativity at its core.
Sure, sounds right.
Okay,
Could be wrong. I don't know.
but we could measure it if we were able to go out of what they call a reference frame and look back at us from, like Jeremy always says, when I go by in a rocket ship and look back at the Earth and me standing on it, moving through space, that at that point I'd be able to see that change in increase or decrease.
How would you, being outside the reference frame of the Earth and Sun, how would you measure the mass of Earth? I think that'd be very hard.
Yeah, I totally agree. So what I'm saying is, so it is unfalsifiable, isn't it?
No.
So you can falsify that claim that you could measure
Yes.
something from
Fire.
outside. So if you were going by on a spaceship, you could measure that change. That's what you're saying? How would you do
I'm saying
that?
it'd be very difficult.
Saying it would be very difficult. Do you know a way to do it?
No.
So you're just
Do you?
saying that you could.
And so are you. You're saying it's unfalsifiable.
But that's because no one can. You can't come forth. A PMAC can't come forth with a way to do it. I don't think anyone else in here would. Maybe someone could. That's what I'm just asking. Will someone please come forward and show us how we would measure change in mass of a moving object from another reference frame? Is that possible? How can you do that? I'm just asking. I'm not trying to argue. I'm just saying, hey,
I,
let's do it.
Listen,
maybe it wasn't clear that neither of us are graduate level scientists or physicists.
So my point is being made again by your statement. We're not capable of doing it. We are not, and no one else in here. Maybe if Einstein was still alive, he could step forward and tell us something. But us, the three of us sitting here talking right now, it's unfalsifiable for us.
What-
Einstein would probably
Well,
plagiarize you.
what seems to be the case is that the people that do study this, the majority of them don't seem to think that it's untrue.
So you're breaking up there, Chucky?
I didn't get that last one, Chucky.
Just breaking up.
Breaking up is hard to do.
Oh, boo-hoo. I
Yes,
used to love you once, a long, long time ago.
Neil, sit
See, I
down.
didn't even know the words of the song. I just know the title.
Used to love you once, a long, long time ago. Hey, all my loving is
I'll be
gone.
listening. I just got to go on mute for a few minutes.
Yeah, I know.
So Chucky,
Me too.
for the three of us right here, right now, we cannot falsify the claim that when we're moving through space, that we can measure the change in our volume, our mass. The three of us cannot do that.
Yeah, I agree.
What about you, Chuck? Would you believe? Would you agree with that? We're not capable of falsifying that claim for whatever reason. Maybe we're not smart enough. Whatever the reason is, we cannot falsify that claim, can we?
But all right. You opened relativity, bro. You open a whole new can of worms. Like, yeah, it's just you've given them the invitation to just walk in and talk shit. Relativity.
I just want to know. I want to know what their model says. Would someone come in? I mean, sure, if Zanuck was in here, he'd come up with he'd throw something on the wall and he'd try to make it.
Fuck. We'll be listening for fucking 20 minutes to what Zanuck says about fucking relativity and how it proves the fucking globe.
And I'm not saying he would be wrong, but I'm just saying that, the three of us here, we cannot falsify the claim. Chucky won't even answer that question. For some reason, he will not answer the question.
I think you got him. I think you bazinged him. Bazinga. I'm going to go on mute.
That's not my intention. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to figure it all out. Just like Jeremy always says, let me get this straight, Chucky won't do it. He doesn't even want to talk about it.
Seems that way.
Did you miss the part where I said I had to go on mute?
Yeah, it's because I started singing.
Oh,
No, it was right after that.
So, and the three of us, can either of us, any of us here right now, falsify that claim? You remember the claim we were talking about?
I can't. Can you?
Go.
Yeah,
I
go for it.
cannot.
Go, Chucky.
Am I
Who
coming
said-
through here?
Yeah.
So you
Okay.
can falsify the claim, Chucky?
No, I said I cannot.
You cannot falsify it.
Can you?
No, I can't. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for someone to falsify that claim or show us how we can falsify it.
Well, you already answered that.
Falsify it?
So if we can't falsify that claim, that means, at least for us three here, it's unfalsifiable. Wouldn't that be a logical statement?
For us three, sure.
Okay. So we cannot falsify. It took a lot of twist in there, but we got it.
Well, I don't see how that's relevant, though. There's
It's
a hell of a
only
lot of
relevant-
things you can't do.
He's trying to measure. He's trying to measure weight as the Earth is in motion, and to weigh the three of us, and the Earth. And
You
those
cannot give
ways-
birth to a child. That doesn't falsify childbirth.
Right, but
Sorry,
The three
what?
of us in here right now can't give birth to a child.
I can.
right, but because we can't falsify other things, does it make it? That doesn't make any. It's not really making a case for what we're saying. We're not capable here of falsifying the claim that we can measure from a different reference frame. We can measure the shrinking or expanding of mass in motion. We're not capable of that for whatever reason.
That's deep, bro.
So,
That's deep.
Now, what about time? That time really.
Don't start them on time. My God, we'll be here all fucking night. I haven't got the fucking time.
Chucky, what do you think about that time thing? Like, okay, I've heard this thing that you can put two clocks in different airplanes and make them go in different directions, and you can actually see that the time is changing. Do you think that that's a relevant, after, considering that evidence of the clocks and planes, is that you could say for sure or certain that time is slowing down or speeding up?
I don't think you would say it for certain, no, but you would say evidentially so.
Okay, right. So definitely not something we can hang our hats on.
No.
Oh, no, I think we can.
Are you doing?
I'll hang my hat and my coat on a hook that will most probably take the weight of my hat and coat. But sometimes it might not.
I actually believe that. I think.
Or one time it might not.
You
I haven't
can't-
got to
you
that
can't
time
change
yet.
time, bro. You cannot change time. Time is it's a. Think of it as a plane. Like time just moves. You cannot go backwards and forwards in time. It's just
I
a
don't think
steady.
I don't think I would think of time as a plane, since a plane is 2D and time is only 1D.
All right. Well, let's say it's a 1D thing on a 2D plane.
Line. Yeah, so a line.
That makes sense?
A line, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Hey, you can't change that.
You can't change what?
time.
What do you mean you can't change time? You can change the amount of time that you measure something.
But isn't time a constant?
Sure.
Right. So how are you going to change the constant?
Well, I don't think it's no, it's not. Sorry, time is not a constant. No.
Oh, it's not.
No.
So you can change
Because the
time.
value t, yes, you give a value to t. It's a variable.
Ah, okay. Yeah. No, I get you.
I very much misspoke there and was a thing.
I almost thought I got you there.
If you mean time flows constantly, it seems to.
It seems to.
Yes.
According to relativity, according
to you and me.
according
According
to
to the three of us.
Yeah, time seems to flow constantly.
Yeah. Thank you.
according to relativity, it's speeding up or slowing down depending on what speed it's going, isn't it? I guess that's how you would say it.
Yes, but not for the observer in that reference frame, right? It's constant for that. It's flowing constantly.
Right. There's no way to measure it, just like the other thing, the mass thing. There's no way to measure it from our reference frame, except for putting two clocks in a plane. I guess you could say two clocks in two planes going in different directions, at the same speed.
You
Now
can
another
measure.
Yeah, and the difference is what, milliseconds
right.
or
So
nanoseconds?
Yeah.
not only is it, you know,
There you go, not even microseconds. That's 1 billionth of a second, is it not?
right. So we couldn't, with what the three of us right here, we couldn't falsify the claim that speed is time is slowing up depending on its acceleration.
How? Okay. Okay, I know.
Well, no, we could do that study if we had an atomic clock and a few planes, or several atomic clocks and several jets.
So is time a thing?
Yes.
It is.
Yeah. It's certainly not an action. It's not a verb.
Yeah, but it is. See what Barrow said earlier. It is a measurement.
Yes, and you can only measure things.
So
So
we're
if
not
you can- if
capable.
yeah, but Barrow, if you can measure time, if you can measure something, does that not make something real?
Well, we can't measure it because we don't have the plane. We don't
You
have the
can't
plane.
measure time?
What I'm saying is we can't measure a speeding up or slowing down because the three of us don't have
yes,
a plane. We don't
Right.
have two clocks in two different planes,
So
and we can't go outside of the reference frame. So the three of us are incapable of measuring that increase or decrease in.
why do you keep bringing things up that we're incapable of doing?
I just that's why I asked you. You came up with the
That's just a strange thing. I realized, right, just the other day, no matter what's happening, in my life, time is passing by. I could probably measure it, but
Well, even worse than that, you're passing through it.
you're passing through it.
I have to go on mute again. Can you guys repeat what I just said?
You're
What
I
passing.
have to go on mute again. Can you guys repeat that for me, please?
Pete, what?
He's going to go on
Repeat,
mute
I
again.
have to go on mute again, but I will listen to you bring up things that you can't do.
So you want me to repeat that you're going on mute?
Yes, just make sure that you heard it, because last time you didn't hear it and seemed to think I was running away. So I'm going on mute for 5 or 10 minutes, however long it takes me to get enchilada sauce, and I'll be back.
Enchilada sauce.
Please forgive us, Chucky. We're kind of slow.
My ribs.
Give
My
me-
ribs. Yeah, but you can't measure time. Well, can you? I mean, if you're sitting right and you try to measure time, it doesn't matter if you try to measure it or not. It's passing, so it's an actual passing of a thing. What it is, we don't actually know, but it is a thing. It's like an entropy.
Yeah, time is just, unfathomable, really. In my, I'm not highly educated, but that's a weird thing. I had another question that has to do with the bending and warping of space time.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Yeah, shut up.
They say that.
Are you trying to give these people a fucking in?
No, I just want to know. I want to know. I've been listening to this stuff for years.
How do you bend time?
And I've never been able to figure out how to get into one of these Discord servers servers and talk to people. And I just did that like about a week ago. I figured out how to get in here.
You did a good job, bro.
And now I've got all these questions that I want answered.
Just,
Here I go. Here I go. Sorry to lay all this on you, but as far as the bending and warping of space, the fabric of space time, you see those pictures of the grid, the fabric of space time that they have, And
oh yeah, you mean the big ball? The
the gravity well. You throw the ball onto the beach ball onto the blanket, and it makes it indents the thing, and you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, so Einstein predicted that the sun could bend and warp space-time around the sides of it, and that because of this, there would be stars that are actually behind the sun, or that you could see. You shouldn't be able to see because the sun had bent and warped the space-time around it. And that Arthur Eddington did an observation where he took a telescope during a full solar eclipse, and he was able to photograph a star that was not supposed to be visible and was only visible because of the bending and warping of space-time. You've heard of that, Arthur Eddington's observation that proved that bending of warping of space-time. Have you heard of that, PMAC?
No, I don't. I don't believe that's a real thing. No, I actually haven't. But go ahead.
Yeah. And I guess two other scientists in a different location did the same thing, and they had the same observation that they were able to see this star that they shouldn't have been able to see, because the bending and warping of space-time. Star was actually behind the sun. Because of the bending and warping of space-time, we could see it. Am I getting that? I don't know. Maybe someone can clear this up for me. Anybody know about that? Calling all Globers or whatever. Is there someone?
The bending and warping of space-time. Yeah, sure, bro.
The thing that I'm wondering is I've never seen two photographs side by side. Like, okay, he takes one photograph when there isn't the when the solar eclipse isn't happening. Then they take another photograph when the solar eclipse is happening. I've never seen the two photographs.
Hang on a minute. So you're saying that photographs prove the bending and warping of space-time?
Well, I'm not saying.
Well, I know. But the postulation is that it's just fucking ridiculous.
Right.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I just would like to. I'd like to see those two photographs side to side and be able to compare them. There were two sets of scientists in two different places during the solar eclipse that happened. I think it was like 1910 or something. I can't remember when it was. But can someone post in the chat those two pictures? I've looked for them. I've only seen one. I've never seen the comparison one. Guess I killed the chat.
No. I'm trying to figure out. I was googling it. The bending and warping of space-time due to two photographs. What? Personally, I don't think you can bend time. Time is a constant. I don't even think you can measure it. It's an unseen thing. It moves, right? You can sit in a chair for 80 years and you're going to get older. It's not because of time is moving, it's because entropy is going to fucking make you get older. Time's a
Space-time is
concept. It's a concept.
just in your head.
Yeah, it's a concept. It's a concept. It's entropy that is making things get older. It's not time. Time's a concept. I could sit in the chair for 80 years and I'm going to get older. Time may pass me by and everybody sees it at the time, but it's a concept. It's not an actual real thing. What makes me get older is entropy.
So snacks. You
You're
there?
getting older because of the bending and warping of space-time.
Yeah.
It's oldering you.
That's ridiculous.
So snacks. Can you explain? Can
No.
you explain
Very
the
little.
Yeah, well, I'll try. Like,
Okay.
snacks?
I'll do my best. I'll do my best.
Okay, can you explain to me those Arthur Eddington experiments where they took the photographs before and after the solar eclipse, and that they proved that the sun was bending and warping space-time, and that was the reason why we could see the star that we shouldn't see? Can you a good
Oh, I
explanation?
think it's because positionally, like there are different observational points of an eclipse. Like you don't get total eclipse coverage everywhere.
I thought it was because they couldn't do it without an eclipse because
Okay.
the sun's too bright, that you can't see the star which is right next to the sun because the sun's too bright. They had to do it during a solar eclipse. But I'm just wondering how the whole thing proves the bending and warping of space-time. What's
Well,
the
what I'm trying
procedure?
to say is like, yeah, it's like because it's like observer dependent. The phenomena is observer dependent and it's time dependent, right? Because like an eclipse happens in time and it happens by position, right?
Yeah.
Sure, you say. Okay. Um, and then they're like, well, that's impossible. So everything's happening at the same time. So all observers are seeing everything at the. It's just to sync up observational skew, really. That's my understanding of it. It could be flawed and possibly oversimplified, but not maybe not 100% wrong. But I think that's what it is, and that's what sets up a context for a Einsteinian relativistic frame that subsumes all fragmentary observational skew that would otherwise make it so you couldn't just say some bold, statement or something like that.
Oh, that you got me even more confused now,
Yes,
snacks.
that was my object. No, I wasn't trying to do that. But that's my, a lot of the other thing too, like the reasoning for like really why we have to have a speed of light is really to comport with the observations of the orbits of the moons of Jupiter. And that sounds stupid too, but if you look into these things, they're like
that's
sequential like things. Yeah, they're like
why
what
it
is it? What
exists.
do the smart guys like to say? Necessary antecedents for the context of the sci-fi. Yeah, so that's my understanding. It could be wrong, like I said.
They want to make time real, like a real thing, like it's part of a part of the universe, but it's not actually.
I like what you were saying about entropy, right?
Thank you.
And I think it's more illustrative of like what's happening. And also it's like without entropy occurring, like there's no I guess like intermolecular energy exchanges. And so therefore I think everything would be locked if there wasn't this way for everything to exchange energy. And nothing can exchange energy without some amount of time, I guess. Even though it seems like some things happen instantaneously.
time does actually exist. You can measure it, but it's not. Uh, it's not what makes things degrade, or it's like you can definitely you can measure it. Therefore, it exists. I mean, to say otherwise is stupid. I can
Okay,
measure
so time
time.
exists, right?
It does,
Well,
yeah. Tick tock, tick
I
tock,
mean,
tick tock.
to an extent, right? So, like it might take a certain amount of time to like dry age a steak, by hanging it. But there's probably another
30
way that
minutes.
you could dry age a steak with other processes, possibly like maybe CO2 or I don't know some other method or something like that, and you could do it in a much shorter time frame. And then we say like, well,
Can,
so
can you do it in no time?
no,
Okay, so then time is a thing.
you can't not. Yeah, I don't think there's instant dry aging of steak.
Yeah, good. So
That's
time is a
separate.
thing.
Well, the age
This,
part of the descriptor is yes.
this is the thing.
Yeah.
I do
If you could
believe
have
time is
instantaneous
time.
dry aged steak, it would cease to be dry aged. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. But it also can't be. So
But if you put something in the oven, it takes
That's
30
different.
minutes. It takes 30 minutes, and you time it at 30 minutes. You just proved time exists.
yep.
It took 30
Time
fucking
time
minutes.
existing is pretty easy.
Yeah, it's easy, isn't it?
Well, it's easy because you can just break it down to like solar cycles. I think
You can break it down to a lot of things, but you can at least witness change, and that's what time is.
I don't know. I think it'd be difficult if nothing else in this world signified some kind of like spans of time. It might be difficult to like I don't know make an educated division of such a thing. You know what I mean?
I've heard people argue or debate what time is and whether it's quote unquote thing, but I've never.
It's my favorite topic.
I've never.
Like if mankind like had to deal with like a noon sun at all times, I think it would just you wouldn't have the same kind of you wouldn't be like, oh yeah, I need a watch. You know what I mean? Like it's always noon. So my watch is very simple. You know what I'm saying? So it's the convoluted nature of how the sky works that like engages the mind to even process what the fuck time is anyway. I think.
Yeah, and after talking about it, I still never get any closer to understanding what time actually is.
Join the club.
It's kind of like relative to what it matters to. It matters to a dry aged steak because the dry aged steak has like a window of where it's going to be edible. You could dry age it for a millennia, let's say. Maybe that's too long for a dry aged steak. Maybe delicious. I'm not sure. It may taste like beef jerky.
Did you look up what time is?
No, I mean philosophically, I don't need to like Google that. You know what I mean? I think I have my own concepts of what time is.
No, Barrel is struggling with it.
What's I'm trying to say, Barrel? Like time really philosophically only matters to the frame. Like, does it matter to the frame of a rock? You know what I mean? Maybe if you're trying to see like when it was made, but to the rock, it doesn't fucking matter. It's just a rock. It's going to be a rock for a long time. So like, does a year matter to a rock, or like a day, or what the? You know what I mean?
So, are we talking philosophically or scientifically?
Well, like no. I mean, philosophically and scientifically, you might want to know how many days old a person is, or how many years exactly, like when their birth date was. But a rock, I mean, I don't know. Like you could be off a few decades. It's probably not going to matter.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you measure geological time is different than, of course, the scales are different.
Because the relevance of what a rock it really is, and of what the relevance of a human is, and what the relevance of a day and a night is. So we measure things based on their appearance. You know what I mean? That's all.
But
I'm
if you
saying.
measure a rock falling, you're going to measure it in the same time frame as you would measure something else falling. A similar distance.
With relative like similar profile and wind resistance and stuff like that, and under the same conditions and the same.
Yeah, you're still probably
elevation,
talking seconds instead of millennia.
So Chucky, do you?
I don't see how that's a thing though. Falling is not actually an object, so it's tough to measure it. It's age. Gravity doesn't have an age.
You don't measure falling. You measure the speed or acceleration when something falls.
This is a different context of a thing. Measuring a speed of a thing and the age of a thing. Is that's time to you? Is something the rate of something falling?
No, that's a
That's your
component,
concept of time.
right? The per second
Yeah,
is the
it's
time component.
okay.
It's a pendulum, so I mean it's a controlled fall. So yeah.
What?
It's
A rock
limited.
falling is a pendulum?
For a
It's
second,
limited.
well, no, I mean like a pendulum is essentially falling on a string under tension. Yeah.
So can I read a definition of time?
Take all the time you want.
Okay, according to
Which one's next?
here's the Oxford Dictionary definition. 1, the indefinite continued progress of existence and events in the past, present, and future, regarded as a whole. And it says, in quotes, travel through space and time. So it's an indefinite, which means that it's kind of undefinable, continued progress of existence and events. And then number 2 is a point of time as measured in hours and minutes past midnight or noon. The time is 9:30. So it's still pretty vague. It's still all pretty vague.
Well, that definitions are as vague or specific as they need to be, but I think that was pretty specific.
So
What's vague about it?
well, I mean, it's like
Second,
the progression of existence, right? That would say that like that time has an equal effect on a person. When we don't really know if like maybe you age slower during the winter than you do during the summer. Do you know what I'm saying?
It's not.
So
It's
time is a
not
relative.
saying that.
Whoa. What I'm
You're saying it's saying something that it is very much not.
I'm not even sure how to comport with what you're trying to refute. What I was saying is that I'm saying it does not define such a thing.
Okay.
And you're saying it does? So that's
I
what
thought
you
you
would like
said-
to fucking assert then?
No, I misheard you. I thought you said
So you're just going to bend and warp my space-time? All right, next thing.
no. Again, I said I misheard you.
warping
I'm
space-time.
sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
the second word in that definition is indefinite. What does indefinite mean?
No beginning or end.
No time.
Or it means that it's undefinable, indefinite. It's
Right.
not finite. You know what I mean? So
Yes.
it's a sort of time is sort of according to this definition is an abstract idea. It's indefinite.
Yeah.
No, the time itself is indefinite, as in it doesn't seem to have a beginning or an end.
Or you could say that it means that it's undefined.
No, it's
Sure. Wouldn't it be difficult for one to prove the beginning to time itself? And just by it existing, you can say that it exists. And since really everything would stop if it did stop. I mean, I don't know.
Though I think that you would have trouble calling something undefined when it's in a definition.
Well, that's what the definition says. It just says an indefinite. Now,
Right.
it's really bad when you think you know things and you try to defend your ideas instead of just considering things. You know what I mean? Why do we have to something like time, which is so abstract? So we're going to argue about it for hours. Oh, I think it's a thing. Oh, I think it's not a thing. Can't we just say that we're not sure about it?
No.
You can. Yeah,
No,
you can.
You can
Chuck is
if
a
you
little too
want, yeah.
linear. He's not good at abstracting concepts.
You can definitely measure it. Therefore, it's a thing.
I'm not good at abstracting concepts, but I understand what time is to a basic level. Okay, good argument.
If you can measure something, it's a thing.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you.
Can you measure love? Can you measure love?
What's the speed of love, Chucky?
No.
What's this?
Can you
What's the
measure
speed of love? I know the power of love.
Right. We're not talking about love,
I
though.
personally feel that I've measured the speed of love, and I presume it to be around Mach 5. Thank you.
So someone said that if we can measure it,
Why are you mocking love?
if we can measure it, it's a thing. Now,
I'm not mocking love, but I'm saying
is love a thing?
You just mocked it 5 times.
I'm just saying it moves at the speed of Mach 5.
Is it a
I
thing?
think we can measure the power of love.
Right, but can we measure? Is love a thing?
Are you
Like
sure?
time?
Yeah.
You're saying
If
time
time's
is
a thing, then
Yeah.
probably love could be a thing too. Yeah.
so time is a thing and love is a thing. We can
No,
measure.
Yes.
We can measure time,
Yes.
but we
They definitely are
can't
both
measure.
things.
you
I
can
would say
Right.
definitely measure time.
difficult to argue that they're not things.
Yes.
So
They're both things, but you can measure one, you can't measure the other. Correct.
okay.
I love you this much, Chucky. Can you see this?
So not
I
all
can't,
things.
and that's probably correct.
The measurement.
He's holding his fingers up like that.
It's only one finger. How can you?
It's the one. That was.
So we could throw that idea that a thing is a thing if we can measure it.
Well,
Because
you said
we can't measure love, and love is a thing. So we just proved, or whatever, that we can't
No.
measure.
Okay, that's not. It doesn't say you have to be able to measure a thing, but something that can be measured is definitely a thing. You understand sets and subsets?
yeah. See now this. It
Not
gives.
all things can be measured.
Oh no! Listen,
Correct.
listen, Beryl. Yeah, okay. It gives the Globers a way in. Like if we can measure time, therefore time exists. So the time in the universe and the infinite expansion and the trillions and billions of years is obviously measured, right? No, it's got a subset. It has a beginning and it has an end. Time has a beginning and an end. I can measure
No,
it.
it doesn't.
Okay, let's argue that fact.
Well, it has
Well,
a
it's in the
perceptual end as you
definition.
stop measuring it. As you stop measuring time, you'll notice that there is an end to time yourself. So, from the personal perspective, yes, there is an end to time.
Well,
It's-
you're only measuring a segment of time.
Right, but as far as your perceptual ability to know a thing, it's effectively ended at a certain period, undetermined, really,
It has a beginning and an end.
because you can only
A
say that you
period
can
has a
observe
beginning
it.
and an end.
You can only say it
So a
exists because
line,
you live inside of it, and the second you take yourself out of that reference frame, difficult to say what would happen.
yeah, a line has no beginning and no end, but a line segment does. See, this is what I mean about we shouldn't be discussing
Time?
high level concepts when we can't get the basic ones.
High level concepts like a line, right? You see this in nature, huh?
You see lines everywhere in nature.
You observe lines. Okay, I see. You're looking through
Line
grids.
segments.
Or is that
Line
a concept?
segments.
I'm not sure. Maybe you know the difference.
It's
But
both.
time for me is perceptual. It is not imaginary. The passage of things, the duration of things, they occupy,
If there were no human beings, no watchers, could you still measure time?
what's I'm saying. If the sun was at noon, all forever,
Just
would you care about how many seconds are in this much of this much? That I think the first thing that they were measuring with was drips of water, basically like water clocks and stuff like that. I think that's where they first began it. Probably by accident as well. Like a bucket with a leak in it, or a wine skin or something like that with a leak. You realize that it takes a certain amount of time until it's out of water.
So this is the thing, right?
Yeah, the rate again.
Yeah, Chucky.
Yeah, right.
Speed of
And then
light.
you can determine like the rate of a drop in a volume, and then you could like have something predictable. I think that's the origins of measurements of time. Probably began with water clocks. It's just easy. You don't need a 14 joule, watch fucking mechanism.
It's a linear thing. It's a linear thing. You can't change it. You can't go back. You can't go forward. You just can't. It just does what it does.
You can go forward in time.
No,
it's easy.
Right.
I'll show you.
Right. Well,
do you want me to show you how to go forward in time?
You can go forward and backward in space, right? Like in a physical space, like in a room. Let's say you can walk forward, backwards. But try and do it in time. Try and walk backwards in time.
It's you can go forward in time.
Chucky, show me how you move forward in time.
Okay, give me a minute. Yeah. Tell me when my minute's up.
is constantly moving forward in time. Fuck.
Tuck, tick, tuck, tick, tuck.
He had this set up.
There
Yeah,
you go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey,
it's
that reminds me of a joke. Do you want to hear? Do you know how to make an asshole wait?
Give him a minute.
Do you know how to make an asshole wait? PMAC?
Yeah. Well, I guess we could put you on a scale.
Go ahead.
See how that,
I'll tell you
how much
tomorrow.
that is.
And that
You
was a joke. I
bastard.
didn't mean it. You got
You bastard. You bastard. You got
right
me there. I walked into that one, bro.
That's the goal.
Wow.
Well done. Hey,
He's bested you, PMAC.
he
Go
did.
run away.
He got me hook, line, and sinker there, bro.
That's what you get for having your guard down. You always have your guard up with this guy.
But yeah, I don't care, man.
They love nothing
I
but
don't
to
actually
deceive.
care, bro. I'm just.
They only love to deceive people.
I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for Chucky to tell us how fucking time moves forward and how time moves backwards.
Oh, sorry. There you go.
Oh, tomorrow.
No. Well, that works too.
You can't, bro.
You can't what?
You can't move time.
You can't not move time, as far as I can tell.
Holy shit! What? You cannot move time? Yeah. Thanks, Chucky.
You can't not move time. How can you stop time?
If you put a flux capacitor in a DeLorean, you can go backward and forward in time.
Do you have a DeLorean? I won't even ask about the flux capacitor.
It controls the flux of space-time, dude. It capacitates it, all right? That's a Pythagorean Y. Choice, the diversion in stream of events, temporal in nature.
Everyone's in the stream?
We use plutonium to go back in time.
It totally makes sense, Stax.
How can you not move time?
I don't know. I don't know how to not move time.
It just keeps moving, right?
Right.
So why would you not move time?
Well, I thought you said you can't move time. And
Well,
I said you can't not move time.
Yeah, which is basically the same fucking thing.
No, it's the opposite thing.
No, it's not. It's the same fucking
You're
thing.
just a contrarian.
Yeah, that's
Time is moving.
That's
You
contrary.
say no, right? But I think
Is
You can
time
move
moving?
time. How do you not move time? Can you move time? You can't not move time. Time is just time. It just moves,
Yeah,
right?
it's always moving.
At its own fucking pace, right? So how do you not move time, and how do you move time? Right.
this is like an Abbott. This is like an Abbott and Costello skit about wasting.
Who's at third base?
What the fuck?
No, who's on first?
It's second. Who's in second?
You're never gonna get
What's
on
on
first,
second?
okay? You're never
Who's
gonna
on
get to
first?
first base with that attitude, Chucky.
I don't need to anymore.
You might get a bunt, walk. You probably got a walk. That's what you got. You didn't get on first base.
I got Twins.
Minnesota, maybe.
No. Fraternal. So is that Philadelphia Twins if they're fraternal?
Yeah, I don't know about that city. Philadelphia Twins. Fraternal. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, that's like yeah, it's not necessarily. I don't know about the Philadelphia thing. It seems to go back to Ptolemaic Egypt or whatever, intermarrying and stuff like that.
You mean the brotherly love?
The brotherly love thing is interesting because siblings were getting like hitched up. You know what I mean? Like to continue the royal lines and stuff and the hereditary.
Isn't Philadelphia just literally translate to loving your sibling?
It's like from Egypt and stuff. Philadelphus, the son of Ptolemy.
Didn't Einstein marry his cousin?
He married his. I think he married his mother. Yeah,
Brother or
I
sister.
don't know. This has all gone really wrong, but it's a beautiful city. Sure.
Is it?
No, not really. It's kind of like
Yeah.
depressing. Feel dirty after I go there.
I didn't like
But
Philadelphia that
maybe
much.
it's changed. I don't know. Things change.
Have you been to Longwood Gardens near Philadelphia though?
No, maybe
Oh, it's
maybe
nice.
in like 4th grade on a class trip or something. I don't know.
Oh, you live near there? So yeah, you might have. Not 1st grade, I don't
So
think.
not recently, if at all. No, I think we went to I don't know if we went to the Gardens, but we went to Philadelphia. To see the bell that made liberty happen, and the
It,
Constitution. Lovely
it's in a
things.
place called Kennett Square, Pennsylvania. I think it's about
What
40
about it?
minutes outside.
You've been there?
Yes, but a long time ago. The
Did you
90s.
ring the bell? Did you ring the bell?
In Philadelphia. No, I was in the outskirts of Philadelphia just for a night.
You didn't even try to ring the bell?
We didn't even know we were in Philadelphia.
You didn't even know? Where'd you think you were?
No.
Fucking bars?
No, we were on our college trip.
Oh, okay. So you went on the college trip and you had no idea where you were.
No, I didn't know we were in Philadelphia. It was in some suburb of Philadelphia, and they called it a suburb,
So
not Philadelphia.
nowhere near. Yeah. Hey, we're somewhere near fucking New York. If they had said you were in New York, would you believe that?
New York City or New York State? Yeah, I'd believe it. I've been there.
Yeah.
State, not city.
That's some mad college trip, bro.
Well, we were only there for a night. We got there late. We went and ate something. We had a drink or
Isn't
two
that
or
crazy?
6. Yada yada yada. I woke up in Philadelphia.
When was the last time you saw the ocean?
Florida.
2019.
Hmm.
Live? In
Like,
person?
yeah, like at the beach or flying over.
Yeah, 2019. You?
I live on the ocean.
Yeah, I live on a lake, so it's a little.
Freshwater.
Aren't all lakes freshwater? But yes.
Some are brackish, I think.
Oh yeah, I guess so. Yeah, freshwater.
The non-curvy kind.
No, mine definitely is.
You have a bendy lake.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It's so interesting how
Observable.
different the ecosystems are from like just cutting off saltwater supply from the ocean. You get these freshwater things happening. Pretty cool.
Yeah, for the most part, neither can live in saltwater things can't live in freshwater, and vice versa.
There's like whole. I don't know. I don't even remember. I don't even know if it matters. But there's like a whole like religion that like dates back that just basically it's like the only 2 gods are like the salt water and the fresh water.
Is it like Polynesian?
Um. I don't know.
That would
I
make sense. You would think.
I feel like it's like north of India, maybe around there, sort of Orient. It might have dragons in it too. Yeah.
Well, that's a
Yeah.
given.
Yes, I think it's an Eastern thing.
Well, no, doesn't Scotland have dragons in it?
I mean, yeah, but I mean, aren't they kind of? Isn't it a meme at that point? Like, isn't it from China? I think it
No,
is.
I don't think so. Is it?
Yeah, I believe so.
I thought they were totally different.
I think the dragon, and in this corner, the dragon weighing in it. I don't know, whatever. It's just hailing from China, I think, or hailing from that part of the world.
Don't the Eastern dragons, the Chinese versions have They look more
I
like.
think I think
serpents.
that the reason that we see them in Europe is because of intermarriage of houses and stuff like that. But that's my opinion.
Like a Game of Thrones type of thing.
Yeah, they just put it on the heraldry and like, yeah, this, now the house of the unicorn and the house of the dragon are united in power, and we will rule.
But do you think it happened after they visited
Chucky?
Orient?
I think it's basically because of tea trade and shit like that, or some kind of agro crop. You know what I mean?
Wasn't the House of the Dragon like the absolute worst fucking TV series you ever seen?
Oh yeah. It totally shits
I
on
didn't finish
already
it,
piece
so
of
probably.
shit. It's like shit. It's shitting on a piece of shit. I think that the Game of Thrones series is a steaming pile of shit anyway. But
no, listen now.
This is like a fresh glossing of it.
Now, hang on a minute. Now I think you're a steaming pile of shit.
Oh, Jon Snow, you don't know anything. All right, fine.
Fuck you, Jon Snow. You know, fuck all. I think Game of Thrones is fucking excellent, but House of the Dragon. It's
prequel. What's prequelizing what is essentially the Game of Thrones is a cartoonized revisionary history of
Snacks
based on Europe, actually.
I didn't finish House of Dragons, but it wasn't as good as Game of Thrones.
House of Dragon. Well, okay. I like that. There's more dragons in it. Okay, and the dragons are
there wasn't really
handsome dragons. There are handsome dragons.
No, there was actually more dragons in fucking Game of Thrones. Snacks. How many series of Game of Thrones have you watched? Honestly, now, one or two.
Skipped out probably on season 7. I think after the castrated fella who was the prisoner and he died. Or does he die? Like, I don't know. It's just so fuzzy. There was, and there's like pirates. When pirates happen, I'm like, fuck it, pirates now. Like, come on.
So you watched the season 7?
I think, yeah. I made it through it.
Did you see the many God and Arya and fuck, what is my favorite character, man?
Sandor Clegane?
Clegane, yeah. Brilliant, man.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Oh, he's fucking awesome. He's my favorite character. Like,
who's that?
Certainly grows on you, doesn't he?
Oh yeah. Oh, he has that way about him. He's an absolute.
That's what I like about that series is nobody's completely bad and nobody's completely good. You know what I mean? They're all.
It's like really gray. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the. Yeah.
I mean, some are closer to black.
Just great talents, bro.
I don't know any series that kills its main character or what you think is its main character in the first couple chapters.
Look, yeah, the last season was absolutely fucking stupid. I mean, I don't know how else to describe it. She loved slaves. She went to free the free world. And it's just that the dragons go and fucking destroy everybody and kill all innocent people. You're like, what? Sorry, you freed all the slaves, and you deep down inside, your feelings are you want to free humanity, but then you just went ahead and turned into a total psychopath. No wonder Jon Snow took a dagger in you. No, it was really bad. That was probably the worst fucking. I could have wrote something better. But it's the whole thing, you know. 20 Lannister. It's not easy being drunk. If it was, everybody would do it.
Well, I hear it's not usually hard when you're drunk. Guess that was too highbrow for.
Yeah, that was a bit too homo. Whatever they're paying you. See, if somebody pays you to kill me, I'll pay you double.
I would never.
No, but
to what?
To prawn the sellsword. Was it? whenever,
you
if
would
any,
take,
what?
they're paying me $1 million.
I'll pay you too.
Okay, on it. I'll send you my details.
No, not fucking hell, man. Not like in real life, like.
Oh shit!
What's wrong with you, bro? We're talking about fucking Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones is brilliant up until season 7. It was.
Yeah.
Cersei Lannister, the way she fucking blew that bastard, the little bird, that bastard up, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Oh, and the Red Wedding. What do you call him, the English actor? It was Jon Snow's brother, and they just started cutting everybody. And just you're like, fuck, I didn't see that coming. But that was brutal.
Yeah, it's more like when you have that many characters and that many these huge arcs and stuff like that, it's like an opera more than it is like a regular show. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you pick your you pick your characters, you fall in love with them. It is like an opera, isn't
They
it?
die.
They die, most of
That's
it.
that's mostly it. It's like an Italian name.
But everybody dies in the end.
The actor changes.
His brother was the Man Mountain. Uh, he
How does
hated him that
like
person.
but the brand being the I don't know, man. Like the
Brand
ending
the
is just
Sword.
just the ending. I don't know. I don't even know if that's the same as the book series. I mean, they might have like altered the plot line for this series or that production. I think they altered the House of the Dragon to make it more whatever cable.
I think it's just making things shit these days, just to fucking depress people. I mean, the House of the Dragon hasn't got. I was watching it, right, and someone said to me, give it time. Something happened. Something happened about episode like 5th season, episode fucking 3. It was absolute shite. Absolute balls. You couldn't relate to a single character. Not one. Not fucking one.
Yeah, House of the Dragon is just like I don't know, man. I watched it in reverse. That's how much I cared. Plot reveals. Some episodes I was just like muted. I was like, I don't know. I don't give a fuck. What's going on here?
I was like, we should have done with fucking the Rings of Power. Should have watched that in reverse.
Oh yeah. Well, there's like this like stream of writing for Hollywood. It's like ultra feminist, like like macho femme something. I don't know. It's like in the Rings of Power is like that. You know, the Galadriel characters, nothing like the Tolkien's version of Galadriel from faithfully represented in Lord of the Rings by Peter Jackson. Right? It's like total departure of character. They're just basically shit on the character. You know what I mean? Like whatever vision you have of that one, you're just like. But you see that with Star Wars. You see it's like all these franchises are just getting.
Yeah.
Why couldn't she have changed over time though?
It's just no. It's prequel.
See what I did there?
It's a prequel, and it's just not, I mean I've watched enough like people just shit on the show to like never watch it at all. I'm like, cool. It's like a bunch of save time.
Do yourself a favor. Don't even watch it in reverse. Just don't watch it at
all. How can you save a concept?
It's absolute bullshit.
It's just wasting the lives of the CGI people who are not getting paid enough to do a shitty job that they're doing. Thank you.
Amazon paid about what $36 billion fucking dollars or something to make the Rings of Power. Flop.
they're running into a crunch because like these how much effort it takes to actually make these like pretty hollow stories like work. You know, it's all the special effects and stuff, and it just requires too many people and their hours and their commitment of time and stuff. People working like 78-hour work weeks. You know what I mean? So to bring you like She-Hulk to cut to like to nonsense like work shots and stuff. You know what I mean? It's just like I can't justify.
Well, it's funny you should say that because from the '80s onwards, I was asking myself every time I watched the film, how did they do that? How did they make that look so real? You know, and it just got better and better and better. But the writing just got worse and worse and worse. I mean, the CGI. You just have a CGI fucking yeah. Just forget about the writing, bro.
Yeah,
That's just a massive disappointment.
I'm
Ring,
kind of like I sort of want to see Avatar 2, but you know,
no, yeah,
I figure probably I didn't like the first one nearly enough to like validate a second entry into like what could be a good movie, but probably won't be having a good ending. I mean,
aye. I'm basically, I'm not going to watch it.
like why bother fucking
Yeah,
spending? You're spending fucking $500 million on the movie. You know what I mean? You're pioneering new fucking technologies to tell a story about colonization, to tell like basically a cowboy story.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like
Because you'll make
cowboys
a
and
billion. That's why.
because you're retelling Pocahontas with aliens. You
yeah.
know, like,
Well, the last one
but
was turned
isn't that a
belly.
waste of human like attention spans and budget? And don't you think that there are better stories to tell? I don't know,
Yeah,
maybe,
yeah.
but
Tolkien.
because it's just propagandist. If it costs so much money to deliver such a niche message in such a shit way, that it's like that's why I kind of question some of these productions. Like, they're worthwhile.
I will tell you something now. The Isaac Asimov, the Foundation series, that is some fucking Apple, right? With Brother Dawn, Brother Noon, Brother Night. Absolutely brilliant.
You know, this is early
I mean,
sci-fi to me is propagandist anyway. You know, sell people on a futurism sci-fi reality, right? It's written by like you know ex-Navy intel people.
yeah, okay.
I mean, I don't know. That's like a lot of all the double speak, all the you know what I mean. It's just within it to like have the
No,
potential to just be pure propaganda.
it's a different world. There's three people that rule the fucking universe, the known universe, and it's fucking massive, right? And one is called Brother Dawn, Brother Noon, and Brother Dark, or Day. Sorry, Brother Noon, Brother Day, and Brother Dusk, and
Right.
they're clones. And um, the guy who plays, he's absolutely brilliant. You know the guy who plays the elf in Lord of the Rings.
Willful.
Um,
Oh wait,
uh, fucking Legolas's dad. Uh,
Elrond. Legolas's dad is Elrond, right?
yeah.
Is he?
Okay, so Elrond is William something Levy, not
Yo,
William.
wait.
Hang
What is
on.
it?
Elrond is Legolas's dad for reals?
No,
That sounds.
no. Elrond is not Legolas's dad.
Oh,
That's
Okay.
sorry.
no. That's
All right.
Hang on. Google.
Time to drop the Tolkien wiki here. All right.
Sorry, that's probably
It's
wrong.
just it's like you're screwing up my whole cosmology of Lord of the Rings. Like, what? No way. I don't know. I could. I didn't read the books. You know. I think I read The Hobbit, but reading is so last century.
Uh, Harry Sheldon. Harry Sheldon, the Foundation series. Trust me, it's on Apple Plus. Watch it and then watch it again. It's absolutely brilliant. I think that's Apple Plus has actually done something fucking worthwhile. Hey, honestly, God, hey, I can't wait. The second series is coming out. Yes, not this year, next year. Absolutely brilliant. Now they do have obviously people with more talents than other people, um, called Harry or something. But the concept is fucking, it's brilliant. It's like it takes you into a different. You see, the whole thing about writing stories or it takes you into a different world. It really, really does. And it's actually amazing. I've watched it
So I wa-
twice. I'm going to actually watch it again. Go ahead, Larry.
so I watched this Quentin Tarantino interview. I think it was like a YouTube short, and they were talking about what was in the case, what was in the suitcase. And he's like, if I told you, like if I showed you what was in the suitcase, you'd be like, oh, okay, there's the bunny and the hat, okay. But if I don't tell you what's in the suitcase, like that's your movie in your head. When you go to work, you get to wonder, what's in the suitcase? What could it be? What was so important, right, that they were guarding it like that. And I think that's really a brilliant concept, to have the mystery never solved, right? Like when I look at the moon, like I get to go, right? What the fuck is that? What is that fucking light? Just like I did when I was like 2 or 3 years old, and I said, Dad, what is that light? Right? And he was like, oh, that's the moon. Okay, that's all the explanation you get, right? Because that's all he knew. He knew that it was called the moon. He wasn't going to make up any bullshit about, what he saw on TV. It's a light. They call it the moon. What the fuck is that? That's my movie, right? And, other people who have it all figured out already, they don't have that. They don't have that movie. So that's why they got to go watch Family Guy. It's a mystery. Unless you watch TV, then they'll tell you all about it.
There's another option where you can learn about it. In fact,
Oh,
you
yeah?
pointed out lots of options, didn't you?
What?
Tell me.
Well, you could take a physics course. You could
Right.
pay
So
somebody to teach you.
are they gonna demonstrate to me this is what the moon is made out of?
They'll demonstrate to you probably how they know what it's made out of,
Well, how do they know?
other than the samples.
That we got from the government?
The government gave us those samples. I did not know that.
Come on, Chucky.
NASA.gov? You know about NASA.gov, right?
Come on, Chucky. Nobody's been the moon, man. Come on.
Okay,
Can't
so
be so
there's that.
seriously. Come on, bro.
There's other ways to know things though.
See, here's the deal. You guys handed over a piece of petrified wood as passed it off as a moon rock. And then when I bring it up, you were like, oh, somebody, bait and switched. Exactly.
You might as well
Exactly.
just it's like the Star Trek program.
So you're talking about specifically only the one that was handed over to, what was that, a Dutch person?
Is it one lie enough? Like if you caught your wife in bed with some dude running up in her, like would you have a whole lot of faith in your relationship after that?
But that's not what it is. It's somebody else caught their wife, and now you're blaming your wife. Your buddy's
No.
wife cheated on him, so
Well,
now you're
no, it's
blaming
more.
your wife.
Or what if your wife was like, "Hey, this diamond's fake. You said it was a real diamond, and it's not. I took it to a jeweler."
There
And
you
what do
go.
you say then?
And the jeweler, who was the expert, said that's not a
What's
real
your
diamond.
excuse? What's your excuse? Chucky, you said this was a real moon rock. You said we would
Oh, I
go to the
didn't.
stars, Chucky. What about all your promises?
I didn't. When did I say the fake moon rock
And
was a real moon rock?
what were you really doing all that time?
Chucky,
What were
do you
you really
sleep
doing?
with another woman?
Answer the
cheating on
question,
me?
please.
Chucky, were you cheating on me?
Answer the question. When did I say the fake moon rock was a real moon rock?
No, you said it was possibly.
What?
The astronauts who gave it to the Dutch said it was a real moon rock.
Uh-huh.
So that's when.
So how did they
You
make the
didn't say
mistake?
it. Oh, if I know, I wasn't there. See, that's the thing. You weren't there. You don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know. So
But you're the
they
one claiming
say,
it was malicious.
what?
You're the one claiming it was malicious, and that means all of them are fake. Because one is fake, all of them are fake.
No. That's not my argument at all. Please try to understand my argument. Because people see it on TV and because they're told by their government, right, they believe it. That's fine. Believe whatever you like. But because the government lies and sometimes hands out fake moon rocks, I don't trust them, right? Why? Not because they're the government, but because they're men, right? So I don't trust men. So if you can demonstrate to me how to catch a fish, that's great. But if you just tell me a story about how to catch a fish, I'm not going to know if that actually works. If you put a hook on a string and really you skewer a worm on the hook, like I'm not going to know until I actually do it, right?
Right. So how do you know that there weren't trees on the moon, Hank?
What?
How do you know that there weren't real trees on the moon, and then they fossilized, became moon rocks, and then were brought back, and they're like, oh yeah, these were trees, but they're like, but these seem like they were from Earth, and it's like, no. How about
Do
that?
you know that's probably the next thing they're going to say? There was life on the moon. Like there
I
was
think the best
water on
cover
Mars.
story would be like it's an inside joke from NASA, and we're just misunderstanding the context.
Mm-hmm. They're taking the piss, bro.
Yeah, Chucky, you just don't understand.
Come on,
Actually,
Chucky.
from the moon, there's petrified trees on the moon. Because a long time ago, Murdoch slammed into the planet Earth before it was called Earth. It was Tiamat. And when it slammed into the Earth, a piece of it was knocked off. And that piece just happens to be falling perfectly, like, a couple of inches per year? Oh, in a perfect orbit, right? Do you even science, bro?
Sorry, I missed that. I was getting groceries. What did you say? What did you ask?
I just said, yeah, I believe you now, Chucky. They landed on the moon. I saw it on TV. I completely understand.
Oh, I believe they landed on the moon, but that doesn't really matter.
Do you know
Right,
that?
Why we know the shape of the Earth.
You know that 50 years ago, 10% people didn't believe that they landed on the moon.
10% didn't believe what?
Wait. 50 years ago, 10% of people, 10% didn't believe they landed on the moon. 20 years ago, 50% of people thought, nah, they probably didn't land on the moon. Today, most people, 75%, 90% of people believe they did not land on the moon.
First of all, citation. Second of all, so what? The farther away we get from something, yes, that's going to be the case.
Well, why don't we use science to falsify it? That's how you
Science doesn't prove
right?
anything, bro.
You're right.
By
No, I
your own
didn't say
definition.
proof.
Wait,
Hold
did
on,
you hear what I
hold on,
said?
hold on.
Wait, Larry,
Hold on.
please.
Hang
Don't
on.
misrepresent what I said. I said science doesn't prove anything. Yes, but we can disprove things. So science
Well,
is
if you
about
prove
falsify.
things, then
Can you do something without interrupting me? Can you just wait till I'm done?
Well,
Possible?
twice he's strong. He can do that.
Yeah, exactly. Straw man and interrupting me twice. It's double whammy. Just Larry, take a chill check. I'm not going to fight with you. I just want to throw out a question out there. Science is about falsification, and so when someone makes a claim, scientific claim, it's not a matter of proving it right. It's a matter of proving it wrong, and you can prove theories wrong by finding the exceptions. So let's look at the moon, look at the pictures, and say that's not up there, that's not this far away, that's not solid. All these things that you claim it isn't, show proof that it's not what we say it is.
the
How do you
burden's
prove
on
that
you
it's
to
not
prove
there?
it's true.
We take a
That's a
picture
burden
of
of
it.
proof reversal.
What's that?
It's a burden of proof reversal.
No,
You're the one
that's not.
claiming
No,
we
not
landed
at
on the
all.
moon.
No.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I'm saying that I haven't been convinced. You're saying, yes, we have landed on the moon. The burden's on you, bro.
Did he say
Well,
that?
the evidence, yeah, so we show evidence of pictures and videos, and we bring back moon rocks. You say, oh, that's fake. It's fine. So show how it's fake. I mean, if you've got the piece of moon
There's a
rock and a
3.5
piece
hour
of wood,
documentary.
hold on. You got the moon rock and you say it's a piece of wood. Well, there you blew it. You totally proved that it's fake. But that's one moon rock. What about the other moon rocks?
Johnny,
What
you
about the
asked me a
pictures?
question. Would you let
Prove
him
the
answer?
picture of the moon incorrect or wrong or a lie or made up or CGI. It's very simple to do.
Do you know what happens?
So
Do you
here's
know
the
what happens
thing.
when I get in a spacesuit and walk into a vacuum?
Pardon me?
A spacesuit.
Yeah,
What about a
it
spaceship?
blows up. It expands.
Well, it depends on if
No.
there's any air inside there that has a pressure higher than the vacuum on the outside, and that would inflate it slightly. But if there wasn't any air, if you had it close to your skin and there's very little air, you only need to have 3 psi pressure inside.
I'm
the
sorry.
vacuum.
I'm
It's not
sorry.
gonna inflate it very much.
Have you seen people in a spacesuit trying to walk into a vacuum? Have you actually seen what happens?
I've seen
What do you
videos of
what do
people
you think
inside of a
happened?
vacuum in a spacesuit. Yes.
They pass out.
If you have a leaky suit, yeah, you could pass out,
No, when
Or you
or
could
if you don't
drown
have any air.
while doing a spacewalk.
Why would having a spacewalk with a suit with 1 or 2 psi in it? Why would that make you pass out?
No, drown.
Why would you
Why
drown?
would you drown?
you need
Because you're
snorkels.
really in the Houston Neutral Buoyancy Lab. That's why you drown. You're not really on
Well,
the
you could
ISS.
falsify that. There would be clues whether you've been in water or not.
Here's a clue. You're
Motion
fucking
can
drowning,
detect
Beth.
that.
Here's a clue.
First of all, it doesn't sound like you really understand how vacuums and pressure work together.
You don't
Sorry.
understand
I
how
don't
science
understand.
works.
I do understand how that's where I've explained to you the basics.
What's he
of
wrong
science.
about,
Okay,
Larry?
so
Falsify it.
science doesn't prove things, right?
Correct.
Correct.
But
Okay,
science
so let me
allows you to
finish.
falsify.
Let me finish. Go ahead, Zach. Let me finish. All right. So if science doesn't prove things, then basically everything you've ever learned is based on a belief. You have absolutely no proof in your own paradigm. You guys are extremely religious and dogmatic about your belief. Go ahead,
Okay.
defend it.
All right. So
Correct. No proof, lots of
you're
evidence.
incorrect. You're incorrect because you just said a bunch of words that didn't really comport with the actual standard of what science is.
Sorry, do you
It's not
guys believe
hold on.
science
Can
proves
I finish?
things?
Can I finish real quick? You said it's based on beliefs. No, it's not based on beliefs. It's based on evidence. So we say something like, "That's the moon up there." Well, how do you know it's the moon? Well, let's do a scientific test on this. We'll start taking pictures and doing measurements and seeing what infrared radiation is coming off of it or frequencies of light or whatever we do. We do a bunch. That's all evidence. You may not like it, but it is
Right.
evidence. Okay. Now, if you want to falsify it, say that or show that anything we found about it to support it is incorrect. That's on you if you want to falsify it. That's how science works.
Zanik,
So hold on.
you
Is
got-
this the first time, Larry, you've heard that science is based on evidence
Hang
and
on.
not proof?
Well, you believe the evidence because you have faith in the evidence. I don't
No,
believe
No.
things I see on
Believe the
TV.
evidence because you can see the evidence and you can test the evidence a lot of times.
Wait, how do I
Correct.
test that a guy walked on the moon in
No.
1969 before I was born? How do I
Every
test
time
that?
I've tested something in science, it's worked out the way I expected it to. That means
Well,
it's
then
got
you're probably
100%.
fudging the numbers.
Sorry?
Because if you test something and it works out just the way you exactly predict it to, then you
Yeah.
might be affecting the experiment that you're doing.
Oh, so
Well, if you're a well-paid scientist, I think you could agree
I'm
that
not.
9 out of 10 doctors recommend Camel cigarettes.
I'm talking about in elementary school, high school, and university. When I tested things in science, they turned out as they should have.
Okay, well,
And it wasn't
You got
necessarily
faith,
how
then.
I predicted it when it was in high school. It was how it was predicted. We were given a method. We followed the method, recorded our results.
okay,
Then
what did that prove?
it didn't prove anything. We've been
So
over
what was
this.
the point of doing it?
The point of doing it was to validate.
Oh, you need confirmation bias.
No.
Validation.
Is that what I said? No,
It's
I
fake
said
to
I
do
validate
that.
everything I've tested in science ever, all the way up to including university. I've never done quote unquote science in real life, if you want to say that. But everything I've tested has worked out. What about you? Has anything you've ever tested not worked out?
Oh yeah, lots
Like
of
what?
times.
Example.
Well, one time I tested out my brakes on top of gravel and almost spilled my motorcycle and myself.
That doesn't mean
That
your
al-
brakes didn't
that
work.
almost
You
didn't work out.
that actually followed what I would have predicted, and probably Zanuck would have predicted. I think Zanuck's a motorcycle rider.
Yep. Yeah, it sounds like the rider didn't know how to
Well,
ride.
it didn't follow
Your brakes
what
didn't
I
fail.
predicted.
No, you were on gravel.
Well, you tested your brakes. They probably worked just fine. My hypothesis was that Larry can't drive a motorcycle very well. Locked up his front wheel, lost control, lost adhesion of the tire to the gravel, and lost balance, and it fell over. That would be my scientific analysis of it, which would be actually really correct.
I didn't fall. I didn't drop my bike.
Okay, so you just kind of
what did you expect to happen?
I expected to come to a nice, clean, safe stop because I didn't see the gravel.
And you obviously had a faulty hypothesis.
More error in the driver.
User error, yeah, could be that. That's usually the.
Like I'll check.
Usually, the reason why, if you perform an experiment, it doesn't work out. It's usually user.
Yeah, if it's not doing something you expect it to do based on traditional.
So that means Aries' failure. He just didn't do it right.
No. I said usually.
Oh, so he did do it right, and there is no motion.
Seems to be. He came to a different conclusion than all the flat earthers come to.
That the Earth is not moving. How's that a different? Sorry, hold on. How's that a different conclusion than flat earthers? Yeah, that the Earth's not moving. It's the stars. Yeah, that's the conclusion he came to.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
He was not trying to detect the ether.
What? Aries?
What was Aries' failure again?
Failure? It's like,
this was the wasn't he the royal
telescope
astronomer
filled with water? Yeah, he was the royal astronomer. He wasn't trying to prove ether.
What was he
How
trying
would
to
that prove ether?
Motion.
Motion of the Earth.
Okay, and he concluded that the Earth didn't move.
That's right.
Or did he conclude that his experiment failed?
No. He concluded that the Earth is not moving.
Okay, can you show me his conclusion, please? The citation that shows that George Bedell Airy believes the Earth was stationary.
Okay, so it's called a failure because he was trying to prove the motion of the Earth, right? He failed to do so.
Yes.
So if he was trying to prove that, and science doesn't prove things, then he disproved it because science disproves
He
things.
wasn't trying to prove that the Earth moved. He was trying to provide evidence that the Earth moved. He failed to provide that evidence.
And then he proved the
flat
opposite
earthers get this wrong all the time.
he debunked it.
He proved that it. Yeah. See, it's like with,
you know what? Zanuck, tomorrow he's going to say that we say.
Talk about the.
What's wrong? Is the Earth actually moving according to Aries' experiment?
No, Aries failed because it's not moving through an ether.
So what have I said that's wrong?
Nothing.
The fact that he concluded that Earth is motionless.
Yeah, it was a failure. What else would you conclude? Do you look at the results from the scientific experiment and go, wait a minute, hold on. You said that he concluded. Yeah, you said that he concluded that the Earth's not moving. So he looked at the results.
No, I did not.
Okay. Did he conclude that the Earth was moving?
No.
Then ipso facto, he would hold on, bro. He would have to conclude that it wasn't moving.
He did not.
No.
He failed to provide evidence that Earth was moving. How many times do I need to tell you that?
The experiment?
Right, thank you.
You know the experiment, Larry? I mean, come on.
That was the claim.
No, what did he
failed to provide evidence?
The Earth doesn't move.
He failed to provide evidence.
He failed to confirm the ether theory by measuring that stellar aberration. That's the definition of the Aries failure. So it didn't say that.
No, bro. He was looking for the
don't
starlight.
say no. I just
he was
gave
looking,
you the actual definition.
Listen, he was looking for the starlight. And he, assumed that if he tilts it at 5 degrees, if the Earth is moving, he won't be able to see it. He would have to actually tilt it 10 degrees, right? And he actually saw the stars at 5 degrees, which confirmed that the Earth's not moving, it's the sky that's moving.
Correct.
He did not confirm that. Did he?
Yeah. It was to confirm
Okay, so what was the results? What was the results?
Larry, the results were he had a water-filled telescope that should produce some different value of this stellar aberration compared to an air-filled one. And the change was not observed. Hence, that's the Aries failure. It helped in ruling out the ether theory. The stellar aberration in the annual shift of the position of stars
what year was this?
Was the first evidence of the Earth's motion around the sun.
No change.
But then the Earth, you guys claim that it was about proving the Earth's motion. In reality, it was about confirming the ether theory, but it failed to do so. That's why they call it Airy's failure. Larry, you get so many things wrong. In fact, rarely you
Okay,
get anything right.
show me his original paper where he was trying to prove ether theory.
I think
Yeah,
it
go
was
on.
just promotion, bro.
Because
Honestly,
I could be wrong, right? I wasn't there.
Of course,
I
I
But
think
know.
all
you're
you
We all
need
could
to
be wrong,
do is
right?
show me the original, writings from England where this guy was a royal astronomer
You want his
under the
handwriting, or
Queen.
this can be something of a annotation of what was actually written?
No, I want to see like the original paper because you're claiming
Of
that
course,
what was
yeah.
it like in the 1500s he was trying to prove ether theory? Hello,
Yeah,
when
I'm
was
trying
this
to get the
taken?
I'm trying to get
Was
the actual paper in his
was
writings.
this like
It's
in the
available.
1500s or was it in the 1600s?
yeah, it's
Yeah, no one can ever recant or report anything done 200 or 300 years ago or 500 years ago because it's impossible. So long ago, those writings don't exist. It's all word of mouth, so it's all must be fake. I mean, come on,
what?
that's your logic.
Word of mouth?
There's writings, and the writings were from words of mouth. Yeah, someone told somebody, they wrote it down, and those writings have existed for thousands of years. Some of them, especially
Wait,
most
wait,
recently,
wait, wait a
500
minute,
years,
wait a minute.
they're very
Wait a
accurate
minute.
because
What did you say? Thousands of years.
thousands of years, a couple thousand years. Those writings,
Okay,
Dead
Aries,
Sea
listen.
Scrolls,
Listen
Dead
to
Sea
this.
Scrolls are over
I'm
three
sorry.
thousand years old. What do you want?
In his
Those are
report
writings.
to the
I
Board of
want you to
Visitors.
speak truth, bro.
Okay, do you guys want to listen to what Airy said?
Sure.
In his report to the Board of Visitors, read in 1869 June, Airy wrote, "The question of dependence of the measurable amount of sidereal aberration upon the thickness of glass or other transparent material in the," and it goes on. He's not talking about,
Water telescope or the
yeah, he's not talking about the movement of Earth. He's talking about stellar aberration. So, sounds like Xanix's right, and you guys don't know what the fuck you're
Okay,
talking
just
about.
because he was talking
ah.
about this at this time doesn't prove anything. I
No,
want to
it
know
doesn't.
his original.
You
It
Hold
the
on,
doesn't
very
prove
thing
hold
you're
anything.
on.
telling us
I
that it proves
want to
you're
know
right
his
proves
original
you're wrong. I mean, you're
hypothesis.
hilarious, Larry.
Listen, bro. I
You're,
want to know what the
you make a
original
claim,
hypothesis
we
was.
contradict it, and then you come back and use the exact
You
evidence and
didn't
methodology
contradict
that
it.
you
You
said
just
we're
quoted
using
him
to
talking
disprove it.
about aberration. How do I know he was talking about his failed
Dude, how do you know
experiment?
anything? How do you know fucking how to tie your shoes? I mean, come on.
I,
First-hand
I
primary knowledge.
think what
Wasn't
Zanuck
he
failed
using
to
the
realize
wasn't he
is that
using the,
it
the water
proved there was no
telescope?
motion. That's basically what it did. No motion. If you
So
have
was he?
a experiment for motion, give it to me.
Same confusion that comes into when we talk about
Zanuck,
Nicholson
do you have
Morley.
What
proof of
was his
motion?
original
We talk about
hypothesis, please? I'm talking about the original paper, not something he said to a bunch of
Motion.
people. What was his original hypothesis?
Motion.
that the
In
Earth moved.
1871, George Bedell Airy failed to confirm the ether theory by measuring stellar aberration.
Did he prove motion?
Okay, I don't care about
Nope.
what he failed to do. I'm talking about his
Didn't prove anything.
original hypothesis. What was his original hypothesis?
The ether drag hypothesis predicted that a water-filled telescope should produce a different value of stellar aberration compared to an air-filled one. The change was not observed, hence the name Airy's failure.
Okay, so you're
And
claiming that he wasn't
Predicted
trying to
that a
prove the
water
motion of the Earth.
correct. He wasn't trying to prove anything.
I'm sorry, he wasn't trying to prove
Can you
anything.
send that to me? Because that's the first time I've ever heard
Sorry,
this.
we,
Sounds
we
like
went
some
over
made up
the
shit.
Zanuck went over this a few minutes ago. Does science prove anything?
Can you send it to me so I can see what you're
Do
talking
you
about?
need me to provide something that tells you science doesn't prove things?
No, I need you to send me what you're talking about because you're, talking over the internet. I want to see your source.
Sure. Are you gonna how long is it gonna take you to disregard it?
I don't know.
There you go.
Flat Earth WS. Okay. Seems like a non-biased source. I'll take a look.
Why does it matter if it's biased or not? Of course it's biased.
Oh, that's not how we do science.
I didn't say it was a science site, did I?
Are they talking about scientific matters? Study of the
Yes.
natural world?
Yeah.
Oh, so it's a biased science site. Okay.
I didn't say it was a science site, did I?
You said they're talking about scientific matters.
I agreed with you that they are, yeah. Does that make it a science site?
Yeah.
Is this a science site right now? Are you a scientist? You're talking about scientific matters.
All people are scientists. Everybody does
Okay,
a
great.
series of experiments when they're about
Fine.
2 or 3
And
years
it's a
old
biased
to
science
do.
site.
Okay, it's a bias science. Okay, Aries
Now you
failure.
can find your biased science site, science in quotations, that shows evidence that the Earth is stationary. You could do that. That'd be great.
This is the first time I've ever seen ether hypothesis with Airy. That was the first time I've ever seen those connections.
Even sticking around the Flat Earth Society
Yeah.
website.
Actually, I learned this from a non-flat earther.
Who is that?
I forget his name. He had the YouTube channel back in like 2014, 2015, talking about geocentricity with the blue frame and the white words.
I gotta step out for a bit. I might be listening later though. Not for much though. I got football and gaming.
Okay, I'm gonna do my own research outside of this website. So I see where you got your source from. Okay, so let me see what I can come up. There's the shit right there. Where'd you get it from? It was right under the thing that he didn't click on. Malcolm Bowden. Okay, so let's see. Let me get a .edu.
Why don't you do a little search on something like Aries Water Telescope? You can get things from the 1930s, 1920s, all the writings that completely talk about what he was doing and the experiment in detail. You have to work a little bit to get the answers you're looking for. I'm giving you the summary. I can give you the details if you want, but it sounds like you just need you don't even understand a summary.
Larry, can you explain that Aries telescope experiment?
Yeah, from what I learned on Malcolm Bowden's channel back in like 2014, basically, Airy was looking to prove the motion of the Earth. And what he hypothesized is that because the light travels slower through water, that if the Earth is moving, he will not be able to see it if he tilts it at 5 degrees from pointing straight up. He actually said that it would be, you would need to tilt it 10 degrees if the Earth is moving and not the stars. But if the stars are moving and not the Earth, you'll be able to see it at 5 degrees. What were the results? The results were he saw the starlight at 5 degrees.
Okay, so then
He needed to
what are
tilt
the
it another 5 degrees.
what are Chucky and Zanuck saying happened?
He just proved the ether. He was trying to prove the ether.
And this would be because he would have detected the ether moving if it was there moving.
I never heard anything about that. That's what they're saying.
No, but I mean, if there was an ether swirling around us.
That's what they say. The reason for the original experiment was fire.
But just hear
I
me
don't
out.
believe that. Because how do you see ether when you're just
Neither do
looking at
I.
starlight? If you could see, hold on. If you could see ether by looking at starlight, then what would putting water in a telescope prove? How does that work? Show me the mechanics of that. I'd like to hear it. Thanks.
Refraction.
So regardless of whether he was trying to prove whether it was ether or whether it was the stars or the Earth moving,
Experiment proved that the Earth was not moving.
couldn't you use this experiment or observation to prove that the Earth isn't moving?
Yes.
Even though he might have been trying to prove that it was ether? Isn't it?
I don't think he was trying to prove it was ether.
I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying that whether or not he was trying to prove ether or not, this experiment or observation could be used to prove that the Earth isn't moving. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
I believe so. If what Airy assumed is correct, that if the Earth is moving, then you would need to tilt the telescope 10 degrees. I don't know if that's actually correct. It seems like an assumption to me, but what the hell do I know?
Barrel Rider.
I got some incredible buttermilk pancakes going on, dudes.
Oh, I can hear that.
Well, Kansas is flatter.
See too far. Atmosphere moving against vacuums. The fuck does that work? Big bendy balls of water and atmospheres. But hey, math.
It's the dragging deficient. Fresno, so-called dragging deficient.
Yeah, but eventually, if you put that in real life, you use a ball against a vac. It's eventually you put it in motion. It's going to spread. It's going to slow down a lot. Like it's almost going to come to a stop eventually. I mean,
All right,
just
I'll go ahead and
basics.
Post this for you guys.
Spin that motherfucker. Vacuum.
Oh, too long. Too long. Yeah, Fresno's explanation was about ether, and that was just proven if you keep on reading past what I've posted. If you find that in the article and then keep on reading down, it says that the whole ether explanation, because that wasn't even part of the original, that was somebody speaking afterwards about it. And where did Chucky go? After you get groceries, don't you normally drive?
He bailed because he knew that you were just about to call him out. It's what he always does.
And people get like weird when I try to call people out for calling me out. It's like, you're being rude. Take it down to a private room, like yesterday. Weird.
Aye. Only if you're about God.
Don't call out my homies. We got to take this to the private room.
God's my
so everybody can't hear. You call out my homie. It's weak. If I was in a bar having a drink and my friend said something, and some other guys wanted to talk about it, I wouldn't be like, come on, guys, let's go to the bathroom so everybody can't hear. If my friend fucked up and said something stupid, I'd be like, well, yeah, what are you talking about? Let's talk about it, buddy. He wants to call you out. You said it. Let's talk about it. Now, if they wanted to like start smashing his head in the parking lot, it's a different story. But I definitely
Yes,
wouldn't protect my
happen.
friend for something he said. I would just, yeah, you need to expose that what you just talked about. Go ahead and make your case.
Well, at the end of the day, he cited a meme to back his claim,
I
and
know.
he
Oh,
knew that you were going to look into it. And who cites a meme to back a claim? Chunky.
but it was an experiment. The experiment proved fundamentally that Earth is not moving. Doesn't matter about how much water you put in it and how many degrees you tilt it, it's not moving.
I just find it inconsistent to, like go to a anti-flat Earth website and then post like something that somebody said without, any source material. It's weird.
I asked him, if you have proof of motion, please show me, because I swear to God, I'll go straight back to Star Trek. If you can prove motion, I'm gone, pal. I'm in Star Wars now again.
I thought it was interesting a little while ago when we were talking with Chucky about shrinking of mass due to speed, and that we came to the conclusion that you couldn't falsify the idea.
Barrel, that's absolutely ridiculous.
And what he said was that we shouldn't even be talking about it because we don't have enough education.
What a tool. Zanik, you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah. Okay. How you doing, bro?
Good. How you doing?
Not too bad. Any motion?
The motion of what?
Any proof of motion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
You mean rotation or motion through the universe? What are you talking about specifically?
Holy shit. Ooh. Motion. Is the Earth moving?
Well, rotation is a movement. On its axis or around a path? Be specific. What are you asking me?
Shit, bro. Axis, rotation.
I'm asking you to be specific.
Through
the somebody in the world's birthday is today, right? And I would like
happy birthday
for you globe earthers to give them a birthday present. Could you guys be consistently honest and fair in your debates? Not bring up like memes as your source
three different
or some anti-science website that doesn't believe science proves things. Could you guys like step it up a little bit?
That is the actual definition of science. One of the definitions in science. It's got many.
What is that?
That science doesn't prove things; it provides evidence for hypotheses.
For something that doesn't work.
No, so it does. If it does work, you want to know why.
Well, science that proves that something
like
works
it
or doesn't work.
If you want to show something that does work and why it works, you develop a hypothesis. And then you do experimentation that backs up and provides evidence for
we're not disagreeing with
your hypothesis. Thanks for talking over me right there.
Sorry.
So that's what science does. It doesn't provide proof. It's all about the strength of your evidence. And if you don't like the evidence to falsify it, you can then disprove it, and then it throws out the theory.
I'm sorry, no. It's a scientific method. The scientific
I just told you what the scientific method was. The scientific method is you develop a hypothesis.
Can you let him
hypothesis through experimentation? Through the experimentation, you have an independent-dependent variable relationship where the independent variable will have an effect on the dependent variable. All these experiments, cumulative experiments, will provide evidence or not for the hypothesis.
You're telling me, Zanik, that if I demonstrate in front of you that A causes B, and this is firsthand primary knowledge. You just witnessed it. That doesn't prove anything?
That's not how it works. What do you, give me an example. Give me a
Okay,
real
so
life example.
yeah, I'll give you an example. If you put a worm on a hook, and you cast it out into a lake where there's fish, and you catch a fish, did I not just prove that you can catch a fish with a hook and a worm?
What's your hypothesis?
If you put a fish,
No,
a
let's
worm
talk
on a
scientifically.
hook,
I know what you're saying, Larry. I'm not
it'll
an idiot.
cause
Okay?
a fish to bite the worm and
Of course.
let me bite your hook.
If you
Doesn't
throw
that
a worm
prove
out,
that you can catch fish this way?
yes, but that's not science.
Uh,
That's just
can you
observational
unprove it?
truth.
Can you disprove that?
That's observational truth. The science works a little different.
Observational truth.
Yeah.
But
You
it's
see
not
something, it is
My
true.
scientific truth.
My God.
It's not knowledge.
Yeah, I've put worms on
Not
hooks
really.
many times and not caught a fish.
Right. Sometimes you don't, but sometimes you do, right? Like sometimes the
Correct.
sky's blue, right?
I see the sun. I see the sunrise. I'll steel man you. I see the sunrise. It's rising. Now, do I know this? Either the Earth is rotating around the sun, or rotating on its axis, or the sun's moving in the sky on its own? I'm not saying that. You're not saying that either. You're just telling me, hey, I saw I throw a worm out there. I caught a fish. Science doesn't work like that. You have to provide your hypothesis, and then you test the hypothesis through experimentation. I was very clear and have been for many years about the scientific method and why QE's wrong and why he whistles past the graveyard for the facts of the experiments cause and effect are different than the hypothesis claim of cause and effect. They're very different.
Nobody's arguing the scientific method, bro.
Yeah, he already did. You missed it. You must have missed that.
Who?
Okay. So I got a hypothesis, right? That if I put,
tell me, what's your hypothesis?
I'm telling you, shush. If I put a worm on a hook, put that on a line, and throw that into the water, right? That's my hypothesis. But my experiment is going to be.
That's not a hypothesis. See, already
hold on, bro.
We're not. Hold on. That was not.
Listen,
that was not a
it's
hypothesis.
a cause and effect relationship.
That wasn't a
Listen,
hypothesis.
bro,
You just
can
said,
you not talk over me? Can you not control yourself? Are you
I'm just trying to have you
incapable?
give me the
Do you
real
lack
hypothesis.
the cognitive ability to control your speech
No.
while I'm talking?
You're not controlling yourself.
Okay, can
You
I?
have to
I was
answer
in the
the
middle
question.
of talking, bro. I was in the middle of talking, bro. I didn't even
Don't
get
throw
to
this back
finish.
at me.
Okay, so my hypothesis is the fish hook thing, but I stare at the
No, tell me
sun
what it
for
is. You
6
haven't told me
hours,
anything.
and that's my experiment. But I
I'm
don't
stopping you
actually.
because Larry. I'm
Bro,
stopping
could
you
you
because you have not
shut
given me
the fuck
Dude,
up?
so rude,
Shut
man.
up,
So rude.
Danik.
But
Just
I'm trying.
get
He's
over it,
going
bro.
on and on. He's not giving me the hypothesis.
Well, you know what? Address it when he's
Shush.
done.
Fine.
Yeah, I'll go on mute when I'm done. You don't have to worry about that.
I'm trying to help you out.
Okay,
Go ahead.
So I have a hypothesis about the fish hook thing, right? But instead of actually doing that, I stare at the sun for 6 hours, right? And then I'm like, well, I guess my hypothesis wasn't true because when I did the experiment that was separate from my hypothesis and I just stared at the sun for 6 hours, nothing happened. So I guess it doesn't work if you put fish hooks in the water with worms in them attached to a line. Now go ahead.
That's not a hypothesis. You did not describe a story. So let me give you an example of a more solid hypothesis. There's a lot of flexibility in hypotheses, by the way, but yours is completely wrong because you didn't do one. Hypothesis
Why?
would be, you know what?
Why is it wrong?
I suspect that if I put food on a hook that the fish like or attract to or will eat, that the fish will, if they're in the area and they're hungry, they will come over and they will eat the worm. The hook will penetrate the skin around the mouth, and then I will be able to reel it in with my fishing line and catch a fish. That could be your hypothesis. Now, how do you
Okay,
provide evidence?
so the experiment is separate from the hypothesis, like you said a few minutes ago, and I just stare at the sun for 6 hours and don't catch any fish. Therefore, that disproves that if you try to catch fish with bait and a hook and a line, that doesn't work because the experiment was separate from the hypothesis.
No, you just say you're making no sense.
Exactly.
We don't want
that's
we don't
argument.
want to support the hypothesis with experimentation, which doesn't provide evidence for. Now, you have to ask as a normal educated person in this particular field that your experimentation will support the hypothesis claim, will provide evidence for, will validate it in some way, shape, or form. Now, I don't think anybody would say, I made this hypothesis about worms and hooks and fish and hungry and eating and this and that and how that penetrates the skin. by looking at the sun. No one would think that. So I think you and I are on the same page. I know you don't think that either.
Right. So you
That was
got to have your
hold on. I'm
hypothesis the
talking
same.
to. So the hypothesis would be supported by experiments that did support that. So you might say, I'm going to throw the fish in there with the worm, and I'm going to do it where there's a lot of fish, and I'm going to do it repeatedly over and over again. Each experiment, I'll have to take data. Hey, 3 o'clock in the morning, I threw a fish in there. At 5 in the afternoon, I threw a hook in there with a worm on it. I do all these things, different types of day, different type of temperatures, and that would draw correlations between all these experiments to see if it does support that. I think that a worm on a hook thrown into water when a fish is hungry in the area will eat it. It'll penetrate the skin, and I can pull it out of the water. Those experiments are all different. So one day, one of those thousands of experiments I did, one experiment did this. I threw the worm in the water, and the fish grabbed it, and I pulled it up. So that right there, that I threw it out there, I had, and I could vary the independent variable, like the time of day, whether there's some fish near this or not, the type of worm I use, how sharp the hook is. All these independent variables would be changing, and at the end of the day, thousands of times, changing the independent variable as much as I could along the way. I know it's long, I'm sorry, but now I get the correlation that, yes, now I support my hypothesis with all these experiments. Cause and effect relationship with each experiment.
He said he was sorry.
I'm sorry.
Right, so I'm going to say this, and I'm going to pass the mic to someone else. A while. Okay, so I'm going to say this. You guys are trying to divorce the hypothesis from the experiment when the very definition of the experiment is a hypothesis test.
But you're getting that wrong, Larry. Yes, it is a hypothesis test.
What is an experiment? How am I wrong then? Wait a minute. You said that I'm wrong,
listen, I'll
and
tell
then you quoted me and said I'm right.
Yeah, no, you the words are correct, but the context is incorrect.
What?
It is yes, experiments are hypothesis tests, correct. But the test itself is not the hypothesis test. The test itself is the experiment that validates the hypothesis. So yes, in the same words are being used. Their context is everything. The hypothesis, the experiments are a hypothesis test. It actually provides validated. It provides.
I want another flat earther to respond to what he just said, please.
Yeah, he's absolutely wrong. Your hypothesis details. Your hypothesis details the experiment, what you're testing for, because you know that's how you know what you're testing for is in the hypothesis. So you say, I want to see if hot water causes water to boil. That'll be your hypothesis. And you'll have a null hypothesis, which will be the antithesis of the actual hypothesis. So it'll be the exact opposite. So that way you'll definitely figure out one or the other is true as a true statement.
We don't have to. So each test will either provide evidence for or against the hypothesis. So you'll get a null result in some of these
unless
tests.
You divorce the hypothesis from the test.
No, I'm not divorcing. If I keep on getting
that's what he's trying to do, Larry. Exactly.
I can keep on getting results that can prove the null in the hypothesis. You're not wrong in that the experiments provide support and evidence and actually are a test of the hypothesis. It is a test, but it isn't the test itself. The experiments are the test. They cumulatively provide as a test for the hypothesis. There's a difference. See, the test individually, the test cumulatively. Think about that for a second. The test individually or the test cumulatively. Both are tests. The test is all these experiments or the test is the experiment. There's no difference, and it all provides support for the hypothesis. This isn't that hard, guys. Come on. You're making a big deal out of nothing.
So, Zanuck, I've heard people say that they wanted to test whether the Earth is spinning. Now, how would you do that, right? If the Earth is spinning, it causes this. Well, you would stop the Earth from spinning and see if that thing stops, right?
No, that's not. That'd be nice if you could do that, but you don't have to do
that. It would be nice if you could do that, because why?
Because that would be one major independent variable, which would be completely conclusive and determinant of your hypothesis.
Right.
Without any
question.
question.
We can't do that. So anytime you guys say that the Earth is spinning and it causes this, it's your belief. It has absolutely nothing to do with science, because you can't stop the Earth from rotating, first of all, because it's not rotating.
Well, no,
second of all, even if it was rotating, you wouldn't be able to stop it. Therefore, everything you claim under that umbrella is called fruit of the poisonous tree doctrine. It's irrelevant because you can't prove anything, because you can't stop the Earth from spinning.
Vacuum Sonic.
Seneca, I asked you to like step up your game a little bit, you know, for all the people who were born today, just as a birthday gift. And you couldn't even do that. You had to double speak and say that you're wrong, but what you said was right. But what you said was wrong because you can divorce the hypothesis from the experiment, and that's how we do good science.
Taking a little break right now. You've been going at it a long time, Xanac. Take 5 minutes, 10 minutes, relax.
I need 5 minutes after that shit show. What the fuck? I need a cigarette break. I don't even smoke cigarettes. You're wrong, but you're right. But you're wrong, but you're right. I don't know what to make my argument about, so I'll just word salad you to death.
Larry, is it your birthday?
What?
Larry,
What?
is it your birthday?
No.
Oh.
I was just, trying to convince them, for humanity's sake, please step up the baller game and make like a legitimate argument.
So hard to listen to.
He's technically right. What's up? Who's that? Blaze? What's up, Blaze?
Hi, guys. Sorry, just so frustrating listening another year, and it's like they keep coming back, and we keep having the same kind of conversations.
Yeah, we're gonna start doing things different this year a little bit. Like he's on mute. He needs to take a break, but he technically is right. This
You're breaking up for me.
Jeremy, you're cutting out. You said Xanac was right?
hypothesis is not the experiment. Obviously, they have two different names. However, the hypothesis does detail exactly what your test is going to be.
Jeremy, you broke up, bro. Somewhere in the middle of your thing, we lost you, and I told you, I guess you didn't hear me, but could you repeat that, please? Because I'm really interested in what you said.
I said he technically am I still breaking up?
No, you're good, bro.
I said he technically is right. The hypothesis is not the experiment. Obviously, they have two different names. However, the hypothesis does outline in detail what your experiment is going to be. The experiment is the hypothesis test. That's what you're testing.
Yeah, I never said that, the experiment is the hypothesis, right? I specifically
no one ever
that,
says that, and he keeps arguing that, but no one ever says that the hypothesis is the experiment, but he'll say it 100,000 times like you said it.
Yeah, the experiment is the hypothesis test, right? So you want to test the hypothesis, right? You don't want to divorce the experiment and test something else. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
So Xanac is technically strawmanning you.
Yeah, he strawmans me every time we have this argument. I had the same argument with him a day or two ago. He strawmans the shit out of you. The experiment's not the hypothesis. Yeah, we know, but it's ridiculous.
When I get a little time off, I'm definitely going to look up the Aries failure thing. And the next time I see Chucky, we're going to have a long conversation.
Chucky was in here on it too. He was on one today.
Yeah, he gave a meme to support his argument that Aries was trying to prove the ether, and he disproved the ether with his test, with the Aries failure test.
Yeah, we don't go over that one a lot. What was the experiment checking for?
Motion of the Earth.
That's why they did Aries test to check the motion of the Earth.
Right. They were trying to prove the motion of the Earth by putting water in a telescope. And the hypothesis was if the Earth is spinning, if you tilt the telescope 10 degrees because light travels slower through water, then you won't be able to see the stars. But if the Earth is spinning, you have to tilt it 10 degrees. If it's 5 degrees and you can see the stars, then the Earth is not spinning, the sky is moving. So he saw the stars at 5 degrees, didn't have to tilt at 10 degrees. So it was a failure to prove that the Earth was in motion. And they want to like hijack his experiment and say that actually he was trying to disprove the ether. Well, how
Well,
is
that
it? Or
doesn't
he was
even
trying to
sound.
prove ether rotation. He was
That
trying to
doesn't
prove
even
ether
sound right.
rotation, and he failed. I know, right? That's what it says on flatearth.ws or whatever that bullshit website is. So he basically gave me a meme and read that, and then that was his source.
Yeah, we're gonna try doing it a little different this year. Anyone that's just a chronic habitual destroyer of the chat, we're just gonna leave them on mute for a little, a little bit. They need to take a little break. We're not gonna do this thing where we let Zanuck play games with us for 8 hours straight.
That's wonderful to hear.
Blaze is like,
Good
my
stuff,
man.
Jeremy. Good to hear.
See, I like having the Globers around, but
yeah, of course,
if they're going to be just completely inconsistent with their logic, operating off of bias and using tactics and double speaking, that's not really a fair game. It's like, I'm playing by the rules to the best of my ability. Granted, I'm not perfect, but if I'm trying to play by the rules and the other team is like, fuck the rules, like, oh, eye gouging's allowed, I can elbow you if I want to, like, that's not how you play basketball. You gotta play by the rules or it's not a game.
To put so much emphasis on their priests, the education, it's been handled. It's been handled. They did the research. They did the science. It's handled. No, it's not. That's what we've been told. And that's where the conversation, in my measly opinion, has to change. Because they have so much faith in, their priests, their scientists. And it's like, gosh, you guys were once them. We were all once them. And just because people have degrees doesn't mean anything. Nothing.
You know what's funny about that, Blaze?
What's that?
I tell them many times, you think your priests agree with each other? Like, just go watch a few lectures, when they sit them up on stage and they talk about time or whatever. Have a listen to your priests. They all disagree with each other. Mm-hmm. All of them. They have their own ideas.
And things really took a turn like around the Reformation. 1500, 1600, that was probably like 1600s, I think. And like the Jesuits, oh my gosh, that's when they were created. I forget exactly when, but that's when things. What was that?
1538.
Yeah, around there. Yeah. That's when everything kind of shifted. And they were created to counter the Reformation, hence them being sneaky and, acting like and using the art of war on all of us, acting like they've lost and then infiltrating just everything.
Sorry, quick interjection. Larry, do you want to confirm that is not a meme?
If you want to confirm it and show it to me, sure.
I did. Did you click the link?
Yeah, I clicked the link. It was a website. It's anti-flat Earth. I'm looking for like something from like academia.
Yeah,
right. Something where I can have some.
Yeah, info from Aries failure. It says that they were trying to detect the ether. Nothing about detecting Earth rotation.
What's the mechanism that you're going to be able to detect the ether by putting water in a telescope? How does that detect the ether?
I think we ought to stick to the purpose of the experiment as it was written by Aries and see what that says.
Right. So I'm just looking for the logic, right? Where's the logic in the experiment? If I put water in a telescope and I tilt it 5 degrees, if that happens, then there's no ether. But if I tilt it, hold on. If I tilt it 10 degrees, then I can see the starlight. Then there's ether. Is that what your argument is?
Well, we would have to really dig into the experiment and see, check his methods and why this and why that. But the purpose of the experiment is what's in question right now.
Well, I say we make it a week, right? Make this Aries failure week. Everybody go do their own research. Hopefully not on the first page of Wikipedia, actual research where they spend, a few hours a night on Aries failure. And then everybody a week from today present their findings. What do you guys think? Like a book club. Does that sound like a good idea? That way we're not just doing preliminary research over the internet about something that happened hundreds of years ago. That way we can actually tie it down. But I'm still wondering, how would that prove or disprove the ether if you see starlight through a water-filled telescope? Can you detect ether with a telescope?
I don't even get how it would prove. I don't even get how it would prove if the stars are moving or the Earth is moving.
It doesn't.
I guess because the way I understand it, Malcolm Bowden made some really good videos on this, like 12 years ago. But I guess you would have to think about it. Like, okay, so you got an Earth that's moving, and you see the diagram. The Earth is moving, and the starlight is above it, and it's stationary. If the Earth is moving, then the water enters the top of the telescope at 5 degrees. It's not going to hit the eyepiece. It's going to hit the wall of the telescope and never hit your eye. So you would have to actually tilt it at 10 degrees. That way the angle would be good enough for the starlight to go into the eyepiece. If the stars are moving, then the Earth is stationary, then you would be able to see it at 5 degrees without tilting it. And he did. He saw it at 5 degrees without the necessity of having to tilt it at 10 degrees to see the starlight. So he failed to prove his hypothesis that the Earth was moving.
So, and this is on Flat Earth WS told you that.
Well, that's the anti part. The other part is on Malcolm Bowden's YouTube channel. I'll be right back.
You know what I wonder? How did Aries stop the Earth or the stars to verify this? Either way. Probably had a bit of a problem doing that, huh? Another look in the sky, look at the lights to determine what's going on. Another bullshit thing, in my opinion.
Yeah, I just don't understand how that would say that Earth's not orbiting or something. I also don't know why that would be on Flat Earth WS's website, because
anything on that website is crap.
Yeah, but why would they have on their website Aries failures proved Earth's not rotating? That doesn't even make sense. Like that, or Earth's not orbiting. That just helps us.
Mm-hmm. Anything from that WS thing is a sham. They also say that level is curved. These are the boys that came up with level is curved. So you know.
That WS website, Jeremy, is saying that it disproves ether. That it was an experiment to either prove or disprove ether, and not rotation. That's why it's there.
Larry said it was because of the orbit or something, though.
Yeah, the website's changed the meaning or the point of the experiment test. Call it what you will.
Any so-called experiment that involves lights in the sky, you can just check
it's
it out.
100% facts. What?
Yep. Any experiment that involves lights in the sky.
What's up?
The lights in the sky. I think we're going to all speak at the same time.
The lights in the sky. I can sum up Essie's point. The lights in the sky will definitely tell us what's going on here on the ground.
Perfect. You got it, Jeremy. Perfect. What is this going to be the year of lights in the sky?
Yeah,
2023?
yeah, bro.
What the?
Christmas tree
You
lights.
know? Come on, man. Wake up, people.
As soon as I get Kosho to finish his fucking homework assignment, we're gonna be all over this fucking celestial navigation thing.
You're a major part of it with your freaking 4 stars, huh? Huh?
This shit's gonna be dope as fuck, bro. This is gonna let us know what's really good. This is either gonna be a huge help, or there's gonna be a lot of people that are gonna fucking not like me after this.
Who cares what people say, bro? As long as you do what you
I'm
think
not
is
really
right.
worried. Yeah,
Exactly.
I don't even know you people. Fuck you guys.
That's the spirit.
No one
Independent,
should be mad about
independent
getting
thought.
down to the truth. No one should be mad about this because whatever it comes out to be, it's the truth. So it doesn't matter who's happy about it or not, really.
Yeah.
I think we should go back to these, primitive experiments, right? And we should re-examine them. And would that actually prove that the Earth was moving if the Earth was moving, right? But I'm still curious, what is the mechanism of detecting ether through a telescope? Can a ball earther please explain
There
what Ari
is
was trying
no
to do? Because I'm an
mechanism.
idiot. I'm an idiot and I don't
Zero.
get it. And I need you to explain it to me.
Good luck. They don't even believe the ether. Never mind giving you something that will detect it.
Yeah, how do you detect the background medium with a telescope with water in it? What's the mechanism? Would any ballers like to jump in? Chucky, you still there, homie? Did you get your groceries put away? Hope you made it home safe, brother. For real. I would love to hear your explanation of how, the royal astronomer, like big whoop-de-doo guy, right? He knows that he can detect ether with a telescope if it exists when he puts water in it. I'd love to hear that story.
Yeah, he's not on mute, so whatever. Go ahead if you want.
They got nothing, bro. They got nothing but observations and declarations. Me, on the other hand, with a little bit of research, well, not a little bit, I dug into it. I found some ether. How about that? I found some ether.
Did you put water in your telescope? Cool.
Send me a jar of ether.
Did you watch the video, Jeremy? Of course not, right?
You know I didn't.
Of course you didn't. Isn't it amazing that somebody finds ether, brings it out, and hardly nobody pays attention? That's
Bro, there
crazy.
should be
I'm definitely going to watch it. I got it on my YouTubes.
I was gonna say ether's a pretty hot topic. That should be all over that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna watch. Did you DM it to me?
I ain't DMing you shit.
DM me it. Come on,
DM.
man.
What is this? You need a secretary? Why can't you
We
get it
got
like
tons of
everybody
DMs.
else?
Me
Uh-huh.
and you got tons of DMs going. We DM stuff all the time. Come on.
Jeremy.
I'm not sure if Chucky heard me call him out. Chucky, if you're there, we would like for you to explain to us idiots how detecting ether through a telescope with water in it. How does that work exactly? I got faith in you, Chucky. I know you can make it make sense. I know you're a good man, Chucky, and you wouldn't pull my leg on purpose. You can make it make sense, bro.
I don't know. These Aries people must have never heard the Einstein quote where Einstein said there's no optical experiment that can tell you if the Earth's rotating or the ground's rotating or something like that. If the stars are moving or the Earth's moving.
Well, all the ballers are doing the Inigo Montoya fallacy. I don't think the word means what you think it means.
You keep using that word. All right, well, let's see if Xander can control himself.
So, Jeremy, before you do that,
Oh, all right. What's up?
I DM'd it to your lazy ass.
Thank you. Bro, I'm super busy. I'm constantly busy. I'm the exact opposite of lazy.
You need a secretary. I know.
I need a flat earth secretary. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, Xander, just try to relax a little bit, maybe.
I got OpenAI giving me an answer.
On what?
On Aries failure. This Airy failure refers to an unsuccessful attempt of British astronomer George Bido Airy to detect the predicted deviation in the position of the planet Mercury orbit around the sun because by the effect of general relativity. Despite the significant effort of a number of different experiments, Aries and his team were unable to find any deviation in the planet's orbit that could be attributed to general relativity. The failure was a significant disappointment for the scientific community at the time, as it has called into question the validity of Einstein's theory of general relativity. However, later experiments, such as those conducted by Eddington during 1919 solar eclipse, confirmed that prediction of general relativity and established its fundamental theory of physics.
So sounds like I didn't hear ether mentioned once for A. For B
at all.
Sounds like they made one of Einstein's predictions didn't come true. I don't know why
Roboting, Jeremy. Roboting.
you'd even bring that up if you were a Glover.
You're breaking up, Jeremy.
So what happens if the ether is real? Then what? Does that somehow mean the Earth is flat?
No, those are
Who
different
made that
subjects.
argument? Who
Those
made
are
that
different.
argument?
The ether is definitely real. I found some of it. Now, maybe it's not the kind of ether that everyone's thinking about, but I found the ether from Tesla. He calls it ether flow energy, radiant energy. Now, the most important takeaway here is it's not electromagnetic energy. It's completely different. It's cold energy, safe.
It doesn't register on the EM spectrum.
No, it's not. It's not in. It's not electromagnetic energy at all. Completely different.
So they say that light is a perturbation of the ether field. Or I guess you would say the quantum foam field.
Well,
You're
Tesla.
saying it's different. Okay, I'm just thinking about it, bro. I'm not really making any conclusions.
Oh, that's cool, bro. Yeah, that's what we're here for. Tesla explains it in a way, if I remember correctly, the way sound waves travel through air, light waves or these kind of other waves travel through the ether, kind of a thing, if I got it correctly.
Wouldn't that make the ether indistinguishable from space-time or the quantum fields?
Well, you can't measure space-time.
Space-time is a joke, right? Forget about that. Equate it to quantum foam, if you want to. Quantum foam, 0-point energy. That's it, in that kind of a sense. In other words, stuff popping in and out of existence. That's what the quantum boys say. But the ether is supposed to be there always. And it's weird. And when you disturb it, that's when you activate it, kind of a thought. But this energy that I'm talking about is produced, is how can I? It's like, think of it as splitting electricity, splitting the positive, they call it. In other words, they put electric flow through a high magnet, and it separates, and one side goes the electromagnetic energy, and on the other side is this ether flow, cold energy. I mean, I blew my mind when I found this out, I tell you. 130-year-old technology, safer than what we have now, with crazy abilities, healing properties, defensive properties, wireless properties. Nobody knows about it. How is that freaking possible? I had to find out about it? How is that possible?
So Chucky said something about in the text that he's going to his niece's birthday or something like that. I don't know what's going on, but the time it took him to text that, he could have just, mic'd up and said, yeah, this is how you detect ether with water telescopes.
They know they have nothing, bro.
Well, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm sure he's a good man. I'm sure, right? I don't think that he's an evil guy just spreading disinformation. So we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he's busy. He'll come back tomorrow and he'll give me a full explanation of how it actually works.
Don't count your chickens, Larry. It'll just be a reset, like all of them. They just come in the next day and everything that went on before is just forgotten.
Well, I'm giving them the opportunity. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, if they're given, if they say they're going to bring citations, they don't. And they just carry on as if they weren't made fools out of. And it'll be the same for Chucky tomorrow. But yeah, I hope you're right.
Whether or not Chucky's a good guy is an unfalsifiable claim. Ha ha ha.
Well, when you've been speaking to him for as long as I have.
Yeah, I really think that Chucky wants to get down to the truth of the matter. And if he's wrong, he'll say that he was wrong. But if he's right, he'll explain us the mechanism of how you detect ether with water-filled telescopes.
Well, he said, I didn't bring up Aries' failure. You did, Larry. Well, yeah. And you got involved in the conversation, Chunky. And then you said that it disproved the ether. And Larry has asked you to clarify how filling a telescope with water disproves that ether. Now the floor is yours, Chunky.
Did I read it? Did I read it wrong? Is his name Chunky or Chucky? Maybe I read it wrong. Yeah, I'm trying to rack my brain on how you can detect ether by looking at starlight through a water-filled telescope. And I just can't figure it out. I'm an imbecile sometimes. I can't figure that out. So if somebody could please explain it to me so that I may understand, because I'm telling you right now, I don't understand.
The floor's yours, Chunky. You're the one that made the claim.
Can I change the subject?
Sure, we've given him plenty of time. He'll be back tomorrow or the next day, and I'm sure he'll have done his research. Yeah, go ahead and change the subject, Brett.
What I would like someone to do is explain the Arthur Eddington observation that supposedly proved that the space-time bends and warps.
That's funny. That's really funny.
You probably have to get Winston to do it. Go ahead.
I was just wondering, if someone was capable of describing how that proves the bending and warping of space-time, because I've looked into it, and You know, they say there's two different photographs. One that shows the star when the eclipse is going, and one that shows that the star really isn't there or something. But I've never seen the two photographs side to side to make the comparison for myself. Do you guys have any place that you can find those two photographs that Eddington took that verify that space-time is being bent and warped?
They don't verify no such thing. The only thing you're going to see is a little distortion in a picture. That's it. You can attribute anything that comes in your head to that picture. Anything. Anything. Unicorns, fairy dust, anything.
So I remember this experiment. Yeah, refraction is what I was going to lead to.
Yeah,
I remember
that
this
too, of course.
experiment. They pointed the telescope at the mirror, and they pointed the mirror at the sky at the angle where you could see the eclipse. And they said that they saw stars that they knew were behind the sun at the time. So I'm just going to say that, yeah, the heliosphere, right, light bends down towards a denser medium. So it wrapped around the sun, and it was refraction. Doesn't have anything to do with space-time.
Funny though, during an eclipse, a solar eclipse, no light wraps around the moon. That's really strange. Moon comes in, no light at all, no visibility at all. But somehow, in this case, the light wraps around. It's very, very convenient and very dualistic.
So, Larry, you're saying that it can be just as easily attributed to refraction as it can be the bending and warping of space-time. There's no way to separate the two.
That's right. You wouldn't be able to differentiate what was actually causing it because it's in space and you can't manipulate the heavens.
Okay.
Anything that they tell you about a light in the sky, and I mean anything, is just a guess at best. Just a guess. Anything about the sun, anything out there, they have no clue whatsoever. Zero. All guesses.
Just to sum up Etsy's point, the lights in the sky will definitively tell us what's happening here on the ground.
Exactly.
I mean,
So
I used to fight for that all the time.
Yeah, we went from solid arguments on the ground to stupid observations, lights in the sky. Yeah. Thanks, FED. We appreciate that.
So I started
Have
off
any
this
of you
morning.
guys seen the? Have any of you guys seen the observations that Life is Short did over that little lake about the things disappearing from the bottom up on a flat surface?
Yeah, you're talking about the boat, the little remote control boat disappearing from the bottom up?
No, there's one where he puts a light in a little stand that he made. It's about 2 or 3 inches above the surface of this little lake, and then he goes across the other side of the lake and he photographs the light disappearing as he puts the camera down lower and lower, and it eventually it disappears about halfway into a semicircle like the sun does at sunset a lot of times, and then it completely disappears. He raises the camera up and down, and it disappears over that flat surface. The lake is completely just sheet glass. There's no wind at all. It's an incredible observation, and he goes into a lot of detail on the perspective and how perspective works. It's a beautiful video. I think he aired it on Globebusters or Jeranism or something.
Haven't seen it, bro, but I got a very similar experience when I was at North Beach, Corpus Christi, looking at Ingleside on the bay, 10 miles away. When I put like the water up to my nose, I couldn't see anything. So I'm sitting there like holding my breath with my eyeballs like really on the surface, like really literally on the surface. I couldn't see anything till I got the water down to about my armpits, right? So right below my collarbone, that's where the water was. And at that point, I could see it. So I have a very similar experience. Now I'm assuming there must have been about 1 foot waves, and that's why I couldn't see it. But that's an assumption. It could just be that, there was some sort of atmospheric magnification blocking it, or some sort of atmospheric lensing, because I do believe that actually happens. I just don't believe in the, super refraction that they talk about, where it bends down around the curve for 255 miles.
I just posted a video. I have bottom first obstruction on a clear day on a lake, on a river in Montreal. Have a look. It's about 3 miles. Clearly showing that. I mean, it's obvious. No curve. I'm sure nobody could spot a curve there, right?
A clear day does not mean no refraction. You could have a clear lens and still have refraction.
Absolutely, but have a look. Have a look at the video, judge for yourself, and tell me. You think that's refraction?
See, every time they say refraction, they're admitting that you can never see the geometric horizon because there's refraction. So if you can never see the Earth curve and you don't have an edge, if you have no spherical edge, you have no sphere. So every time you guys say refraction, when we ask you where's the curve, you're admitting defeat.
Anybody can go to a body of water, find some people surfing or some boats, and see for yourself, man. I mean, all you got to do is do it once, and you'll see that your model is just wrong.
They also put cameras in the bases at baseball games, professional baseball games on TV, and the little cameras are in the bases. They're right down, by the ground, and they'll have them so that you can look down the baseline, which is they land plane those baseball fields to make them, completely flat. They're not level because they put a little in it for drainage, but the baselines and stuff are completely flat. And as the players walk away from you down the baselines, their feet definitely disappear. They start to disappear from the bottom up.
Yeah, this is not rocket science, man. This is very simple.
Well, hold on. I don't know about baseball fields, but I know like football fields, soccer fields, and stuff. They have a pitch to it so that the water drains. Are you sure they're flat?
Yeah, they're flat, but like you say, there's a pitch to them. At the whole thing is pitched for drainage, but it's flat. It's not level. It's flat.
The words run out of my mouth.
My man, level is flat, bro.
No.
Oh,
you could have a picture frame that's askew, and it would be a flat top, but it wouldn't be level.
Yeah, level's
You guys
horizontal,
heard
right?
of the basketball court paradox?
Hold on a minute. Level is definitely horizontal, but flat is not always level. You can take a flat. You can. I've got a flat floor in my house, but it's definitely not level because my foundation's sinking.
Oh, there's a man that knows what he's talking about. Yep.
Right, but if it's level, then it's definitely flat, right?
Yeah, I guess you could say that if it's level, it's flat, but it's not. It's not.
How could you say something's level and not flat?
If it's level, it's flat. If it's flat, it's not always level.
Yeah, we know that. Obviously, you can have a flat wall or a flat mirror hanging on the wall or something. Yeah.
So let me give
the level's always flat.
Let me give a practical example. If I'm hanging pictures in the new house, right, and my wife says, when you hang the clock, make sure it's level, I'm going to be like, what the fuck does that mean? Right? I can understand if she said make sure it's straight up and down. But level, the clock can't be level, right? Unless it's a a square clock. But most clocks are circular.
Okay, so I looked at that video with the water and all the surfers. What exactly am I supposed to be looking out for?
Didn't you see them their bottoms disappear first as the camera zooms out?
No, I see a lot of atmospheric distortion in the video, and there's some waves that kind of obstruct some of the bottoms.
Waves in the river? Seriously? How big do you think those waves are?
Pretty small.
Yeah. But you do notice the bottom first obstruction, regardless of what you think it is, right? You did notice that?
There's some obstruction. There's also some distortion.
Yeah, well before the disappearing point of your sphere, right? You have to admit that. It's around 3 miles, and I'm about 8 foot, the camera. So clearly there should be no obstruction there, according to your model. But yet there is. You can't deny it, bro. I mean, it's there in front of your eyes.
There's some obstruction from the waves.
The waves? Come on.
The waves in the water.
Look at it again, bro. Look at it again. Slow it down. Stop it if you have to. That's the way our eyes work, bro. That's the way. When you look something in the distance, that's the way it works. It disappears bottom first. I mean, that's just the way it is. The deck has a less of a level. It's more obstructed, where up is not. Now, if you go on a hallway, right, you'll see that on all 4 sides. If you look at train tracks in the distance, you'll see that, right? This is not rocket science. That's the way our eyes work.
About that basketball court paradise.
The basketball court one, yeah, that I had some fun with that one. So you ask the ballers, right? You have a perfectly level basketball court. Then you take, one of those little swimming pools for the kiddies. You fill that up with water in the middle, and then you just pour it out. And you ask them, which way will the water flow?
Okay, so you're saying that like when you zoom out, the surfboards seem to disappear. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, they seem to disappear, but not the surfboard. Yeah, the whole picture of the person, the surfboards disappear first. In other words, bottom first disappearance.
I think that's a problem of contrast.
You think it's contrast? Yeah. It's
So
funny though that the same thing happens at longer distances, right?
Is this a digital zoom or a mechanical zoom?
I don't think it went to digital that far. I think it's just a mechanical one.
Well, there you go then. When you zoom out, all right, so your pixels are getting bigger. Yeah, the angular field of view of each pixel is getting bigger as you're zooming out, and so the surfboards are getting smaller in the pixel space. When they get small enough, you can no longer resolve them against the background clutter.
Fair enough. And is that the same thing that happens?
That doesn't happen with your eyeballs though. That happens with the camera because of the pixel. You cannot mechanically zoom in and out with your eyes. So that's not how your eyes work.
Okay, so when the ballers say, and I don't know what you are, and it doesn't matter to me, when the ballers say that we see the boat disappearing bottom first, can I make the same argument that you're making now? It's the camera, it's the pixels?
It's the camera. It's not your eyes.
So it's never the Earth. It's never the Earth curve then.
Wow, it's not your eyes, really?
Is it? Is it the camera or is it the Earth curve?
At this short distance, that's not the Earth curve. That's waves, and it's the camera.
So at what distance do you think it would be the Earth curve then?
at least I would say at least 30 kilometers, at least 10 kilometers if you have really high resolution cameras.
Oh.
6 miles. So you're going against the model.
Oh.
You're going against the model.
It's amazing.
Depends on the camera, I'd say.
Depends on the camera. You mean the
Sorry.
Earth curves depending on the camera?
Your eyes.
But with keeping things in the context of this video, the reason for the bottom of these surfboards seeming to disappear when you zoom out, that is strictly because of the camera.
Okay, I'll give you that. I'm not saying I agree with you. I'll give you that. Now, let's put it further away like you're saying. So you're saying if the distance is further than it's not the camera, then it becomes the Earth curve? I mean, this doesn't make sense because the further, I would imagine more disruption, more of what you're saying, not less.
Right. So if you can like zoom in to a much greater distance, you're going to have a lot more atmospheric distortion.
So then it's not the Earth curve.
And then the only way to get around that is to leave the atmosphere, go up higher. Take your camera up to a higher altitude to minimize the distortion. Then you can start to see a curvature at some point.
How high would you say? How high?
I'd say a curvature can probably start to be detected maybe around, like I've heard a claim more like 20,000 feet. To me, it's more like 40,000 feet.
So you were going against Neil deGrasse Tyson, Bob Gardner. You're going against all this, right?
Let me stop you there. I don't follow those guys. I don't know much about them. I don't follow them. I've never heard of Neil deGrasse Tyson until I came into a flat Earth server. So I don't follow him.
Bullshit.
How about Bob Gardner? Have you seen that?
No, I don't know who that is. I'm sorry, I don't know who that is.
You don't know the Red Bull jump?
I've only seen that from a flat Earth server. That's it.
Well, the ballers used to use that as Earth curve proof until we told them, hey, look down. Is the Earth comprised of just one state?
I don't know much about that. I'm sorry.
Mexico. Mexico makes up half the world, bro.
Another thing to consider is, talking about how a camera in your eye work and how things disappear is if you have something that you can see, like say a candle, and you can see it and you start walking away from it, eventually you'll get to the point where that thing will blend in with all its surroundings, just like it does with a camera. So your eye does work a lot like a camera. It doesn't have a zoom on it. Things definitely disappear because they're not resolvable anymore. They just get too small.
Yeah, your eye is curved, just like a lens. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So it doesn't actually disappear though, right? It just seems to blend in with the background. It becomes unresolvable.
It becomes unresolvable. Of course, it doesn't disappear.
It actually disappears.
That's an issue of angular resolution.
Exactly.
Fraction limit.
Exactly. Sorry.
Yeah, so how do you figure then? How do you square the circle? If I just showed you proof, right? Solid proof, you saw it for yourself, something disappearing at around 3 miles bottom first. So that kills your thing. And I have pictures of boats 7 miles, 8 miles away without any obstruction whatsoever. I mean, it just go to the water, man. Just seek some water and see for yourself. Your model dies right at the shore. Stand at the beach, the model dies every time.
Yeah, I go down to the beach a lot and I see a lot of dead models laying around in the sand.
Yeah.
I actually laughed at that.
No ballers want to challenge that? I guess it's settled.
Nope, we don't.
Water.
Neener.
Neener. Nope. Nah. Okay. Neener.
Listen, so if level is horizontal, that means level is flat, right, guys?
You're still on that, Jeremy?
Yes.
Well, I'm just saying, I don't know why you guys are just talking crazy like level ain't flat. It don't make sense, bro.
Bro, let me explain to you again, bro, because it doesn't seem to be sinking in. We're not saying that. Me personally, I'm saying that flat is not an orientation. Some people seem to think that flat is an orientation, and it's not.
No, who thinks that? Nobody
A
thinks.
lot of people, bro. A lot of people.
I've never heard anyone say that.
You'll be surprised. Keep listening.
Jeremy, you're actually saying that when you're saying that level is flat or flat is level. You're saying that right there.
In a sense, yeah. Yeah.
No, because it is though. It's not curving, bending, sloping. It could slope, I guess, but it's not bending or curving or anything. It's just flat.
Can you have a flat wall?
Yes, you can have a flat wall. I'm not saying flat.
Is it horizontal?
Hold on. I'm not. No, it's not horizontal. Of course, I'm not saying flat is horizontal. I'm saying horizontal is flat.
No. Well, you can, but you can't limit it to that. See, that's where you're trying to
That's
limit
just
it
one
to
of the
that.
properties. It's one of the properties of horizontal. It's always going to be flat.
Yeah, but flat is not always horizontal. If you can,
Yeah, of course. You can have a flat
understand that, then
wall.
we're
Yeah.
good. Yeah.
Yeah, you have a flat wall, flat fucking slope, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is level a orientation?
Yeah, you can orient yourself to level. Yeah, absolutely.
Is horizontal an orientation?
Definitely.
Is flat an orientation?
No, nobody says that though. No, I've never heard anyone say that.
Okay.
Was the Glover saying that? Like what weirdo saying that?
I thought you were.
Oh man, no, I'm just saying horizontal's flat.
So we don't have to argue about this anymore.
You know what,
I mean,
Jeremy? I don't want to mention any names, but next time you go to FED, bring that argument up and you'll see who supports it.
that flat's an orientation.
Just bring it up, bro. Just bring it up.
Dude, I got too much on my plate with them dudes already. I ain't going down that road yet.
That's the road that's gonna get you.
Where the fuck is Kosho at? I need these four GPs.
And the ballers think level is curved, right?
No, I never heard that before. Come on, SE, of course, yeah.
What? Okay. So level seems to have different meanings to different people.
Well, I mean, Oxford, Webster, they all think level's horizontal, flat. So I don't know what these Globers think, but
Yeah, I don't even like Webster's. Like, I kind of feel like Webster was like the beginning of like changing the words. But yeah, I look at a lot of Oxford dictionary. I actually have one in my house, and I know it's pretty good just from reading it. And the Oxford Online Dictionary is just as good.
how am I supposed to take you guys serious though? The pizza man, the garbage truck driver, the janitor, you guys don't have no fucking credentials or nothing. Have you ever taken a physics class, Larry?
But technically, I've seen a physics class online that was recorded, but taken a physics class, no. Like, why would I pay for that? It's free online.
Jeremy, you can believe what I say. I'm a retired pool man.
Oh, that helps big time, yeah. The pool boy, the garbage man, the pizza delivery guy, and the janitor.
What a
Slash
combo.
scientist. I actually do
Walked
science.
into a bar and said, "What is the meaning of level?"
Yeah. I actually do science. You could check with Extremistus. He thinks I'm a scientist, so we're all good there.
So do you
And
guys
the
want to
baller
laugh a
said,
bit more?
"Go ahead."
The basketball paradox. Ask a baller this. You have a basketball court. Ask them first of all if they think it's completely level, which I'm pretty sure it is, right? And tell them if they say yes, it's perfectly level. Tell them if we take a little swimming pool, you know those little kiddie swimming pools, fill it with water, bring it in the center, and just release the water evenly on all sides. What will the water do? Where will the water flow? And just listen to what they're going to say, bro. And as a matter of fact, anybody want to take
If it
that?
was,
Zanuck,
I know
anybody want to?
I know what they say. Yeah, if it's completely flat and you dump water out on it, the Globers will tell you if it was actually. I don't know about level, but if it's flat, they'll say it's going to pool up in the middle.
Exactly. We don't have to even make comments anymore because Jeremy has the answers down pat.
There you
Yeah, I'm the
go.
new
There you
Zanuck.
go.
I can be the calm Zanuck, the one
Yep.
on weed.
I'm calm.
What?
No, I'm very
So
calm.
say it again, Zanuck. Say what you think the water will do, so everybody could hear it.
Jeremy just said it. If it's perfectly flat, you asked two questions. First, you said if it's perfectly level, what would the water do? And then Jeremy jumped in and said if it's flat, this is what it would do. So, which answer do you want?
Level. The court is
level.
completely level. You can call it flat if you want as well, but it's completely
level at every
level.
point. Yep. You're a surveyor. You have the surveying tools you need to make sure that whole thing is level at every point in that basketball court. And you have little borders on the edge in case, this thing's going to get a lot of water. So you don't want it to spill off into the streets. So you put the borders up and you pour the water in there and it fills that basketball court 1 inch depth from under each hoop and on the sideline. Now, Jeremy mentioned flat. It's flat, perfectly flat, though, with the center point being level. An orientation perpendicular to plumb, you pour the water in there, all of it will fill up in a perfect circle in the center.
Now, what happens if it's Glober level, though? What does the water
do? What is Glober level?
Glober, curving level.
I just told you it'd be perfectly evenly distributed. A 1 inch depth from hoop to hoop to sideline to sideline. 1 inch deep.
All right, cool. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put the basketball court on stilts and have it 100 feet in the air, and it's still gonna do that.
Yep.
It's not gonna fall off the edge.
No.
Now hold on. Listen to this.
So the water.
If you don't have borders, you have to containment. You have to have
container. You got to have a container to have water.
You have to have a container to have the water would come off the sides.
Of a what? Like if we had a ball, let's say we had a ball, you got to have a container to keep the water in, right?
If you have a ball, you have to keep the container to keep the water in. What?
Yeah, I mean you need a container for this curved level thing, right? So the more curve you have, the more you're always going to need a container, right?
Well, both scenarios you need depending how much water you have. If you have a lot of water, even though most of it would pull to the center, if you have a lot of water, a lot of it would spill off the sides. Keep it simple.
So hold on. You're saying if it's flat, the water's going to pool at the center. Isn't that what you said?
Right. But if you have a lot of water, it can go off the sides. I mean, you overwhelm that pool that would be forming at the center. If it was deep enough, you can go high enough where out depth the sides as well. But
so what's the difference between flat and level in your head, Zanuck? What's the difference between flat and level?
Head, what the definition of level is a point
flat horizontal,
exactly perpendicular to plumb. Orientation perpendicular to level. And if you have every point on that basketball court level, meaning you go to every single point and say, is this point level? Is this point have an orientation perpendicular to plumb everywhere around it? Then, with respect to every other point, then you will say that whole surface is level. Water on it, it will level out where it will be just like the same depth all the way across. If it's flat and is level, is only at one point in the center with respect to every other point, then it will pull to the center.
So that's how you envision your world, though, right? The second scenario.
That is how
right?
geodetic surveying. That's how geodetic surveying works.
There you
That's
go,
exactly
guys.
how it works.
There you go. A perfect level court. The water will pool in the middle. Hump.
No, exactly opposite what I said.
The flat. A perfectly flat court.
Get it straight.
The
Yes,
water
flat.
will pool in the middle.
Correct.
And be slightly lower all around.
Correct. There you go.
There you go. There's your paradox,
Oh,
ladies and
when have
gentlemen.
we
They
ever
just
seen
don't
that?
see it.
Hold on. When have we ever seen that though? Like, can't we get perfectly flat things like a tabletop or something that's not like level curved and then it doesn't pool in the middle?
It does. So geodetically, they see exactly that. They see rivers that overflow. They think because the
Hold
ellipsoid.
on, Zanuck, I don't want to interrupt you, but I
You
don't
did,
know
though.
how geodetic surveyors would see that. There are no flat spots in geodetic surveying.
They're not? Sure there is.
Rumpus told me that in geodetic surveying, flat means curved. So I was like, that's weird. Because what if there's an actual flat spot? I asked him, and he told me impossible. There are no flat spots.
No, he's wrong there, and he just didn't think about it all the way through.
Rumpus
I'm
is
here to tell you.
wrong?
Remember,
Oh, boy.
I am the citation. Remember that.
Take
So what
that,
happens
Jeremy.
is
Make it a short.
what happens is you'll find two spots that are you can find two spots that the plumb lines are exactly parallel, and that would mean that the water, if you had 3 spots or 4 spots where it outlined some area, and you actually would have a flat surface on the curved earth as we call it, and the water would pull to the center, and that does happen. Water pulling to the center, even though you have a curved surface beneath it. Because geodetically, it is acting as flat. Parallel plumb lines, in other words.
You see how easy it is to expose their fantasy? It's so easy, man. A basketball court. Wow.
Actually, I'm actually watching. Yeah, it is. It's fucking mental.
Again, they do this all the time. They think that the water will go one way, then it rains, and that creek goes up the hill into the guy's house. Wait a minute, it's above the lake. Why would it go up? Because geodetically, it is below it, or
It's
even
a big,
to it.
it's a massive fucking ball, bro. What are you talking about? Does all the water geodetically rise to the fucking middle of the surface of the big fucking ball? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about parallel plumb lines.
But you're not actually talking about a fucking ball, eh?
Talking about the
He's talking
ball
about a
and
hypothetical
areas on the ball that are not
So we're in a
spherical.
hypothetical. I see.
Not hypothetical, measured and used so that your house on your 2-acre property doesn't have the river flow into your house when it gets
How do you
stuck.
measure the ball if there's always refraction? How do you measure the actual geometric horizon that we can't see because of refraction?
And it's always flowing to a flat surface.
Because refraction only occurs over relatively longer distances. You can do things over 100 yards.
Oh my God!
No, there's
yeah.
always refraction, Zanuck.
Yes,
if there's an
correct.
atmosphere on Earth,
We
don't
know how
straw man the
refraction
Earth,
works.
Zanuck.
Yes, and that refraction is so small it doesn't have consequence. Proven by what we can do with it. Proven by how we can show which way water will flow. So we know it's right because we know which way water flows. It flows
Without a container.
Equipotential tells you where it's going to flow.
Straight.
Yeah, but you definitely need a container though to keep the water in, right? You said that earlier on the basketball court. You got to have a container.
If it's deep enough, yeah, because it wants to go down.
Do you actually hear yourself sometimes?
Well, what if it's not deep enough? What if we only have a half an inch of water? Then you don't need a container.
Just need a surface.
We have a basketball court levitated in the air on some jets and shit. 1,000 feet in the air, just a basketball court.
Mm-hmm.
You're telling me we don't need a container to keep that water in? It'll just sit level on the whole surface.
If it's a flat surface and you have
no, it's level. It's your curved level.
Oh, it's level, yeah. Technically, it'll fly off the sides.
You need a container to keep water.
It cannot have a depth because it's going to be even everywhere. If it's perfect.
Okay. So on this curved level, you definitely are going to need a container to keep. Zanuck, can you hear me?
Perfectly level.
Can you hear me?
I made a mistake. Perfectly
can you
level.
Hear me?
Yes, perfectly level. I meant.
Okay, so on this perfectly level basketball court, you're going to need the container to keep water in.
You need sides. Yes, edges.
Yes, you need a container.
Yes,
Container walls.
Yes, container
Yeah.
walls.
So this curved level you got going on, it needs a container to keep the water in.
Yes.
Yeah. Where's your container on the globe?
The shoreline, mountains,
The shoreline.
islands, right?
Yeah. I'm saying what it's gonna.
The container or the shore is the shores. Those are the eyes that's higher than the water level. Container. That's not that hard to understand.
The shore is on the exterior of your mythical sphere, holding the water in.
Mm-hmm.
It's so easy, man.
The nervous laugh.
You hear what you're saying?
Always gives the troll away. The nervous laugh.
Not a nervous laugh, Sonic.
Nervous laugh.
You're
That's
insane.
your mental laugh. You're saying
He's
there's
laughing
there's
at you.
earth around your sphere. There's shoreline around your sphere. You just said. Maybe you didn't realize what you said, but
shoreline
that's what you
around the
said.
water. The shoreline is around the water that contains it because you know why? It's higher than the water level. That's
Yeah,
why
but picture your sphere now.
If you dug a hole on the shore, water would come out of that pool or lake or whatever, and it'd travel and follow the equipotential of the surface. Equipotential is the gravitational strength variations as it progresses, and it can meet another river, meet the ocean. All these things are contained by the shore. It's not that much of a stretch, and don't make another nervous laugh. It makes it kind of sketchy.
No nervous laugh. You're explaining now a plane. You're explaining a level surface. You're not explaining a sphere. The water that you say is contained is on a level surface, my friend. But your ball is round, is spherical.
Level. Right.
So you can't say that a shore is containing that water, which is in your mythical space. But that's what you said before, a shore.
Level is curved. If you, in your mind, SE, think, have it registered and imprinted in your brain saying level equals curve, then everything you said is true. Doesn't mean it's flat or straight. It's curved.
Just play this back and listen to yourself, bro. Listen to what you said.
I don't have
Sounds to me like Zanuck is washing
knowledge.
his hog with poppycock.
The difference between you and me, SE, is knowledge. I know what I'm saying. You don't. That's okay. Learn. Stupidity is forever.
You know how to do
ignorance can be taught.
Zanuck. Celestial navigation.
Oh no, you're going to the lights in the sky again, huh?
I just want to see if he can do this thing because Kosho is failing me miserably right now. I need Bacon or somebody competent to do this. I don't want to make an argument. I just need somebody to find these 4 points that are equal distant on the sides.
Didn't he already do that for you?
He did it. It wasn't equal distant. It wasn't a square. We had to restart from scratch because he had some weird trapezoid shape. I can't bring the trapezoid thing to Oakley because it's too. It has to be unless Kosho's coming with me, which he said he won't. But unless he's coming with me, I can't do the trapezoid thing because I don't know the formula. It's very complicated. Angles start to get involved. I'm not trying to get into angles on a curved surface argument, weird thing. So the square thing is way easier because there's a nice simple formula. Settle down, PMAC. There's a nice easy formula for the square thing. It's not complicated. Wham bam. Thank you, ma'am.
I'm well settled, bro. Thank you.
So, Jeremy, what are you trying to find out? A square on the sphere?
No, I need 4 GPs.
Okay.
Jeremy, I think whatever you take to Oakley's, you're going to end up sucking some salty balls over there.
No, I went on Oakley's last week. It was fine. You guys don't just gotta act right. That's all.
Act right? What does that mean?
Don't challenge anything.
You're a submissive little bitch. Is that what you're saying?
Well done, Jeremy.
So, Jeremy, 4 points.
When I get these distances, we gonna see. So
4 equal distance points on a sphere. Is it?
I need somebody to do celestial navigation, and I need to have the biggest square as possible, like thousands of miles.
Okay.
But you get the distances between this whole square just from GPs and doing the GPs in the almanac and using the formula where you get the 90 and then you subtract what degree it is and then you times it by 60 nautical miles. And that's how you get the distance.
Why don't we get like equator?
No, we ain't doing that.
Why no, equator to like San Francisco, over to New York, and then back down to the equator.
Well, as long as it's equidistant, all the sides of the...
It will be equidistant. That's easy to do.
No, they all need to be able to do celestial navigation measurements on each other.
Even better, we'll do the North Pole to California.
No, it needs to be a GP in the almanac, bro.
Yeah, North Pole's on the is a GP in the almanac.
In the almanac.
Yes,
GP of Polaris.
Yes, Polaris. And it varies a little bit because it has a little bit of wobble. And it's noted in the almanac.
Yeah, I'm not using Do you think I'm going on Oakley's with the Polaris? Are you fucking nuts, dude? This is why heads get fucked up when they go on Oakley's. They're not thinking it through.
Why can't you take Polaris on the?
You don't take a chance, like? Just say what you think.
There's an idea.
You got to go with something hard.
Why can't you take Polaris and Oakley's? Why?
You got to go with something real, bro. I'm not going with a GP no one's ever been at. There's no way.
Wait.
You used to go on Oakley's all the time. How you used to go on Oakley's all the time and just ramble crazy shit. And I told you, hey, why don't you formulate your thoughts before you go on, or make a little YouTube video or something? And you would never do it. You just went on there and tried to freestyle it.
It was freestyle because it's so easy to freestyle it. It's so easy to give the information. They just denied it.
No, it's not, bro. You got wrecked on Oakley's.
They need, like Coriolis. They did not understand. They still don't.
Don't bring up Coriolis. We're not going down that road. New Perspective is here. We'll be lost in the sauce with New Perspective's Coriolis thing he's got going on.
They still think the Earth rotates under things.
Don't even go there. Change the subject. Talk about birds.
Jeremy understands it, and I know he does. No, me.
Yes,
no, we're not going there. We're not going there.
I see. Was all about
we spent the whole freaking day the day before on that.
We do Coriolis week like Shark Week up in this bitch. It's not time yet.
New Perspective has no clue, and that's the problem. Made it a shit show.
But you been on there telling them that? You told him that, yeah?
Told him what?
That he has no clue.
Yeah, I told him. He's clueless.
Did you? How long did you last?
He did. I mean, even if I explained to him in great detail, he still ran around with the victory flag. See, they can't tell me how I gained that lost momentum by going southwest.
We're talking about it now. Why are we're not supposed to be talking about it?
Yeah,
hey,
we got PJ. We got PJ.
So anyway, you want to so you don't like the GP. You don't. Okay, Jeremy. You don't like the GP. I get it. So we don't like the GP of the North. We want to have a GP of a star that it's an Indian almanac that's not the North. We can't go. We have to be able to go to the GP. Is what you're saying. So we're gonna go like Winnipeg or something. Winnipeg, Vancouver, L.A., Dallas. How about that?
If you can get 4.4 GPs that are equidistant apart, let me know.
Okay. You want distance as in mileage, right?
Equal
miles,
distance.
Yeah. Nautical miles, inches, elephant dicks, whatever measurement it needs to be the same.
Yeah, find some equal distance.
Calm down, Jeremy.
He's getting an elephant is a much larger dick. Either go big or go home. He's going elephant dick.
So we got to agree on some sort of elephant dick standard.
Hey, Pete.
Hello. How's it going? Thanks for the unmute.
Hey, Zanuck, unless you have a new answer or something, just don't do these guys a courtesy, West, southwest doesn't work for you. Sorry.
I told you how, but you didn't want to understand it.
Can I change the subject?
Yes. What do you got?
Okay. I had Jesse Gordon post two videos, one at 10:14, one at 10:15, and he makes some really good observations there, and using a total station, and they kind of confused me. I mean, I had some preconceived ideas that were kind of wiped out by these videos. And if you guys would like to discuss them, I think it would be good if you went and watched the videos and then came back, because I have a lot of questions about what's going on.
Is this the one where he watched a ship go from side to side?
Yeah, over a sign that's above where he's standing. Yeah, I think maybe that's what you're talking about.
We wrecked it. We wrecked that argument. We wrecked him on that. Dude, this is where arguments come to die right here. This server right here, this is where they get destroyed.
Okay, then you know what I'm talking about. Then I could ask you some questions about it. Is that okay?
No, we should wait for Jesse because I don't want to straw man him or anything, but we should wait for Jesse. I'm not going to defend his position.
Right,
so.
but you destroyed
Which
it. So
I can help you, Barrel. Which video are you talking about? The one you just posted? The
Okay.
over obstruction with refraction?
Hold on a minute. Now, what it is that he sets up a total station on the beach in the Straits of Juan de Fuca, and there's a sign on a post. It's a couple hundred yards, I think, off the beach in the water, and that sign, according to the total station, is above the total station. You know, he shows you the little picture of the total station with its digital readouts, and it shows that sign is I think it's like 3 feet above the elevation of the total station. And then he aims his total station out at some boats he aims them at the water line of some boats, and the boat's water lines have to be below the auto station because the auto station is above the level of the water in the Straits of Juan de Fuca. But the weird thing about it is that even though those boats are have to be physically below the level of that auto that total station, they pass above the sign, which is above the elevation of the total station. It just doesn't make sense.
Okay,
which picture are you looking at? There's the bottom one, there's the middle one, the top lighthouse. Which waterline below eye level? That's when
you'd have to watch the video. There's a tugboat. I think it's a tugboat that passes over the sign, the top of the sign, and there's also I think it's a barge. It's a little bigger boat that passes above the sign too, and it just doesn't make any sense using perspective that those boats whose water lines are lower than the total station's level pass above the sign that is above the level of the auto level. How do you explain that?
Me or Zanuck?
Is it? I don't see it above it. I see it definitely higher on that sign. Are you talking about a sign that does 3-post, 4-post structure? It looks like a sign. Is that what you're talking about?
No, you're looking at the wrong one. It's just a single sign on a post, a couple hundred yards off the shore, and two boats slowly pass over that.
Yeah, I thought he took stills of that. I'll go back. I'll back more.
Yeah, we should wait. We should wait for Jesse for this, but we know things are moving up and down in the distance. So,
I see
whatever that.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I've seen this before.
Zanuck,
what?
I don't know. Do you have me muted or obviously not? Because you just responded to me. Why? I was in the middle of explaining what's going on with this thing.
You really
Jesus, Jeremy, don't be so fucking snowflakey, man.
Jeremy, don't you know that he's like belligerent without drinking? Imagine Zanuck drunk. I mean, his inhibitions are already gone while he's sober.
Oh, bro, I'd have him in a fucking figure 4 leg lock if I got drunk with Zanuck. Anyways, listen. The thing is, those boats are miles away, I'm guessing. So I can't recall. That's why we should wait for Jesse for this, but there's this thing called refraction, so those boats aren't in their actual position; they're in just some apparent position. So I mean, they could be anywhere. Who knows where they actually are?
Yeah, I that's what I figured too when I saw the video. I said, well, there's got to be some refraction going on because otherwise it's impossible to explain it just using perspective. If there is refraction involved, then it means that refraction is lifting up those boats in our vision. You know what I mean? Elevating up above that sign, which is impossible just using perspective. There's another video where he has two boats that are, I think they're anchored. Maybe they're not anchored, but they're these big, huge boats. He levels the total station, and the water lines of the boats are like one of them's like 29 feet above the level of the total station. So it's doing the same thing as the other pictures, and it's just weird. It's so.
Well, I can explain it. It's not weird. It's how refraction works. So this
Right.
looming of
It's what
the
they say.
objects.
It's you would call that looming then, just like they say that things loom. That refraction is causing those boats to loom up. Isn't that
Correct.
true?
So the light bends downward, and the objects, obviously, when light is bending downward, will appear to be higher in your normally otherwise would be seen. So that's why things that's why things can in the distance be above level. If they are at your eye height, they're above level because refraction, because perspective doesn't work that way, as you clearly said.
Xanax.
Right,
The thing is, Xanax. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can't really see that would happen on a flat Earth too. You can't really say that that's
No.
a proof of curvature, because if it was on a flat surface, you could lift things up with just like you can on a round surface.
No, you missed the part about when things are at eye level. Everything, if it's a flat surface, everything at eye level will stay at eye level, will not move at all. That's how perspective works. Doesn't move. Only things below eye level will come to eye level, and only things above eye level will go down to eye level, and they will conform to simple trigonometric functions to do that.
But you're not taking in, when you say that you're not taking into consideration refraction, because refraction can lift things up.
Yes.
Okay, so and refraction can happen on a flat or a round surface.
Yes.
Definitely.
It's not a proof of the ball. It's just.
I don't think anyone said it was proof of the ball.
No proof of the ball.
The reason that now you're kind of inverting the argument. It's not proof of the ball. It's either way. It's not proof of the flat. It just says that things can be above eye level due to that refraction can loom things up. So when you see something that looks flat, it might not be flat because it could be refracted up, and you can do other things.
I would agree. Things can appear higher or lower. The thing is, if this isn't proof that Earth is curving, then why did he present? That's why I said we should have waited for Jesse, because Xanax just be making wild shit up.
I'm not making anything up. It's wild.
You make wild shit up.
I didn't make anything up.
You woke up that hog that you were watching.
Logical and informed.
You made up that hog that you're. Come on, bro.
You just spent 30 minutes making shit up, bro.
I didn't make
Can I continue? Can I continue? The reason why I brought this up, I asked Jesse originally, what can you show me any proof that light bends around a ball? And this is what he brought up for me. This is what he countered that, and so he really didn't show me light bending around a ball. What he showed me was light refracting and making things look higher than they should be, than they are.
That's what everyone means by that term. When light bending around a ball means the only way things can be loomed up is if the light is bending around the ball.
No, because it can happen on a flat surface too.
Correct.
You can elevate things on a flat surface. So it doesn't prove a ball or that light is being bent around a ball. All it's proving is that refraction can make things look higher in the distance.
Maybe he should have been more clear and said light can bend, make it look like it around a ball. But if it's flat, it can still be loomed up. But the point is, he's saying that light can bend downward and loom things upward. So that if you did have a ball, that would flatten that ball out.
Right, but it's not a demonstration of light bending around a ball, or that the Earth is flat. I mean, that the Earth is a ball. It doesn't prove that the Earth is a ball.
Yeah.
It only proves refraction.
Yeah, proves refraction. But refraction it's interesting because refraction requires an angle of, even though you'd have some refraction on a flat surface, and we can see this in the simulations, the amount of refraction we're seeing technically require a ball because you have so much of a changing angle of incidence. It has to consistently be changing, which is the definition of a spherical surface, which wouldn't be happening on a flat surface. So you wouldn't see this type of refraction characteristics.
Yeah, but
That's what he's saying, Robert.
but you don't know if that's how it's happening because you've never measured which way the light's bending or had it got an actual position on anything far in the distance.
We know which way it's bending because it's looming things up. They can't go up. We know that for a fact.
You'd have to know their actual. See, this is where you get nutty on me, crazy. For you to say that it's looming things up, you'd have to have its actual position, and
No,
things could be loomed up on a flat Earth too. That doesn't mean that
that's illogical.
things could be loomed up on a flat Earth. I don't understand.
Yes, that's not the point. The point is that they are looming up because it cannot be at eye level at a distance if it didn't start out at eye level at any distance.
What?
Objects cannot be.
It can't be at eye level on a
level
globe because it'll be getting obstructed.
I think what Danik is trying to say is that
things cannot be at things that are eye level, things of the same height at eye level, will always be at eye level in the distance. If they go up, we know it's refracting up, Jeremy. We know it's looming up. Refraction is going down.
Right. That's true.
Flat or round. You have to at least know that.
It doesn't prove a ball. It doesn't prove a ball because you know it will happen. It happens on a flat surface too.
So if the horizon appears at eye level and it's being moved up, it means it's actually curved down.
The argument was which way it's refracting. It doesn't matter round or flat. I agree in this particular argument. The argument I have is with Jeremy is that we know it is looming. We know that is downward refraction. So we know the direction of the refraction. We know it.
In order to know which way the object is, higher or lower, you'd have to know its actual position. Because you're not going to tell me. You're not going to sit here and tell me. Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Hold on. You're not going to sit here and tell me that something's higher or lower than its actual position, and then tell me I don't know. You never knew its actual position.
Yeah, you must not be listening. I said if you know the object's height above the surface, and you know the height above the surface that you're standing on, and you're measuring that position with respect to level, and it is higher than level, you don't have to know how far it is. You don't know what shape. You don't need to know anything. All you know is that if it's above eye level, that the surface either is not flat or it is being refracted downward, which means to go up. That we do know. We don't need to know anything else other than.
You cut out.
You don't need to know anything else than what I just said. All you need to know is if it's the same height as you and it's level and it's above level, then the refraction is downward.
Is level curving or flat? Is level curving? You keep using the word level, but you know that we're not clear on what the word level means.
Shape. We're talking about level as an orientation perpendicular to plane. If you have an orientation that is considered level. If you draw a horizontal line outward, that'd be a straight flat line. Anything on a flat surface that is the same height as you be at level in the distance.
Until we get to the refraction thing.
Refracted. Whether you're on a flat surface or a round surface, doesn't matter. We know it has to be at least at eye level, and if it's above eye level, it's been refracted upward. The argument with you is which direction refraction works. We know what direction it goes. We don't know how much or what it's due to, but we know it's refraction because we know it's not where it should be. Either it's magic or it's refraction, downward refraction, looming something up. Very simple.
Yes, but in order to tell me something's higher or lower than its actual position, and then to tell me you don't know, you never knew its actual position, is nonsense.
It's not, because we do know that things at level have to be at eye level at the same height. You're not
with
listening.
No refraction. Yeah, with no refraction.
You're wrong.
With no refraction, that statement is true. If there was no refraction, there is refraction.
Yes, and if it's above eye level, which way is it working? Which way is the refraction working if it's above eye level? You measure it.
Depends on what you're looking at. Depends on what you're looking at.
No. It doesn't depend on anything other than the object.
Of course it does. What if I'm looking at a skyscraper?
Dude, are you not listening? It's almost like you're not listening.
Definitely depends on what you're looking at.
He's having a different conversation.
He's talking to someone in his house.
Can I stop you guys? You guys are just going in circles. Can I stop you guys for a minute? You're just going in circles. I'd like to say something else.
No. This is important.
Oh,
we
you've got
have
you
to
go
agree
been through this
that
a million
everything
times,
at
Zach.
the same height as you will
You've argued
always be.
hours. You've
Harold,
argued
real quick,
Something else.
real quick, before you go on to the next subject, final statement by me. Everything in your field of view that is the same height as you will be at eye level, period. If it's above eye level, it has been refracted, regardless of the shape of the surface.
Are you done?
Yes.
Right.
Okay, so what I wanted to say was that I used to say to the ballers, I used to say, show me light bending around a ball. Or, yeah, I hear other people say, so you believe, they'll ask a baller, so you believe you can see around a corner. You know how flat earthers will say that to ballers? Can you prove that you can see around corners? That's a really bad argument. That's a really bad argument because according to these videos that Jesse took, the light is actually doing that. It's showing us something that we shouldn't see. The refraction is showing us something that is actually behind something else, like that sign that's in the water. Those boats are passing above it when in reality they're below that sign. The water line of those boats is below that sign. So actually, refraction can make things, you can see things, I don't know if you could say around a corner.
Yeah, you've got it. You've got it
Oh,
exactly right.
hold on. No, 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 no.
You've got it
There's no
exactly
fish
right.
tank.
Good for you.
There's no fish tank.
Can
Hold
I
on,
just
guys.
can I just finish?
There's-
Just let me finish, and then you can clear up what I've said wrong.
Just demonstrated in reality. That's all.
Okay, but what I'm
What
saying
you're
is,
seeing here is a mirage.
Yeah, they won't let you finish because they don't like what you're saying.
That refraction could happen on a flat surface or a globe. It's not proof of a globe.
We're not talking about proof of the globe. We're just talking about refraction.
Right. So refraction can do that. That's a bad argument to say that light can't
Okay.
lift things up.
Can I
That's
address
true.
it now?
Great. Irrelevant. Measure the curve.
Yeah. Can I
Going
address
on.
it?
Not
Can I
irrelevant.
address it now?
Breaking things down.
Can I
point by
address
point.
it? Guys, shh. Okay, so the thing is that there's no fish tank. There's no salt water in the atmosphere. When he's doing that, he's pointing the laser up, and then the fish tank glass bends it down, right? That does not represent reality, right? That's called a straw man, right? Because the atmosphere isn't made of fish tanks and salt water,
Correct.
right?
Exactly, Larry, but that isn't the videos that we were discussing. We weren't looking at the
It's
fish
a non
tank one.
sequitur, Larry.
Yeah, we were looking at these ships out in the Straits of Juan de Fuca. So I totally agree with you. You can't use those fish tanks, and lasers to represent. That's like the guy that poured that butane over that thing, and he saw something on the other side. That's ridiculous.
That isn't. That's exactly.
I have a question,
pertinent
Zanuck.
to the
Are you
conversation.
here to defend the globe or not? Real quick.
Who?
Are you talking to me?
Zanuck, are you here to defend the globe or not?
No, I'm just here to defend truth, physics.
No. Globe. Listen, the globe. You're biased towards the globe, right? You defend the globe.
I'm not defending any shape whatever. I'm just talking about physics.
Okay, but every time you argue, it's for the globe.
No, it's not for the globe.
Yes, it is because it
No, it's
supports
not. I'm telling
the
you, it's not.
narrative. It supports the
You're
narrative.
mind fucking me now. You're telling me what I'm thinking.
I'm just
it's not
telling
for
you
the
how it
globe.
appears. I'm telling you how it appears.
I'm
Okay.
talking about what it looks like and what phenomena we see. When I
Okay.
see an object, the Earth can be
And that's
convex.
fine.
We could be living in a
That's fine.
simulation. I'm
Listen.
not saying anything with the shape of the Earth. I'm just saying how light behaves and what we have as far as
That's not
what we're actually
listen,
seeing, what's
listen,
causing
it-
those phenomena
it's
to.
the globe.
You're
It
talking
shows
over
the
me.
globe.
You're
It shows
talking
the globe.
over me.
Oh, you
You're
deserve
talking over me. Why are you
Mhm.
doing that?
Sorry,
Do
go
you
ahead.
find the
Go ahead,
need
kiddo.
to talk over me?
Go ahead, kiddo.
Okay, so I'm not defending the globe at all. I'm just talking physics. Why light bends down? What is the consequence of light bending? That's it.
Does that have anything to do with the shape of the Earth?
No, not in our conversation.
Why the
Sure,
fuck are you talking
Yeah.
about it? Then?
Why the fuck are you talking to that
Barrel
way?
Rider Jesse Gordon's here now.
Oh, good. The master.
So Jesse,
of
you there?
magic. Let's see him.
Yeah, I'm here, but I only
Okay,
got a
so
minute.
if you missed anything what I said, I'll give you the helm because nothing about the shape of the Earth, just about your observation. And I told him clearly, if something is at the same exact height as you're observing, and it goes further away from you, it'll always be at your level, level in your field. If it's above level in your field of view, regardless of the cause, we will have say it was refracted The light has been fracted down and it is loomed up. So that's what we've been talking about for the last half hour, is that things can't, whether they're flat or round or whatever, we know that things in the distance should stay at eye level, no matter how far they go away from you. You can see them with a tool that actually can determine whether it's level with your
Great. So now go demonstrate that that's Earth's
and if
curvature.
it goes up, it's because the light is bent downward refraction, and it moves up subsequently because of that.
Okay.
Always
now
So
go
the image,
demonstrate that
real
is
quick,
a red
Zanuck.
on a globe.
So the image that you're seeing that's being refracted, is it changing its orientation to the surface? Like, is it being tilted in any way, or is it just remaining perfectly perpendicular to the surface to your perception?
That's a separate measurement. We could take that measurement too and find out that it has been tilted, but that's not what we're measuring.
Well, I'm just asking though, like, do objects get tilted in refraction, or do they remain perpendicular to the surface and your perception?
Oh, they would stay perpendicular. That's not a factor. That refraction would not be tilting it away.
You don't think?
All we're talking about is
you don't think
all we're
that's
talking about
odd?
is the light rays. All we're talking about is the light rays bending downward, which would make
Right.
things appear higher in your field of view. It would not make anything angle away.
But that's my point. When you're taking something and you're bending it, it's going to affect how it's being tilted. And if it's not, then it's just an optical effect, dude.
Yeah, we're talking about an optical effect of refraction. So
Right.
technically, if something is bent around a curve and it loops, so what would that look like? With respect to your field of view, yes, you'd see its angle deflection, not because of the refraction, because of that angle with respect to you. You would see that, but you would see it in your field of view that you would see. So say we have a pencil that is 3 inches tall or 3 feet tall, 3 miles away. Well, it's going to be leaning away. What if it's 6 miles away? It'll be leaning further away. We wouldn't be able to see it. But if it loomed up, we would see that image of that pencil 6 miles away. And then we also would see it be leaning away from you.
Why wouldn't
Yes.
the same thing happen to a zenith angle?
Pardon me? Yeah, it was, because that's how you can measure that reciprocal zenith angle from that object. See that is not, it's 180 degrees. So you know that it's leaning away.
It wouldn't be leaning away. It would be a pencil straight up.
Straight up with what? With respect to what? The plumb line.
Straight up.
Not your plumb line. The plumb
It's not-
line at the
why are
distance
you
6 miles
saying
away.
leaning away? What the fuck are you talking about?
If you see a building 60 miles away, there'll be a 1 degree tilt away from you. You might not be able to see it flat
Wait,
on the
so the
earth, but
building,
if it loomed up, if you had a refraction where you could see
so the building's tilting.
hey, I'm still talking. If you saw something 60 miles away and it was bending away from you by 1 degree and it loomed up, it would still be 1 degree tilted away from you.
If I put a pencil straight up 3 miles away from you, and you walked away 6 miles and you couldn't see it anymore, is that pencil still straight up, or is it fucking leaning away from you?
It would lean away from you as you go further away from it.
No, it's not. Oh my god.
Well, you say that. I'm giving you solid mathematics of why that is true, and you're not. You're no. So if you're going to back up what you said, like as I did, tell me why it wouldn't.
Well, if I put a pencil straight up,
because it's not curving.
It's not doing anything. It's just standing straight up.
From what? What perspective?
No. Okay, your perspective, right? But I put a measurement on the fucking. I put a camera on the pencil. The pencil is standing straight up. No matter how far away you move, it's not leaning, bro. It's standing straight up.
That's why things in distance will be going below eye level.
But you're trying to tell us that it bends like David moves. What? It's not doing anything. It's standing straight up.
You say that. You keep on saying.
You're trying to talk about the curvature or something.
Look, we're diverting. We let Jesse. We let him with the understanding that we understand. Been talking about refraction and how it looms things up. That's all we've done. So Jesse, go ahead, take over.
I'm not sure you left me with anything. I was going to say, was that a question and answer or a garlic burp?
Me?
Did someone have a question for me? I got to take off here pretty soon.
Yeah,
so.
you have to ask Jesse the question, guys. You have him captive audience now. Go ahead, guys. Jeremy? Anyone?
I think we've resolved all this thing that had to do with Jesse. I have another question that doesn't have anything to do with flat Earth. And
but he's here. We should come here. You guys were talking about,
I'm,
he should
I'm
have just
sorry.
defend his pictures. You want to know why this sign could possibly be under ships at the same height in the view.
Well, we determined that that was refraction. We all agree on that, so we don't have any more questions about it. Okay. I had a question though.
You also said, is it proved around Earth?
No, I said that it doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. It just proves that there's refraction in our atmos, and we all agreed on that too. Now, I had a question about the Discord server. This doesn't have it'll just take a second. When I'm in this Discord server, like it seems like every half an hour, it'll like all of a sudden just flop out, and I'll get this little thing that says, "Oh snap!" and I have to restart the thing, restart the server. I have to press a little button that's like a refresh or something like that. Do you guys? Does the same thing happen to you?
No.
No. I wonder why it's happening to me. It's just like every half hour the thing just shuts down and it says, "Oh damn, it says, "Oh snap, we can no longer show you this page" or something, and then I have to click this little button on the page that will bring me back into the Discord. But you don't know why that happens. No one knows why that happens.
Are you on a phone or computer?
Computer.
Are you using the website or the app on the computer?
Website.
Oh, you might try the app. I think it's
Try
a
the
bit
app.
more reliable than the website.
Yeah.
Yes, very.
Yeah, the website's going to time you out from time to time. Like.
Okay, I'll have to figure out what the app is. How do I get there? Where's the app?
Discord.com. And then there's an option to download the app versus use the website.
And where do I go to download that app?
Discord.com.
Oh, okay, it's in Discord. Okay, thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
Now, are you on a Mac or Windows?
Windows.
Yeah, okay. Here, I got a screenshot for you.
What, you're going to post it?
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah, that's me in the picture.
That's me in the corner.
It's everyone on Windows.
That's me in the spot, alive, losing my religion.
I was just singing the same song, Larry.
That was Big Mag. It wasn't Larry. Larry can't sing like me, man. Larry can't sing for shit.
That's right.
I knew it. A bit of crack, bit of fun, bit of shit.
Whoever's asking, Extremis just posted a picture in the chat about where to go.
Thanks.
I watched this pretty cool video on this centuries old tool that's you can't buy it, you got to make it, and shipwrights used it, and essentially the more unique you make it, the better it works, I guess. And the only thing it has to have, the only one requirement is it has a point. And huh?
Is that a sextant?
No. But what it does is it works with angles, and so essentially it's called a ticking stick. And like if you had a hole in your ship that was odd shaped,
this would be a way to transcribe that hole, I guess, and create a piece of wood to fill that gap or that hole.
That sounds like a really good idea for sailing.
Yeah, like anytime, I guess you're using like a traditional wooden boat, it'd probably be efficient to have something like that. But I don't know. I just thought it was kind of cool. Like if you're in a building, you might find it neat. I'll post the fucking link to the video. It's pretty short, like 2 minutes.
I'm going to watch this.
Sorry about the red herring a while ago. I didn't catch what video you guys were talking about, so I just assumed that it was the same video that Jesse had sent me. So
Well, I posted the video I was talking about in chat just now.
Yeah,
Larry, just see that it doesn't happen ever again.
no, I can't guarantee that. I might accidentally red herring the shit out of y'all from time to time. The important thing is we admit it when we do it, right? Instead of going, no,
It's an odd shape. I thought it was something to like save your boat if it was drowning. It wasn't 2 minutes, by the way. It's fucking 7. You liar.
So the lyrics go, if you believe they put a man on the moon. That's a big if. That's a big if, right?
There's nothing out there to see. Nothing is cool. If you believe.
Hey, Dice Low, did you get a chance to watch that video in quiet and actually absorb some of it?
I mean, I've seen a lot of Dollard's videos. Not that necessarily that one in particular. It's pretty long, you know. It's hard to digest. It's so fucking long. But what he's saying is pretty accurate and actually completely accurate and very interesting. But he's got a bunch more of those videos. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at anything else, but
oh
yeah, that guy's
I've seen a lot.
And he's still alive too. So that's the kind of the cool part about it.
Yeah. Have you seen the one where he goes where Marconi sent his single, the place there, the actual site? You seen that one?
Was he playing the mamba?
I can't recall. Maybe not.
That's a good one. He actually demonstrates him using the Earth as an antenna, and he gets a signal from China. Not an aerial antenna. Let me be clear. He uses the Earth. Yeah, this guy. Yeah, this is really some heavy duty shit. Like,
I don't understand why more people aren't talking about it. I mean, the guy's like using
all sorts of devices and instruments and different in different configurations to prove things, and it's all based on the ether.
Yep. Calls it ether flow energy.
Sensei, where did you get that video of the bar? Nobody asked for permission. Nobody asked permission for that to be fucking videotaped. Like,
Yeah, I don't know how I got it, but it's uncut, candid footage of Globers cleaning in the wild.
Good one.
To be honest, they look like they might be getting paid a pretty penny. Those are not cheap vacuums. That carpet looks like a lady whose husband pays for everything bought it. They might be getting 12, 15 an hour. Shit.
Yeah, those are Dyson vacuums. Those cost like $500-$600 minimum each.
I know, and they'd be destroying a regular vacuum if they were doing it that way.
have they not heard about that? You know, the things that go around and just fucking clean things? You know, the robots?
I'd much rather have a disgusting monkey.
It's more fun that way.
Sure is. No, but seriously, I wouldn't have to poke fun at Globers if they weren't literally behind in their thinking, still believing in the globe. Like, if you want to defend evolution, okay, so then you haven't evolved with the rest of us. Like, come on.
Yeah, once you realize that there's no simple life, there's no such thing as simple life. It's all very complex. You take a look at any cell from any creature, it's all extremely complex. So to think that simple life just sprang up out of the rocks, that doesn't exist. So to think that complicated life could just spring up out of the rocks, no, that doesn't exist either. There has to be some sort of design for things to be functional, right? Like the mousetrap. If you take away one component from the mousetrap, it doesn't work. If you take away one component from the cell, it's not going to be alive. I mean, go ahead. Take one component out of the cell. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. That is the argument. Irreducible complexity. That's all you need.
I sent you a link to a video, Essie. Posted it in chat. You should really check that one out.
Wait, okay, thanks.
Yeah, it's probably one of the best videos to like start off with, in my opinion, because it breaks down the whole.
A living genius, right there. Yeah,
it breaks down the whole history of energy, starting at Rene Descartes, and goes through it from there, and it's all factual, so it's really good.
Cool. I'll definitely check anything from this dude. I'll watch it from beginning to the end for sure. Yeah, most people have no clue about this white, cold, non-electromagnetic energy. Most people have no freaking clue about this. Neither did I until a few weeks ago.
Well, when you got idiots running around. Oh, sorry, bro.
Oh, go ahead, bro.
When you got idiots running around saying that Michael Morley and Aries' failure disproved the ether without any kind of evidence for that other than it's just their mantra. You know, people have been doing that for how long? Like 100 years or more?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
About that.
Especially since I found ether. Like proof of it. Undeniable. In a form of a glass vacuum tube, like a light bulb. But the only difference is it's a vacuum inside with a single. Well, actually, they did with two elements, but with a single element. And the trick is the generation. It's DC, and it's called spark energy. And anyways, it's I can't explain it like in just one go, you know. And yeah, it's a totally new form of energy, cold energy, harmless. It has, you can recharge things wirelessly. You could even, apparently it kills germs because you can adjust it. It's a pulse energy. So you can adjust the pulses, and you can make it go through steel or melt steel. Yeah, it's crazy. And nobody's heard about it.
I thought you discovered ether like a few months ago when you showed me the Think Big article.
Which one? Think Big?
Yeah, with the Schwinger effect where they pulled something out of nothing. You remember that?
Yeah. That's something different. Yeah, that's yeah. But this is like getting it out of electricity, bro. It's actual. You can actually produce this at will. This is the crazy thing about it. Now, the one you're talking about is he also talks about cosmic energy, and that he says that he built a device to take that out of the sky. He says it comes from the sun and from space. And apparently he made a machine that can convert that energy to run anything, a TV, a car, whatever. But the one he wanted to disperse around the world is this one that I'm talking about from that tower. It's this ether flow energy, cold, white kind of energy. In other words, you want to mow your lawn, take out your lawnmower, and you just start it. Like Wi-Fi, right? You just get the electricity right out of the air. As simple as that. The easiest way to explain it. Whether it be a car, a boat, a tractor trailer, anything mechanical, light, radio waves, all at the same time through this ether flow energy.
Yep. So much we can do with that shit, but it's like the powers that be don't want us fucking having it.
Yep. JP Morgan burned down that thing. It was supposed to go online. I think a day before or a couple of days before, they burned it down. Explosions were heard from a long ways away. When he went back, he just saw it burning. You know the building with the mushroom thing on top there? That one.
Then they blew up the Georgia Guidestones too. I'm betting you there was something in there that they didn't want heads to see. Why else would you blow that thing up?
Dude, we're talking
I
about
know why
actual
you
shit
build it.
that works, Jeremy. You're gonna speculate on
build
a
it.
fucking stone.
Well, we know why they blew the Tesla Tower up.
Who cares? Good Lord.
Ether flow.
Yeah, you can't have that technology coming out.
Great. Where's the curvature?
It's over there somewhere.
The question is, what do the Guidestones say or do that they blew that up for? That's the real question.
No, it's not.
We know why they blew the Tesla one up.
I don't.
Yeah, fucking you all do it, bro.
Because they don't want that technology. They can't have free electricity and they can't have all that shit coming out. It's crazy.
I think that that's just something that we're all supposed to fight about.
What are we fighting about?
Well, are we sitting here talking about that instead of going out and doing something about something else?
What do you want to do?
Well, you you got to change how you perceive things before you can do anything. And when you're looking at shit from a materialistic standpoint, as we all been indoctrinated with from an early age, then you're not really going to see reality for what it is and be able to speculate on making new inventions and doing these types of things.
Nice try. Did the George Guidestones have the fucking the formula for free energy? Or did they just say fuck
Probably
you?
not. Probably not, but I'd love to know why they blew them up. There must have been some like crucial, critical thing in there that like they didn't want heads to see or something. I don't know.
You know, you might be right.
Didn't it say something about the population staying around 500 million?
I think that's what pissed some of the athletes went. Fuck you, bro. Boom.
Something like that, yeah. 500 mil. I mean, there's other stuff though. There's a lot of stuff, and there was holes to see stars and shit. Like, was that why they blew? Like, who knows? I'm just wondering why they pulled the plug on that.
So you went from ether flow energy to the guide stones being blown up.
Well,
Talking
we
about
can
a
stay with
fucking
the
rock,
ether.
dude.
We can
You're over
stay
here
with the
trying to act
ether,
like
go
there
ahead.
was something magical about the fucking rock, dude. Like, come on, bro.
There was something enough to where they wanted to blow it up, but we can stay on ether if you guys want. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was somebody just went, you know what? Fuck them people. Fuck them and fuck their fucking Guidestones.
Off in the weeds we go.
Whee!
So Jeremy, imagine those ether earplugs, bro. Never going dead, never running out of
Oh,
juice.
that'd be
Never.
fire, bro. That'd be that's the dopest shit you can honestly have, because not only my earbuds, cell phones, cars, buses, trains, airplane, like there's no end to that. Yeah.
Toasters, microwaves.
Yeah, everything. Your microwave, your toaster, your oven. No more gas ovens. Why would you even use a gas oven at that point?
Oh, you can heat your home too, by the way.
Yeah, heat. Oh, that's huge right there, bro. Free heat. Yeah, you can't have that shit, man. You know how much money they make off
cool
of
it.
shit like that?
Or cool it if you're in the south.
AC and heat. Yeah, that's fucking huge, bro.
You know what's weird though to me? Like, if this is true, right? Because I don't know. If it's true, like the Globers would still like argue against like free heat that would benefit them and their family, right? And I think the reason is that they probably already have free shit. They just don't want you to have it, right? Because once you become like so rich and so powerful and everything, like eventually it gets to the point to, well, you know, I'm tired of fucking bitches. I'm tired of doing coke. I'm tired of, you know, everything else. So the only thing you can do is push people lower and lower to make yourself go higher and higher. Because once you get to the top, you can't go any higher. So you can only push people lower.
Did you say you're tired of doing coke? I'm sorry, I thought I heard you say you're tired of doing coke.
Yeah, so even if this wasn't free, right? Because let's not dream it's never going to be free. We know men are corrupt, so on and so forth, blah, blah, blah. But even if it wasn't free, right? Think of wireless energy, wireless electricity. No wires. Look around your house. Every wire you see, gone. Now, also think of just one of the properties. It says that it can kill germs, right? Now, imagine that technology, which is 130 years old, by the way. Imagine if we had that, a few towers around each city, of what happened the past couple of years, which I won't mention it. Everybody knows where I'm going, right? Imagine that. No loss of work, no shutdown, no nothing. Just tune in the frequency and bye-bye, you know what.
Hey, maybe that's on the way.
How dare you?
What? It might be. And now
How dare you to, you know, all
you have to work for now is food. And Bill Gates owns half of that. Free energy.
No batteries needed.
Heating your home? Oh my god.
I still haven't met the company that's paid the dirt yet.
I think I know what company made the dirt. There's this trust document called the Bible.
No, I don't know which company pays the dirt. Pays the dirt or pays the air or pays the water for what they extract from it. So to say
You got to pay
everything's
that
not
dirt
free.
bill. You got to pay that dirt bill, the water bill, the air bill.
Yeah, who's gonna pay the earth? It's owed a lot.
Jace, sorry guys. Jace, you haven't been listening. It's not an EM wave. It's a completely different thing. It's not an electromagnetic wave, Jace.
Are they still chat spanking?
What did you say there?
Are they still chat skanking? Where they won't let come in and voice up? They're just like arguing from the chat because certain people don't look at the chat.
And Jace, we don't know why. We don't know if it worked or not because guess what? They burned it down.
Why would they burn it down?
I can't possibly think of a reason.
If it didn't work, it didn't work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think
We
Jay
all know
Ace
why
Go ahead.
We all know why they burnt it down.
Jay Ace doesn't. He's wondering why right now. Why would they burn it down if it didn't work?
Perfect.
Share your knowledge, Jace, please. Because everything I've found is the complete opposite. That's the one, Dice Low. Yep, that's the one. That's the one where he contacts China. Yeah, Chinese station.
Dollard. Yeah, he studied the sun for like fucking 20 years and basically came to the conclusion that it's a capacitor. And everybody just fucking, yeah.
Yeah, he did think the Earth was energy storing system, and you can release the.
The sun's a capacitor, which is a storing of energy. And you can do anything you want from it, but they won't tell you how to do it. I Dollard. It was I like that guy, man.
Jay, seriously, I wanna hear what you're saying because I've been checking this out for a while now, and I don't know what you're talking about.
You know, if somebody doesn't come on live chat, they're not even worth fucking reading, bro.
Maybe he's busy. Maybe he's in a noisy place. You don't know.
Oh yeah,
Just
okay.
give him a couple minutes. He's got to catch his breath. All right, he's just got to catch his breath, and he'll be on in a few minutes, guys. Don't fret.
Actually, Jace is one of the few guys that has scientific background.
Oh, he actually makes sense.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. Well, no, I'm just joking. He has a lot of knowledge. Let's put it that way. But how he interprets it is a different story.
So he forgot the logic part, right?
Well, the interpretation part.
So you're saying there's things that Jace forgot that he's already forgotten that I don't even fucking know yet. Is that what you're saying?
No, I actually like Jace.
But I like Globe Earthers too.
He knows his field. Let's put it that way. He knows his field.
What is his field?
And he's not reading from. He's not reading it like Rumpus does, or he just recites it. Boom, boom, boom.
You just don't say Rumpus, man. That's just fucking. Please don't say Rumpus. If you say it one more time, he's going to show up. in that strange fucking English accent.
Hold on. What did Xanax say Rumpus was on earlier? I fucking forgot. Oh, the flat thing with geodesics. All right, remember that. Somebody remember that. SC or my secretary, remember
that.
I'm gonna secretary your ass. Mr. Fucking, he needs a secretary.
There's a lot of shit to keep track of, bro. Holy shit, man.
Yeah. I don't think, Jace, I don't think you're catching on here, bro. I don't think you're catching on here. It's not EM energy. How many times do I have to tell you before it sinks in, bro?
At least 4 more times.
Go hold your breath.
But can you check this? Is there a way to check?
Sorry, Jeremy.
Way to check that it's on the electromagnetic frequency or not?
In the video I sent you, you'll hear them talk about it.
Does he have like an EM reader or something? I don't even know if this thing, but does he have something that he's using that measures electromagnetic frequencies and then he turns the ether on and he's not getting it, or like what's really good?
You're going to see the part you want to skip to, because I know you're not going to watch the whole thing. Just skip to where you see the light bulbs. And he's going to explain. You're going to see the difference. You're going to see the EM energy. And Jace, I suggest you watch that too. He's going to describe the EM energy and the ether flow energy, which is cold and it has a pushing power. In other words, you put your hand next to the bulb and you feel like a pushing power, a pushing thing. That's how it reacts to a human body. Now, when you put like a metal to it, it pulls it in. And he shows, you're going to freak when you see that part. You're going to understand it right there, Jeremy, the difference.
The force.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. It has a pushing force to a human being, but to a metal, it attracts it like a magnet. You see it goes right on the bulb. And then he does it to the regular bulb, the EM bulb, the one that's filled with gas. By the way, the other bulb is not filled with gas. It's just a vacuum.
Let's see. Do you have the video, please?
Yeah. I'll repost it.
Hold on, you're saying he's got a vacuum, a tube with nothing. There's nothing in it. It's just a vacuum, and that shit lights up.
That's the one that produces this energy. Yeah, but it has to do. Yeah, it has to do with the generator and pulses. Like, I mean, I just can't explain it. You gotta really watch the thing to understand. Like, and this guy explains it very well and very clearly. And there's a schematic. Anybody could build this if they want to.
Dollar? Who is this, Dollar?
Dollar, yeah. This guy is a true genius, an electronic genius, like true genius, like no way around it.
Yeah, he studied the sun for like 25 years, pure scientific, and believed everything that they said, and then realized after about 20 years, he did. He went, nope.
I'm okay.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm good, bro.
You want a hand?
Good.
All right.
So, just real. Are you guys done with this ether thing yet, or what's up? What else we got? Somebody needs to make this shit, and then get an EM.
Jace has some info. I'm interested. He's gonna come in later.
Let him catch his breath. Yeah, give him a couple minutes.
I think he's going to explain why Tesla's idea didn't work, and that's why he abandoned it.
Yep. That's what he's gonna explain. Yep.
Yo. What's up? No, I wrote it in the chat, right? The first tower idea that he proposed was called the Wardenclyffe Tower. And at that time, he thought electromagnetic waves were longitudinal waves. And so they travel through the earth a specific way. But he was shown, and he determined himself that was actually incorrect. And so he scrapped that idea. Now, he may have had further or future kind of tower ideas like that. But the images that you guys keep posting is of the Wardenclyffe Tower, and Tesla himself determined that that wasn't going to work.
Sorry, what images?
Well, this is where I think you're mistaken, right? The energy that he wanted to export, like this wireless energy, was not electromagnetic energy. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. It was a different energy, which he called radiant, ether flow energy or radiant energy. This is the type that he wanted to export
Well,
to the
he
world.
believed that electromagnetic waves traveled through the ether. So that's what he was referring to. But it's still based on
No, bro.
electromagnetism.
No. You're
and his
still not getting
idea
it.
that they were longitudinal waves that could travel through the earth, which was showed to be incorrect.
Still not getting it, bro. This is not
They're
electromagnetic
transverse
energy.
waves.
Yeah, it's a different kind of energy, not
Well,
electromagnetic energy.
I don't know what kind of energy you're referring to, but Tesla and the scientists of the time, like Maxwell and Faraday and all those guys, heavy side, they all thought that electromagnetic waves traveled through the ether. That's what their belief was. So when they say ether, they're just referring to the medium that electromagnetic waves propagated through that they thought.
Right. Now, this is different. This is producing ether flow energy. So how he did it was he you want to hear or not?
Go ahead.
You sound like you're already dismissing it offhand.
Well, because you said ether flow energy, and what the thing that's flowing through the ether, in their view, is electromagnetism. SC. That's what they thought. So that's what they're talking about.
This is what I'm trying to explain to you. Your misconception. It's not that, bro. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. Let me try. Maybe you'll understand it like this. You put an electric field through a powerful magnet, and he witnessed that he saw sparks of electrons flowing in one direction, and he noticed another thing, a white cold, which he called ether flow, going in another direction. And that was cold. It had different characteristics. It had like a pushing power. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
I'm sorry, man. You got to say the part again. My microphone shorted out for a second. I'm sorry.
No problem. He put an electric flow current through a powerful magnet, and he realized that he saw like sparks, blue sparks, which was the EM part, he described it as the electrons, a blue discharge, but he also saw another flow, a white flow, something never seen before, and he called that ether flow, and that was a cold energy. It wasn't electromagnetic. It's like separating electricity, is the simplest way I can put it to you.
Okay. Yeah, I get that. Still, all of that is within their understanding at the time of electromagnetism. I don't understand how that's outside of it. They knew that applying electric and magnetic fields would cause an energy through the medium that electromagnetic waves transversed through. That's what they thought.
Bro, am I talking Chinese or something? I don't think you're getting it.
I do get what you're saying. The part that's lacking for me is where this is outside the realms of their understanding of electromagnetism.
Because it has different characteristics.
Is that a Peking?
It has different. Let me give you a difference in how this is produced. Okay.
Well, we know what they were doing. Action Lab has a YouTube video. You can watch how he does the exact same thing that they were doing and how it's actually caused. But I'm referring to their understanding at the time.
Jace, do you believe in something called free energy? You think it's
Probably
possible?
not in the same sense that you do. No.
No, but do you believe in it?
No, man, not in the same way that you do. I know of something in chemistry called the Gibbs free energy.
What about the swinger effect that was recently proven?
You love bringing that up as if it's like some kind of support for your crazy ideas.
It's kind of a thing.
Crazy ideas. They're getting more out than they're putting in. What do you not understand about that?
More what?
Electricity. They're creating electrons.
How so? You got to be more detailed. How much energy are they putting in the electric fields to create these electrons? How much energy do those electrons have? That would tell you the difference. And if they're really getting more out than they put in. But now we're diverging from SE's point to something different.
Okay, go ahead, SE. I'm sorry.
No worries. Look, Jace, I posted something for you. I highly suggest you watch this if you want. If you want to get an idea, he breaks it down. Then I'll post you an actual demonstration of the bulb. It's a vacuum bulb. There's no gas in it like a regular bulb. You need DC current. You need spike energy. There's a lot of things that go into it. If you're really interested.
Yeah, it's just cold ionization of plasma. Like I said, Action Lab has a good YouTube video of him doing this and showing how it's done and how to cool the helium atoms down and hydrogen atoms and all that.
Nah, if Action Lab did it, I guarantee you it has nothing to do with this. I'm gonna show you Dollard who did it. Never mind Action Lab. Like I said,
exactly
you sound
what
like you don't know what
described.
you're talking about. You got to start from the beginning.
It's exactly what you described. There's an electron flow that has this bluish kind of purple color. Then there's another kind of flame or spark that's white and it's cool when you measure the temperature. Is that not what you described to me before?
How does he produce this white? Sounds similar, but
did he just measure the temperature or the temperature and the weight? Because how would he know if it was cool or hot?
Well, that would be the heat contained, Jeremy, of course. He's not measuring the heat contained, he's just measuring the temperature. Right?
Can you post it when you
exhaust that? Yeah, he does it, I believe it's with lasers and plasma. I don't know exactly off the top of my head, but I'll post the video for it and you can watch it and I'll watch whatever or read whatever you posted when I have a chance.
Who did this?
Action
Who did this?
Lab. The guy Action Lab on YouTube. I'll find the video for you.
Gotcha.
If he does it with laser and plasma, I can already tell you it's nothing like the Tesla thing.
Well, it's like a Tesla coil kind of thing.
There's definitely a coil involved, yes, in the actual Tesla one.
Yeah, I believe he's using a Tesla coil as well.
So all heat has energy.
I just think you should be looking at an alternate explanation that seems a little bit more concise.
Minus 5 degrees is still fucking minus 5 degrees, bro. That's energy.
Yeah, but did you weigh it?
Not in the fucking globe, but then.
All right, I posted the 2 videos of what Action Lab was doing.
Okay, thanks. I'm gonna watch them. I hope you watch the one I posted.
Yeah, I'll have to watch it in a bit because I'm walking my dog right now. But
Yeah, it's long. Watch it in phases if you want, but please watch the whole thing. It's explains everything. That dude Jerry did a thesis on it.
I just watched that video. I just watched that video that Glatflow posted in the chat about the 35 documents showing a flat Earth that the government uses. And I heard there was a song in there by Bob Marley. I didn't know he was a flat earther. He thinks in that video he sings a song saying that the Earth is flat.
Well, now I'm going to listen to it. Just is flat. Don't know why it's flat. The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat. Some people don't know what to do. Illusion. Some people don't know what to do.
Yo, P Mars, you're hot micing. Okay, so if you wanted to know how cold something was, you'd obviously have to measure the temperature, the temperature and the weight. Like that's what you told me the other night. So I don't know. I don't know what you responded with earlier, Jace, but right, if you're measuring how cold or hot something is, you need the temperature and the weight, right?
no, to measure the heat input, you need the temperature and the weight, because the heat energy input Q is equal to the mass times the specific heat capacity of the material times the change in temperature.
Okay,
Notice
right.
how
Don't
the
try to
heat
sound smart.
energy
I try.
input. Notice how the heat energy input is one variable and the temperature is a different variable, because they're two different things, or else they would just be the same variable, right?
Hey, you just told us that you were laughing like a hysterical hyena the other night when I
Yeah,
told you I
because it's
wanted to measure how
hilarious.
hot something was, and I was going to use a thermometer, and you're like, "Oh, that's ridiculous! You got to measure the weight." And here you just told us you were going to see how cold something was, and you were just going to take the temperature of it without the weight.
No, that's
So
not even
should I start
close to
laughing at
what
you like a
happened.
hysterical hyena now, or
Not even
what?
close to what happened.
Is that what
I
we
wish
should do?
Zanuck was here to
Yeah, I know to disrupt the conversation so no one can
reiterate
get to
what
a point.
happened. But you were saying it's the temp, or it's the heat that makes something boil, when that's not true. It's
No,
the
you guys were laughing
temperature.
like change the subject now. I know. When I said I wanted to measure the heat something had and I was going to take a temperature of it, you started laughing like hysterical
Yeah,
goons.
yeah,
And
because
now here
that's
you
not
are.
right.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. So here we
As
are.
I just
You
said,
just
the
said you
heat,
were going to measure how cold something was and you were just going to take the temperature of it
because hot
without
and
the weight.
cold are colloquial words, but heat and temperature have very specific meanings in physics and chemistry. And as I said, if you're going to measure the amount of heat something has, that is the heat energy contained equals the mass times the specific heat of the substance times the change in
Cool. All
temperature.
right.
If
Yeah,
you're
we
going to
know.
measure just the temperature, or how hot or cold
I already
something
got a
is,
rebuttal for you.
you just take the temperature. It's
Cool.
very
So you
simple.
weren't talking from a physics or chemist point of view just now. You were
Yeah,
just
we were
speaking
talking
colloquially on this and
colloquially.
not scientifically at all.
Jeremy, you're changing what you said that led to that conversation. You did not say hot or cold. You said heat causes water to boil. Bah, 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 bah. That's what
And
you
then
said.
I said
That's where it
I said I
started.
was going to measure the heat, how hot something was, how much heat it had by using a thermometer. And you guys were laughing like little schoolgirls. I remember it
Yes,
clearly.
because
It's
heat
recorded. It's recorded, Jason.
measuring the heat is not what you do with a thermometer, Jeremy. As I just
You
said,
don't
that's
measure how
measuring
hot
the
or cold
temperature.
something is. Yeah, you don't measure how hot or
Those are
cold something is with a
colloquial words
thermometer.
for the
And you just
temperature.
said you were going to measure how cold this thing was with a thermometer.
Hot and cold
You
are
literally
colloquial
just said
words.
that.
Hot and
You can try
cold.
to walk it back if you want, but
Hot and
it's weird,
cold
Jace.
are
You made it weird.
colloquial words for the temperature, whereas heat is something different, and that's what you said, and that's why I brought that up.
Yeah, I
So
brought up how we were going to
you
measure how hot
sadly
something was.
trying
I
to
brought up
spin
how we
it.
were going to measure. I thought you were done, bro. I said I was going to measure how
You said
hot something was with a thermo. Oh, my bad. Go ahead. I'll wait. I can wait till you're done. I thought you were done.
You're changing what you said now. Dude, you were a guy.
This is
It's
all recorded.
okay, man. It's
I'll wait. All
okay.
right.
You were a
Are
guy.
you done?
It's all right.
Are you done?
Sure.
So it's all recorded. We can play the tape back. I said I'm going to measure how much heat something has with a thermometer. You guys started laughing like hyenas.
Yes,
Okay,
because that's hilarious. What you
yes.
just said right there is
and then you
hilarious.
just said I was going to measure how much heat something had with a thermometer. You just said you were going to measure how cold something was with a thermometer
Because
just
you
now.
don't measure heat with a thermometer, you numbnut. You measure the
Do you measure
temperature.
cold? Do you measure cold with a thermometer?
Hot and cold are colloquial words for temperature, but when you say
And you
heat,
measure them
that's
with a
something
temperature, though, right?
different. That's
You just
something
said, I said I was
different.
going to measure heat with a temperature. You said you were going to, sorry, I said I was going to measure heat with a thermometer. You said you were going to measure cold with a thermometer.
Yes.
I should probably
Measuring,
start laughing like a ridiculous hyena right now because that's what you and Zanuck were doing
yes.
the other night when I said I was going to measure heat with a thermometer.
Yes, because measuring heat is something different than measuring hot and cold, Jeremy. Durr. Measuring heat is Q equals MC dt. Measuring the temperature is just using a thermometer. Measuring the hot and cold is just using a thermometer to measure the temperature. They're two different things, genius.
Jace, you are a master sophist. Did you take courses in that?
Thank you, brother. Right
I'm
now.
sorry you don't have a high school understanding of physics and chemistry. That's not my
I'm
problem,
sorry,
dude.
Thermometer doesn't measure heat or a temperature.
No, do any kind of calorimetry with just a thermometer. Good luck.
All right. So if I stick a thermometer and a pot of boiling water and it says 100 degrees Celsius, that's not measuring
That's
anything.
the temperature, genius, not the heat contained. That's a different thing.
I'm sorry.
What don't you guys get about that?
What are you talking about, bro?
Left laner, are you here?
I don't actually know. I'm over there. Look.
Let's see if a reasonable person
Yes,
can understand what I'm saying.
I do. I understand exactly what you're talking about.
Which one does it? Heat or temperature? Which one? Come on.
Heat energy and temperature are not the same thing. They're not synonymous.
It's
They're
an
two
instrument
different
we
things.
use to measure how hot a fucking boiling water is.
Hot and cold are colloquial words used interchangeably for temperature.
Oh, sorry. You're both hot and cold. Or thermometers. Really? Are you that fucking clever? Are you some kind of genius?
I shouldn't be if this is what your standard of genius is, where we got some serious problems. Just knowing the difference between
I'm
heat
sorry.
and
What's my
temperature.
problem? Bro, give me a second.
Yeah, but who says in their right mind that temperature causes water to boil?
Well, because none of that is correct in the first place. It's the energy that causes the water to boil. You have to input
What's
enough
that?
energy to break the hydrogen bonds that the liquid
What do you
water
mean by
molecules
energy?
have.
What kind of energy?
The heat energy that you
Oh,
input
so
to
heat
raise
causes water
the
to boil.
temperature.
Oh, heat does cause water to boil.
But what if I
Applying heat
reduce?
raises the temperature.
What if I put it under huge amounts of atmospheric pressure so that the heat will never cause the water to boil? What happens then? Then your whole statement is negated.
He can never cause it if you increase the pressure.
Hang on.
What's
James,
more proper is
explain
that heat
temperature.
energy is one
Explain the difference between
method.
heat. Okay, explain the difference between heat and energy.
Heat energy is one method for making water boil. Another method is reducing the pressure. You can create such a
That's what I
vacuum
said
that
the
you
other
don't
day.
need to put any heat energy
It's a
in.
cause. Heat is a cause of water boiling. And you were like, did you weigh it?
I never said that.
Did you weigh the boiling water, bro?
Never said anything of the such.
You might have.
Doesn't it get lighter?
It sounds to me like you might have.
Bernard's.
All right, so
Hey, I saw that.
Sorry, go
I
ahead.
saw that video you posted about that tipping stick or whatever it was. That's so great.
The ticking stick.
Yeah, I've run into problems like that trying to make a shape or a curve or something like that. Man, I wish I would have known that years ago.
Yeah, it's an old tool, man.
You know who invented that? Who was the genius that thought of doing that?
Dad.
It's like something that who was that guy that figured out volume? That Greek guy that they killed.
Pertolostophes.
No, I can't remember.
Yeah, I'm not sure, dude.
Galileo. No, it was a guy who.
Archimedes.
So I was there for the conversation. We were talking about heat causes water to boil. And they were like, you fucking idiots. Did you weigh it?
No, they started laughing They really started laughing crazy when I told them that I was going to measure how much heat something had with a thermometer because I wanted to see how hot it was. And the more heat something has, the hotter it will be because that's how heat works.
But did you weigh it?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I said I was going to weigh how much heat it had, aka how warm or cold it was or how hot it was with a thermometer, and they acted like it was fucking the most hilarious thing they ever heard.
It was quite
I know,
comical.
yeah.
You're trying
And
to
then you
act
just told
so
me you were going to
smart.
measure how cold something
You're
was.
hashing up freaking first semester
So
chemistry
cold
concepts.
is the absence of heat. So how are you going to measure the absence of heat with a thermometer without weighing?
Yeah. So where's the Earth curvature?
Where's the fucking curve?
There's other ways to measure heat other than just a thermometer. Do you not know what calorimetry is?
So the way to measure curvature without actually seeing curvature?
It's like they don't want to talk about it.
Did you ever see
Yeah,
curvature?
because you can't never see the geometric horizon because there's always refraction. There's always atmosphere. And you don't have a globe because you need a geometric horizon to have a globe.
Oh, if it were a globe, we wouldn't even be here. This is pathetic.
What I got from that whole argument is that globe skeptics can't use colloquial terms, but globers can.
Can you at least say the word colloquial?
No, the point I was originally making at that time is that people who think they're smart than the scientists and experts in the field that don't even know the proper terms when they're describing something in that field sound like jackasses. That was my point.
That's why I don't defend
Well,
things
if you
that I haven't checked for myself. Where's the curvature?
If you think that it sounds like you're a jackass if you say that I can, measure it with a thermometer, I think there might be something wrong with it. Because what is heat? Energy,
This poor
right?
man is under the apprehension, the misapprehension.
also-
anyone cares what he has to say.
And also, Jeremy was trying to be a stickler. I'll admit, I started it, the whole being very specific about definitions. But at that time, when I first brought up his discrepancy with these words of heat and temperature, hot and cold, he was trying to be hyper, cute about how definitions are, while being incorrect at the same time.
You guys think that level means curved.
No, you were playing some insane pedantic game that night. Okay, we all saw what happened.
Semantics.
You should have
Yeah,
heard what
I
he was.
admitted that, but then you
Yeah.
tried to spin it and be cute while being wrong at the same time.
I wasn't
was
trying to
quite
be
funny.
cute. I was trying to have normal conversation, which you would not let happen because you were being a semantic prick. Sorry, I didn't mean to call your name, but you were being ridiculous.
That's okay, I can handle a little name calling.
You were also
nipples hard.
we're also really, you and Zanuck were really using that appeal to humor fallacy, laughing at Jeremy about that.
Which is
Oh,
really what
I
that
wasn't
is,
making
what
any
that is
kind
a
of
sign
argument
personal
based off of
insecurity.
that.
Hold on. What the laughing is a sign of personal insecurity and shaky stance in the argument.
Or just comedy, dude. People laugh when something's funny.
No, it's just a knee-jerk reaction because
I
you're.
don't know that you have a sense of humor, Jay.
Yeah, I didn't even know that was possible with you. Listen to you.
Do you know me?
I mean,
That's like,
I've never.
man, I've known you guys my whole life.
Okay,
Damn.
tell a joke. Tell a joke, Jake.
Yeah, listen to your
Tell a
gait.
joke.
I'm not a.
Carry
I'm
yourself. You don't know
to
what's
have
funny.
a sense of humor doesn't mean you have to be a comedian. I'm not going to tell jokes to you on the spot. I could still laugh at something I think is funny. Like what?
Well, I mean, laughing at somebody's, misfortunes or demise isn't necessarily considered humor, Jace. So, I mean, is there anything funny you got that you can prove that
No,
you have a
the
sense of humor?
funny part is when you pretend you understand science better than scientists and the experts
So
in
again,
the field, and you get
you're
things
pointing
incorrect
out someone's
out of the basics.
miscoming.
Appealing to authority.
Oh
Coming
my
up
God.
next.
That's not humor, bud.
What argument was I making that I appealed to anybody's authority? Whose authority did I appeal to?
Scientists.
Humor, Jace.
Whose authority did I
No, man,
appeal
you said
to?
scientists as an authority. That's
not an
That was the
authority.
ump behind your statement. Was that scientists?
Yeah,
Number one, I wasn't making any kind of argument. I was just making a statement. So you can't appeal to any kind of fallacy when you're just making a statement. That's not how logic works.
And I can come against your statement. How's that grab you?
And scientist is not authority. It's just a title of an occupation.
That one out. Scientist is not authority. Correct, sir.
It's a right baptism.
Yeah.
Experts aren't authorities either. It's just what you think they are.
No shit, dude. Whoever said they
Still
were
waiting for the joke, dude.
There's no authorities in science. Your credentials don't mean anything. It's your arguments and your evidence that is what is meaningful.
Great. So then
Show
why
us you got a sense of humor, Jace.
So why do you think that experts then have a better go at it than we do?
Well, because you're getting the basics of the field incorrect. So that indicates
But
to
that's
me
just your opinion
that
about
you
it.
don't know
We
anything
work hard.
about it.
Motherfucker, we work hard. We're not getting it wrong, bud.
So when you get, so I'm a biochemist. When you get the basics of biochemistry incorrect, I should think that you have some kind of understanding of my field. Is that how it works? No.
Yes. No.
If you can't
No,
show it to us,
that's
you just
not
have
how it
stories.
So yes,
If I was to start talking to you about your job and I was getting like your day one training concepts incorrect, you wouldn't think I was on the same level playing field as you in my understanding of your job, would you?
Would you?
So you knew that he wasn't talking about the total heat energy in the system, right? You know that he was talking about measuring the temperature. So I think the correct thing would have done there is for you to say, hey, just so you know that if you were going to measure the total heat in the system, that there's this equation that we use, and you could have taught us about your little equation, right? And that would have been fine. But the fact that you were laughing like you're going to measure your heat with a thermometer,
Well, he
like
was
what a
telling me
ridiculous statement.
he was trying to be very specific about definitions and telling me how stupid it was at the time. So that's when I started laughing.
Okay.
As he
So
was telling me those things while getting the
All right.
basics incorrect.
I guess we can move on. You were wrong. You were wrong in what you did.
Sure,
Okay.
but if that's what you got to tell yourself
Yeah.
to sleep at night, have fun.
Hey, Jace, do you agree
I
that
was
someone can be
wrong.
brand,
You were
Jace,
wrong,
do you
bro.
agree someone can be brand new to a subject? It can literally, you can tell them about the subject, and then live time, they can critique your conclusion, and they be the ones that are correct.
Yeah, but acting like that's the norm, that's commonplace, is ridiculous.
Just because you're a a biologist,
Biochemist.
biochemist.
Dude, as to the
Hang on.
regularity of it, right? I'm not really speaking on that. It's just there is clearly this aura
Of
that's
superiority.
commonplace nowadays. That if someone studies a field, their conclusions must hold more weight than any contradictory conclusions, and this is just not true, right?
Did you ever see God in your biochemistry?
Well, I'll even kind of give Jace this to an extent. Like, I think that when I talk to people that have more credentials, they can usually follow the conversation a little better, depending on what it is, you know. And I learned stuff from those people that I didn't know. I don't think people should like lie about this. The point is that they have faulty conclusions because they have faulty assumptions at the beginning.
Somebody turn your fire dial off.
I'm in a store.
Woo. Store's on fire. Get out. Jace.
Yo.
Did you ever see God in biochemistry?
Say what?
Did you ever see God in biochemistry? Can you make a life out of nothing?
Well, how do those two things relate? Have you ever seen God make a life?
Well, see, now you say that. I haven't actually.
Neither have I.
So where the fuck does it come from? Do you see?
Yeah,
Do you see order? Do you see order in it? You're making up really bad, bro.
Yeah, the wind is kind of blowing at the moment.
Okay, I get you.
That's the creator. He made the wind.
You know, that is actually where the origin of that idea came from, right? Old primitive people, they knew that the wind could move things. They didn't call it the wind at this time. They knew that the wind could move things. They knew that people had to breathe, and if they couldn't breathe, they would die. Animals as well. And so they proposed that was the supernatural life force coming straight from God. So the belief in the creator literally originated from a misunderstanding of hot air. It's quite comical.
Okay, but this is the thing, right? So the same arguments or philosophical discussions that have been had since the beginning of mankind still hold weight to this day regarding creationism. Like, I'm about to debate Aaron Raw about creationism. He's going to obviously get destroyed because it isn't an argument that can be debated, right? Like, whenever I ask you what actually caused the order that we experience, there's no answer other than intention. So sure, there could have been some primitive explanations about naturally occurring phenomena that we maybe better understand now, or we have some like different ways to describe, but that doesn't discredit creationism as a whole, right? I was making a joke. But my point is that you guys think you're smarter than you are. Maybe mankind is a little arrogant, I think.
When the proposal of your idea originated from a misunderstanding of what the wind and hot air is, you're on some pretty shaky grounds there.
Okay, I don't know who you're talking about. Who thinks that the only evidence for God is that the wind blows?
No, that's how the idea was first proposed. They thought the evidence of God was the air, the supernatural life force, the breath of life.
Okay, dude, but you know what's funny is But Jace, what's funny is you can't answer the questions without invoking intelligent design. You can just say, I don't know.
What questions can I not answer?
Where did everything come from and why is it so ordered?
There's plenty of scientific explanations for that. Because you deny them doesn't mean I can't explain it.
Didn't they just magically made itself one day?
What?
Why can't you just name one?
You're both talking over each other.
Sorry. Wait, what's up?
Why can't you just name one instead of just saying that there's a bunch of scientific explanations? Can you just name one?
Well, are you talking about the universe or are you talking about life? Those are two different things.
Yeah, yes. Everything that exists. If you want to call it the universe, go for it.
All right. Well, if you want like a kind of sequence of leading up from the start of the universe, or whatever, to the start of life, it would be obviously the Big Bang would be the scientific explanation, and the explanations of how galaxies come together and how the protoplanetary disk,
Everything came from nothing. Oh my God. Okay.
all that kind of stuff. All of those would be first before you get to abiogenesis and geological theories of how the Earth is formed and all the elements, the
That's not
prebiotic
answering the
conditions.
question, bro. That's not.
Yeah,
You can't just say
because
the Big
these
Bang.
are whole fields of knowledge with it. You want me to
Okay, well,
explain
let's just focus on the Big
entire
Bang.
fields of knowledge?
No, I want you to understand that the Big Bang doesn't answer the question, and the person that proposed it said there was a pre-existing energy. So,
It
what
wasn't
caused the Big
proposed
Bang?
by one person.
It actually was.
There were numerous people who contributed to this.
Hey, what caused the Big Bang?
Yeah, that's a
Fix your microphone, Jace. You're like it's rattling against your shirt or
That's
something.
really bad. It's really bad. Like,
sorry, I think it's catching.
But that's what the question is, bro. Yeah, yes, that's what my question is. When you say that's a good question, that is the question. What caused it? That's the question.
Yeah, and there are ideas about that. They're just kind of hard to test.
They all beg the question. They all invoke space, time, or matter, which means they don't answer the question. Something has to exist outside of the confinement of space, time, and matter in order to make the alleged Big Bang happen. You know, and like chaos theory doesn't work. Determinism doesn't work.
Chaos theory explanation.
Magnetism is actually the basis in creation for all space.
But what certainly does is magic. God, that definitely.
Your mic's getting bad again, buddy.
It actually does answer it, though, Jace. It's a viable explanation. If you invoke intelligent design outside the confinement of space, time, and matter that put everything into place with intention, that does answer the question, right? That actually does answer the question. You may not find it satisfactory for whatever bias you have, but you're not even answering the question. This is the problem with atheists. They don't answer the question, but they pretend they have a ground. Can I get an answer?
You're acting like there's answers when I just stated to you that there is. Look into it. There's things like the cyclic cosmological model. There's eternal model. There's a bunch of different kind of hypotheses. What there isn't
any that are logical.
There isn't any evidence we've ever seen anything being created, magic spells, and stuff. That's what there isn't evidence for.
No, that's what existence itself is evidence for. That's the point, right? Like the ordered nature of existence is the evidence. You're claiming that you got order from chaos. Okay, so what caused the cycle?
Your reasoning skills.
What caused the cycle?
You reasoned in a circle right there. You're saying that the evidence of you're assuming that that everything was created, and that looking at things being cyclical is the evidence of creation. That's are being ordered cyclical. That kind of reasoning is cyclical.
No, I'm asking you for an alternative. What caused the cycle then? It's just saying it's cyclical doesn't answer the question.
I think you're a little confused. Everything's created, and that the evidence of the creation is that everything's ordered. Cyclical didn't get brought into the picture until I said that's cyclical reasoning or circular reasoning. And what caused that is your reasoning skills.
that to be circular reasoning. It wasn't part of the argument.
Well, I thought you invoked cyclical something. I mean, you're going in and out, but I'm pretty sure you said cyclical, and you said that's one of the explanations. See, this is the truth. You don't have an answer. Just say you don't have an answer, Jace. Just be honest and say I don't have an answer.
Penrose's conformal cyclic cosmology, one model.
Why did?
But
wait,
yeah,
wait.
I
Why
don't
did?
think any scientists are honest, and they say we have these hypotheses. We don't know that any of them are true. We don't really know, but we don't propose. We don't claim to know the absolute truth of some magic creator that did everything like you guys.
Okay, but the personal claim of it is a different conversation. Okay, whether people claim to know the true nature of the creator and all this stuff is a totally different conversation. All of your explanations don't answer the question. I've researched your side. They don't have an answer. When you claim that
You don't
everything's
know
cyclical,
any
that
of
doesn't answer.
How could you have researched my side when you didn't know what Penrose cosmology is? You don't know what the hypotheses are, the Schrödinger M theory, kind of brain hypotheses. How could you have researched our answers? No, the basics of them.
We can't even hear your answers. All we hear is like you rubbing a microphone against your shirt or something. But like, what I'm telling you is that there is no explanation from your position. It's just objective. It's like, where did everything come from? Oh, I don't know. Well, what caused the order? Oh, I don't know. Everything was in a singularity. What caused a singularity? Oh, I don't know. It's like none of the proposals actually address the question. That's the point. It's like this is the pseudo intellectualism that is rampant, right? Like no one answers the question.
That's the problem. They all do. You just don't know. That's what I was trying to say before.
Okay, so you
Oh, they
exist
do
unless you
know.
have so you believe in a pre-existing energy? You believe that something outside of the singularity existed?
Sure, if you want to propose that the conformal cyclic cosmology is true, the universe goes through cycles where it expands and contracts. You have, it contracts down to a point and then expands again over. That's one model.
What's wrong with your microphone,
That
dude?
doesn't answer the question. What the universe doesn't answer the question of how the universe got here.
That is the answer. It didn't get here. It's always been just going.
Oh, it's always been here.
That's just one answer. Yeah, there's no requirement that the universe be here.
Always been here. Seriously.
Yeah, that's one.
That's what the consensus was before Hubble, right? The man, not the telescope. He discovered the Doppler effect, and before that, the majority of scientists believed that the universe was eternal. So, even though they discovered it for the wrong reason, right? They now understand that it had a beginning, right? So they finally caught up to the Bible in the 1920s, and they understand, even for the wrong reason, they understand it. Now they understand that it did have an actual beginning. And that's when they came up with the godless Big Bang theory from a Catholic priest.
Okay, but majority of scientists didn't think that. Even Einstein was a creationist. Tesla was a creationist. Henry Poincaré, Maxwell, they were all creationists. Okay, it's only now that quote unquote scientists think it's somewhat logical to not invoke sentience or intention. Okay, so all scientists didn't think that. It doesn't answer the question. How did the universe get here? Are you saying that everything that exists fits within the confinement of space, time, and matter? And then the question that follows is, how do we have order then? Like, how does the universe have order? How does it have a cycle? Like, a cycle is order. So how does it have order?
Yeah, it's just based on the thermodynamics.
There's always thermodynamics. Wow. Are you here, yourself?
Yes, you have energy gradients, and these energy gradients can cause work to happen or systems that start to dissipate those energy gradients. And as they're doing that, they use that energy. The energy goes into the system, making it more and more, complex, you could say. And the more and more complex it gets, the better it can disperse that energy
You know what I'm going to say next,
It's
right?
quite simple.
Yeah, you're a Big Bang theorist. You know what I'm going to say next, right? Yes.
Yeah, I've heard all these arguments in time.
The only
Go
Big
ahead.
Bang is whenever your parents made you. I'm just trying to understand where did the order come from? That's what I want to know. Where do you agree
What do
that
you mean
order
by
requires
order? With
a
in
cycle is
nature,
order?
in nature, when we see energy gradients, right? You'll have a very simple system to start with. As that energy gradient goes into the system and starts to be dissipated, more and more ordered structures built in the system because they are better at dissipating that energy gradient quicker.
Okay, cool.
That's
Then
how
what programmed
nature
all that?
works.
Yeah, what programmed all that to happen that way?
What do you mean? That's not evidence of a program that's circular.
No. Here's how it works. So if something was built, it had to have had a creator, and if things have a pattern, and that means there is deliberate pattern creation, it had to be that
This is
something.
all circular. If there isn't any evidence for creator for something being
No, that's
programmed,
not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
then
listen,
the thing itself is not
listen.
evidence of that.
Order
That's
is inherent.
circular.
Listen, order is inherent in our wants and needs, right? We want to put everything in order. That's kind of like what creation is too. We do the same thing that the world does. The world creates, women create, the earth creates. It's all kind of the same thing. You feel me?
What you're just calling natural, most of those are biological
All right.
processes.
So how did the natural
You're
stuff
calling
get there?
those creations when
How
they're
did the
not
natural
really
thing get set up to
in
go?
the same kind of supernatural sense that you're trying to apply
How
the
did
argument
nature get
to.
set up to go? How did nature get set up to go?
There's nothing in nature that says it had to have been set up.
So
That's
how did
the
it get
point.
set up? That's what I'm saying. It is a
Yeah,
setup. It
there's
functions.
no
So how did that happen?
dictation. There's no dictation that it had to be set up. You have
Just
to first
randomly came
provide the
together because it
evidence
felt like
of
it.
that.
So it just felt like it. Then just
No,
came together.
as I said before, there's plenty of worlds where there was no beginning. It was just always here.
How do you know
So
that?
there never was a need for something outside of the natural
So you
world
go back to the
to
beginning
start
of
the
everything
natural
and prove that.
world because of
What are you
that
doing?
wouldn't
What do you
make
think you're
sense.
trying to do right now? Did you go back then and prove all that, or you just kind of talking?
You
Jay,
haven't
none of
proved
that makes any
anything.
sense, bro. What you're saying, it makes any sense.
Of course it does.
No,
Your
Proposing
analogy, his
proposing that
analogy
the
is
other
like if you leave my computer screen, if you leave my
talking
computer
over.
plugged into the
I'm
electricity
just
and you
terrified.
bombard it with all different types of thermal energy, over time it'll write a code and invent the internet.
No, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's what you think.
No, not even close.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. But what you
You do
think?
realize that always
Holy
being here
shit!
is no argument, right? That you cannot prove always being here. That it have to have been a
Yeah,
beginning.
but what is true is that you could never prove there's something outside of nature that created nature. You can never prove that. Never gonna happen.
Nature. What would be nature if we don't live on a
Because
globe flying through space
because by
created by a Big Bang? What would be nature then?
because by just pure logic, nature is all that we can see that exists. There can't be anything outside of nature. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, if you remove what you believe nature could be or how nature started, if you remove the Big Bang, if you remove us flying through space, right? If you remove the ball, what would you consider to be nature then?
The natural world. That's what nature. The
Is
object
nature
we can
is
touch
nature
and
unified,
feel
Jace?
is nature unified.
Yeah. Does it work? Is nature unified?
Yes, and in science we
So
elucidate the process.
so if nature's unified, but your understanding of it is not, don't you see the disconnection?
What understanding isn't unified?
You don't have a grand unified theory, although nature's already unified, which should tell you that your perception of it is inaccurate.
The grand unified
Okay.
theory. The grand unified theory is a theory of how electromagnetism, the weak nuclear, and the strong nuclear interactions at a specific energy scale to become one interaction. In our current everyday life, those three interactions are not united. So there's no disconnect even between your misunderstanding of what a grand theory is.
They're united in our bodies. They're united in the things that we create.
They aren't.
What do you mean? How do you
Electromagnetism.
think our bodies work?
Electromagnetism is
Hey
not
man, you gotta stop
united.
screaming.
Electromagnetism is not united with the strong and weak nuclear forces in your body, dude.
So what is it? What is
What
it
I-
that
what I'm
people pick up when they're scanning people's brains and stuff? What is it that lights up there then? If it isn't some
Well,
sort of magnetism.
those are electromagnetic spins.
what I'm telling you,
radio.
Jace, is that maybe your understanding on these topics are inaccurate, and that this is why that you guys can never unify your theories, because the fact that your theory isn't set up to be that way.
But know what the actual unified theory is. How can you sit here and tell me that our understanding isn't right, and that's why we can't
Well, can you
unify
define magnetism?
these things, and you don't even know what the unified theory actually is, dude?
Can you define magnetism to start?
Go ahead, man. Fill me in. What's your definition?
Well, I'm just wondering if any branch of science has ever done that, because as far as I'm aware, the only thing that they've got is the emission of virtual photons to explain away gravity, or sorry,
It's a mechanism.
magnetism.
There's a guy called Walter Russell that he created this the universal theory of one, the grand unified theory. Walter Russell. Yeah, there is a guy that already made his own theory on it, right? So this is already out. It's already existed. What Jace is talking about is that typical global rhetoric. He has no idea what is really out there other than whatever mainstream feeds to him.
No, I'm talking about the proposed scientific grand unified theory, whereas you're proposing just any old bullshit some guy puts forward that you think somehow makes sense.
Dude, you just invoked order without something with intention.
As opposed to what, Jace?
Yes, we see the laws of thermodynamics in action, all zero and
What made the law of thermodynamics?
There's nothing in nature that necessitates having to create. That's you imposing a human desire to have something that created that. But there's nothing in nature that dictates they were created.
What is nature? Prove what is nature? Is weather nature?
So loud, dude. Is it just me, or is his mic like incredibly loud?
He's like super triggered or something.
So
No, I think
what would be nature, Jace?
nature
What would be nature exactly? Can you delineate the line between nature and not nature?
Yeah, nature is the physical world around us, the matter, the interactions around us that are not supernatural, metaphysical in origin.
Do you think nothing metaphysical exists?
Not necessarily. I'd have to know exactly what you're talking about metaphysical.
I'm guessing
Certain
our thoughts don't
things,
exist, huh?
yes.
So fuck our thoughts, right? Our thoughts don't exist. Our feelings, our intuitions, none of that exists, right?
Yeah, where does energy come from and go to, Jace?
What do you mean? It doesn't come to anywhere.
Oh, it doesn't. It's just always there.
Have you seen it go to anywhere?
Yeah, I've seen lightning strike, where it seems as if there's a great amount of energy concentrated in a single flash, if you want to call it that, and then all of a sudden it's not there anymore. So how does that happen?
The transfer.
So it's
energy
so it's always
moves
there?
and transfers all the time.
Where's it transferred from?
Well, in the case he just described, it would be the molecules in the clouds and the sky and whatnot.
Where's energy come from in the Kazner effect?
Ah, goodness. Right? It's coming from fields, right?
Where are those fields?
The Heisenberg uncertainty principle dictates that the ground state, the field, be exactly zero energy. So they always have these little fluctuations in energy can measure effects that those have, like the Kashmir effect, the Lamb spectral shift, electron self-energies, and Larry's favorite, the Schwinger effect.
Jay,
That's
I don't
right.
know what's going on with your mic, man, but I could hear every other word that you say. There's like something going on. You hit the mic or something.
Yeah, I think my headphones are just short.
I'm just letting you know, man, that if energy cannot be created nor destroyed, it can only be transferred. So it has to be transferred from somewhere. And just say the word field, and act like there's a background of like the Higgs field, and everything comes from there. You're basically invoking something outside the material world. So,
Well, no one says everything comes from the Higgs field.
well, you have to invoke the Higgs field. I mean,
Those are all of the material.
oh my God, dude, are you open to the idea that there could be some type of creative, sentient intelligence?
Oh, of course, if you actually had compelling evidence for that. It's a great desire, right? We all want to feel, we were made special.
As an agnostic,
How is how is the evidence
you-
ever going to present itself when you explain away everything with particle interaction, even though you can never support its existence?
Hold on.
Got
As
it.
an agnostic, Whitson, real quick, I'm sure you're interested to hear this answer. As an agnostic, I am open to the possibility that there is a creator. That doesn't mean I'm going to decide and say so just yet. But yeah,
That's
I'm open to
cool,
all
but that's
possibilities.
cool. My problem is when people act like they know there isn't one. It's like super weird to me because like there has to be, just logically speaking, if there's order, right? Then like something had to put it into order. Like whether that's a personable,
Arrow Rider,
benevolent,
you're hot micing.
whether that's like a personable, benevolent, entity or something, it's totally separate conversation. But like there has to be some type of force that places the order, right? Like it makes no sense. Like the only one that's ever been come up with is the idea of chaos theory, and that doesn't work either because it's highly sensitive to initial conditions, meaning like how it all started is the only way you could even have chaos theory on the table. So like you have to have the initial conditions, so you still have the same like prerequisite.
Chaos theory is about chaos with it. It's not about making order. It's about how systems don't come to order. They go into chaos by very small
That's not what
fluctuations
chaos theory
and initial
is, dude.
conditions.
No, chaos theory is that you can have some semblance of order coming from chaos, okay? But it's highly sensitive to initial conditions, which means you still have the same prerequisite of the initial conditions. This has been argued and debated for the history of mankind, and no one has ever come up with a logically viable explanation outside of intelligent design. No one, ever in the whole history of mankind.
Man,
Does that mean it's necessarily
you
true?
got
No.
that time. You got the actual definition of chaos theory. You're cashing it up for, but that is in any shape or form. Again, we're going back to this begging the question, circular reasoning thing, where we're assuming there's a creator and pointing to things in the natural world and saying, well, there's the evidence of the creator. Just look at that. That's not how it
No,
works.
I'm not assuming there's a creator, man. I'm looking at all the order and I'm thinking logically, if this place is so ordered from the small to the big, like even in your own paradigm, like the sun and moon appear to be the same size. Oh, what a coincidence. Oh, the Earth's in an inhabitable zone. The fine tuning problem is explained away with multiverse in your paradigm, and you probably won't even invoke that because you know it's stupid. So my point is, like, it's a well-known thing that if you have order, right, something has to place it in order. It's nothing to do with me wanting to believe in a God or anything like that. In fact, humans have an instinct to not want to believe in God because they want to be the arbiter of truth.
It's your human desire. You're placing your desires onto your observations. Because none of those observations by themselves, order, any of the things you talked about, are evidence of a creator. None of them are like, this is creation. There's none of that in any of those. Is that my mic or someone else's?
Sounds like the
someone
ocean.
else. Yeah.
Hey, man. Yeah, but dude, all I'm trying to say is, like, if you have order, right? Like, if you have some building blocks and they're put together intricately and they make a little building, it's like, well, you had to put them together intricately to have order. Otherwise, you just have a pile of building blocks. It's a very simple concept, To have the order requires an orderer. Does that
Yeah,
mean
but
it's
the
sentient?
problem with it is we see systems in nature from start to finish go from non-ordered to ordered without any kind of no human intervention at all.
Name one.
Chemical systems, dude.
Chemical
There's
systems are
all
ordered
sorts
at the
of
smallest
chemical
scale, though.
systems. No, I'm talking about the building of complexity, going from gases, which are highly entropic, to organic molecules that can be liquids and solids that are much more ordered and less entropic, all by just natural processes
Wouldn't this be the same thing that would have been
without
attributed to a
any
creator?
kind of human or creator intervention. They just happen naturally.
Oh, you shifted the goalpost.
You're explaining
Wait
away
up,
the
wait
very
up,
same thing.
wait up, man. You shifted the goalpost from order to complexity, right? So you went from we see things that have no order to having order, and then when pressed on it, you shifted it to they become more complex, they become more ordered. Okay,
Yeah,
more or less
they're
ordered.
less ordered.
That's
The
not the point.
gases. That was your point. Going from
No, it doesn't matter if it's
less.
more or less ordered. It's still ordered at the beginning. Just because it's less ordered, it still has order. The smallest chemical interactions have order.
Okay, well, if you want to go back to how these things form, there's plenty of theories about that too.
That's where the creator comes in, Jace. That's exactly where the creator comes in.
No, there's no creator involved in that. We witness them happen without any human intervention.
You're explaining away exactly what the creator is said to do, bro. That's what you're doing.
No, we witness that these things happen without the need for any kind of human intervention, any kind of creator intervention.
The creator already did the job. He already created the parts, the chemical, the physicality of every chemical. He already did that. You are not going to find him doing it because it's already done.
Chemicals don't cut it for with it. So now we got to go to the building blocks themselves of those chemicals, which we can still do experiment. We can still do experiments on those and see that they just come about naturally. There's no need for human intervention and creators involved. If the creator was getting involved, why wouldn't he just tell that to the experimenters and just announce himself like, hey, I'm here,
Now you're
I'm going to do
asking
this
why
for you guys.
Bro, now you're asking why the creator would or wouldn't do something or whatever. We're not even
Because that
invoking
would make more
benevolence.
sense.
We're not invoking benevolence or personification. Atheists always do this. They can't help but show their cards. There's a vitriolic hatred for the idea of a personified God because bad things happen. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about how everything is ordered. And how do you get the order? Even the chemical reactions, the interactions at a very small scale are ordered. They have an intrinsic order, a reoccurring balance. We utilize that to then build upon it. The question is, how was that there ordered in the first place? It couldn't be. It could not be.
The smallest building blocks are not ordered in any way, shape, or form. But what you're really referring to is just how they came about. Like, you're saying that just the existence of them is order, is what I'm getting. Because if you're not saying that, then the existence of quarks and all that kind of stuff, those are extremely not ordered, dude. It's about as not ordered as anything you can find in the universe.
Okay, first of all, you don't find quarks, but let's pretend that you do and that you objectively don't. Like, are you saying we don't have a model that can help us isolate quarks consistently? That they're just completely random and unpredictable?
It's called deep inelastic scattering is how we isolate quarks.
So there is no randomness, right, Jace? Because you just said there's a system for it, and there's a system
for
that
us
was created to be able to track them down. So there is no chaos. There is some sort of order, isn't it?
Holy shit, dude. There's a system for us to be able to experiment on them in ways that we can control. They still come about just naturally.
Well, if you develop a system, it will logically allow you to predict when they're gonna be, which means there is no randomness. If you were even
because we're controlling that. If you just make the energy scale extremely high, you put a bunch of, make the temperature very high, there's no order to any of that. We have to be the ones who control those kind of situations to make them ordered that we can experiment on.
In that sense, you're right. But the fact that you was able to even construct a system to understand the randomness of it implies that there is no randomness.
No, it's not random. It doesn't matter what it's not random. Okay, they're
Yeah,
all
because
seeking
you're just
equilibrium
saying
naturally.
yes, so the existence of them is what you're calling order.
No, I'm saying they're all falling into place. They're all constantly trying to fall into place. So what is the driving force behind their natural ability?
It's thermodynamics with it.
Okay, you can't just say
the
a
driving
word.
force.
Okay,
The
that's an idea
study-
we came up with. Let
The
me
study of
enlighten you. Okay, let me enlighten you.
thermodynamics is how those processes work.
Henry Poincaré
Without
says it the
any
best.
creator.
Henry Poincaré says it best. It is not the universe which imposes time and space onto us. It is us who impose time and space onto it. Okay?
Exactly.
These are concepts. The same is applied to thermodynamics. Right? This is a concept. We found out that everything is constantly trying to find its order, its place, its equilibrium, and we gave a name to it. Now you're just invoking that name as if somehow that's a replacement for the requirement of order.
No, we study the natural processes of how that occurs. Now, where in that, so when we do these studies, we never see any kind of creator. Where in that does your creator come in? Right? You're going to invoke, it comes in the beginning, right?
Well, yeah, I'm not saying that you're going to see the creator. That's a straw man. I'm saying that to be able to see the natural process of everything seeking order, right? Everything is seeking order until it finds its order, which means there's a driving mechanism innately built in. Not really innately because that's like a human characteristic, but like intrinsically built in. So how built in, something intrinsically built in causes things to find order. That is evidence of a creative force, bro.
No, it's not. You're just
my
saying
God, dude.
that. How is
No, it's
that
just common
evidence?
sense.
You're just saying that there's this creator that's causing the order that's innately in these processes, but we can't see them. We can't get any measurements or any kind of observations of it. It all just looks like natural processes following the rules of nature, but that's the creator. You're just adding that in.
How would
did the
nature have
rules come
rules?
about? I just want to know. Yeah, how did the rules come about?
Yeah, they're like I said before, they're basically the laws of thermodynamics in this case.
How did they get there?
They're processes. They aren't things that were like put into place. They're just natural processes.
I have one more question. Does it just decide to did it decide to organize on its own, or was it?
No, they're fine. Do you know what the rules of thermodynamics are? They're just processes
I gave you two options, partner.
following the rules of thermodynamics, and that's how those
Did it
structures
organize itself or
come to
not?
be.
Does it organize itself or not? Let me know.
Yeah, it organizes itself following the rules of thermodynamics.
Holy shit. So
you
why
keep on
did it
invoking rules.
hold on? Why does it make the decision to organize itself?
It doesn't make any decisions, dude. They're based on
So it just
energy
happens?
gradients.
It just happens?
No,
Oh,
it's
no,
based
wait,
on
so which is
energy.
it? It decides to do it,
It's
or it's
based
supposed to
on
do it?
energy gradients,
It
equilibrium
decides to do it, or
principles,
it's told to do it,
and
kiddo. That's what
entropic
you're left with.
principles.
You're left with it
Even
decides to
Witzit,
do it, or it's made to do it.
alluded to it before.
I'm not talking about Witsit. It's you and me. Can we do that?
Well, you're just talking over me because you're terrified.
Terrified. Yeah, I'm petrified. I'm petrified.
He's super unbiased in this conversation,
Just
dude.
kidding. Whatever.
He's
Okay.
super unbiased.
Yes, he's literally agnostic about it.
Yeah.
I would argue against that
Listen,
one.
Jason, can I be honest
Of
with
course
you?
you
You know
would,
how
because you don't, dude. You don't know how to read people. That's okay. Listen, can you just tell us whether or not matter decides to organize itself?
It doesn't make decisions. That's where you're going wrong.
And how did it get ordered?
Because they're just following the rules of thermodynamics.
How did those
rules come from?
Energy.
It's okay.
Do you know what I mean by the rules of thermodynamics? Do you know what they
I know
are?
that rules have to be put in place first.
No, these are just
how'd they
natural
get there?
processes that
Then how'd
we
they get there?
observe happening.
So did it decide to do it on its own? Bro, you suck at this.
No, they
Anyway, I'm
don't
gonna stop.
decide
That's
anything.
fine.
They're just
That's fine.
following
you
natural
see,
processes.
Jace, you projected onto me that I have some type of longing and bias for there to be a creator. Get the idea of some type of creator, right?
I don't know, you broke up, but you seem to not understand what I mean by the rules of thermodynamics, and that's really not
No, I
my
do.
problem.
No, I connected that part. My point is that the rules of thermodynamics I've already explained is a conceptualization man, right? Just like
No,
space and
it's
time.
not.
It effectively is. It effectively is. So
It's
pure
observations of natural
that's right.
processes.
That's right. That's right.
It's
The
not
natural
concepts we
process.
impose.
The natural process is the evidence, dude. And then whenever we invoke, look, it's naturally trying to find its ordered position. Everything that exists, all the way to the smallest scale, is always in a process of finding its position of order, relevant or relative to its environment. What created that process? What made it so that things
Yeah,
have to find an ordered position?
that's what I want you to provide the evidence of, not just point to the processes and say circularly that those are the evidence, because that's what you're doing.
No, I'm pointing out the logical antecedent, right? So,
No,
like, if
dude.
everything, yes, if everything is finding its ordered position, then this world is not purely chaotic. It's the opposite.
No
Everything is
one's
finding
saying it's
order.
chaotic.
Okay, well, order requires some type of sentience or intention. This is logical. This is
That's
basic
what
logic.
you got to provide evidence for.
You have to be able
You
to
have to
articulate
provide
how order-
evidence of the sentience.
No, see, okay, yeah, the order itself, right? You can't have specific
by
ordering.
definition is spiritual. So
He's just
You
being
can't have
obstinate.
specific
Hold
ordering
on,
with
guys.
a sentience.
Guys. He's just being obstinate for the sake of it. Obstinate for
Yeah,
the
but
sake of
science
it.
deals in physical, and God is spiritual, right?
I'm gonna be honest, right?
So by definition,
I think that
science
people
has
have
not
like
the
this.
capacity.
People have
to
this
do that.
vitriolic hatred for the idea of some God, and I get it. Religion sucks. People make up stories about God. They think they know everything about God. They personify him. They claim he's going to do this or that. They say, oh, he loves you or he hates you or he loves me but he hates you and all that stuff. I get that. That's not the conversation though. But people that are atheists, they can't help but conflate them, right? So as we're not talking about the personification, nothing like that. We're talking about the intention. We're talking about the sentience, the intelligent design. This is the only logical way that you could have
The
order.
circularness. We're assuming that there was a designer, then we're pointing to things we see in nature and say, look, that's his design. That's not how it works, man.
No, I'm not assuming that there's a creator. I'm pointing at the stuff saying the only way this could be here is intention.
That's where you have to provide the evidence of the intender for that to be true.
Okay, so
you can't
then the alternative is...
You can't just point at things. You can't just point at things and say, look at that. That's so complicated. That's so ordered. It's got to be a creator. That's not how logic works. That's not how anything works.
Okay, so then propose and articulate an alternative, right? Like, if you're saying that you can have all this meticulous order from the small to the big everywhere you look, but it doesn't require an orderer, then please explain to me how you could have it without the orderer that has intention.
Number one, I'm not under any obligation to explain your belief or anything to you. But as I've been saying, they're just following the rules of thermodynamics that we observe. We're not imposing those rules. We're just observing what they are. Nature is imposing those rules on us, not the other way around.
Okay, so how'd the rules get
I just corrected
How does
you on
nature?
that.
Yeah, how'd the rules get there?
They're just the processes we're observing that are
How did it get there?
induce.
How did it get there?
If you're going to say a creator, that's where you got to provide
No, I'm
evidence
asking
of
you.
the creator. Otherwise, we're going back in circles.
I'm asking you how you think it got there. How'd you think it get there?
Sorry, you broke up a little
How
bit.
do you think the rules got there?
What do you mean? I don't think there was a creator because you can't give me any evidence of that.
How did the rules show up? When and how?
Well, again, then we'd have to go back all the way to the beginning and how these things, the rules of how they form and all that. All these things are explained if you just look into it.
Yeah, but there's no proof. I can explain why God makes. I can explain why God creates the
There's plenty of
woodpecker.
proof.
I'm sorry. Sorry. The termite. I can explain why God created the termite and the bacteria inside the termite's guts that help break down the wood so that it can live, right? You can explain, well, they just evolved at the same time, right? Either one is proof.
No, because we can show in their genome, and show in fossil evidence and all sorts of other things that here are the stages, here's the mutations that occurred, and all the
Oh, you found the
relevant
missing link?
details
Where?
where you
Where's
have
the missing link?
postulations of
Self-organization.
magic.
It's just
Where
trying to
you
organize itself. It's self-order. Is that what you're doing? Saying?
Sure,
Well,
if
to be
that's what
fair,
you
he's
want to say.
outnumbered.
It boils down
Talk
to
about
this.
circular.
It boils down to this. If you're going to point to processes in nature and say that that's evidence of the creator, you first have to provide real evidence of the creator outside of the processes, because that's circular.
That's not true. That's just what you
No,
want.
it's not.
That's we
You
don't
keep
have,
saying
like
that.
you
You
said,
keep saying
obligations on you.
It's
you
the
keep saying if you
definition of
point to
circular
saying
logic.
if you point to the stuff that exists as evidence, then you need to point to stuff that doesn't exist as evidence, or it's circular. That's insane. Dude, this is
Yeah,
the truth,
what's
right?
it?
There's a
You
very
can't
Jay,
you
listen, there's a
can't
very good
point.
argument.
Hang on, what's it?
Listen,
You can't
I'm trying to
point
teach you.
before you go on. You can't point to things we observe in nature happen just naturally without any kind of intervention from any kind of sentient,
Then
and
how to get there?
say that that is evidence of a creator
And
without
how did it
first
get
giving
there?
evidence of the creator
No, the
itself.
question is, how did it get there?
Well, what you're not understanding that is the evidence. That is the evidence.
Again,
you know what self-evident means, sir?
again, we would have to go
Self-evidence
back
is a
to the
thing. Do you believe
process
things are
of how
self-evident?
these
Can
how
something be
these
self-evident?
form.
I'm going to keep asking that one. Can something be self-evident? Yes or no?
Sure, but your creator is not self-evident, dude.
How do
I'm
you know that?
sorry.
Okay, what about
Because
creation?
we witness these processes happening in
Yeah,
nature
processes
without
are
any
put into
kind of
motion first.
sentience.
Processes are put into motion first before they are processes.
No, we witness them happen
Holy
without anybody
motherfucker.
putting
I
them
can't
in
believe anybody's
motion.
buying this bullshit. I'm going to go.
Look, JC, there's a good argument. There's a good argument. There's a good argument against like the over personification of a creator. People make claims they can't verify about a creator, the nature of a creator. These are all good arguments to be had. That it seems to be a primitive attempt to explain the inexplicable of man. That's all cool and fine, right? And I can rock with you on that. I think that you have to personally try to seek something like that out. But if you're just going to deny, like from an intellectual perspective, deny the antecedent to order, like where can we go with that? You keep on invoking processes, and we invented conceptualizations to try to explain them. That's all we did. That's why Henry Poincaré said it is not the universe. It is not the universe. Listen to the quote carefully. It is not the universe that imposes space and time onto us. It is us who impose space and time onto the universe. Okay,
He's
it's meaning it's just
exactly
a concept.
correct, dude. He's exactly correct. It exists without any of our imposing of any kind of sentience or any of that. It just exists.
That's the opposite of what he's saying. He's saying it is not the universe that imposes space and time onto us. It is us.
He's saying it's just there. It's just there.
That's not what he's saying. He's saying it isn't the universe. It
Yes,
just being
'cause it's
there.
just there.
He said it's not actually there. It is us who conceptually impose space and time onto the universe. That's what he said.
Exactly. We impose our implications on it. It is just existing.
That's my point. That's my point. So our conceptualizations in an attempt to try to understand it is independent of what it actually is or what caused it to be there. And like the second law of thermodynamics, nature is not dependent upon us coming up with something called the second law of thermodynamics. And you can say, oh, well, that's my point. What caused the natural inclination to find order? What put that into place, bro? You're being illogical, Jason. It's because of
my point. My point is those processes just happen without any need for any imposing or any kind of sentience. That's what we witness. We witness them just happening. There's no need for any kind of sentience being put on it. And if you're going to make those implications, you have to first provide the evidence of the creator you're imposing on it.
No, that's incorrect. I don't need to make any specific claims about a creator. I don't need to personify the creator. I don't need to do anything of the sort, okay? I'm invoking an energy, a force, okay, that requires specific intention to place something in order. The alternative is that we have specific order without anything intentionally placing it. And that is absurd because without intention or determination or intelligence, you would have random, chaotic happenstance. The last thing you would have is consistent, reoccurring order from the small all the way to the big, everywhere that can be observed. That isn't what would happen because you don't have intention to make it happen.
Well, all I say is we don't witness any of that. We just witness we observe the rules that nature gives to us. And if you're going to impose, if you're, no, I'm just getting tired of hearing the same creationist nonsense, circular nonsense that very small amounts of people buy into.
No, Jace, you're actually pretty smart. Dude. So I think that you're pretty smart, and I think you heard what I just said, and you're like, damn, that's a pretty good point. You're boiled down to the position where you have to invoke consistent recurring order is a product of randomness. You have to.
That's not at all. You're just straw-manning the position.
Well,
So what you're telling me,
you're claiming intention, Jace.
What you're telling me is, like, if I were to just sit there and say I could see proteins with my own eye, and I see them turn a substrate from the substrate to the product, you're telling me that I then have to say, wow, there was some creator that did that, rather than just the protein itself did it, because it's just following basic rules of nature, of thermodynamics, and of chemical principles, that there's nobody put those in place. It's just how nature operates.
Right. Well, that's right. No human put it in place. The fact that there are rules and principles that we can identify, and they're so reoccurring that we can create a contract with confidence that it's going to always work, shows you that there's a reoccurring order to nature. Okay. No one's claiming that the humans have anything to do with it. Right? Humans didn't put into place. You're right. It's naturally occurring. Nature has a natural reoccurring order, and we have simply conceptualized it and described it, and it's so consistent. We can use these conceptualizations to the end of mankind's history. We can always use it. That's the point, though. If there's something that's so consistent and reoccurring and ordered, right? What caused nature to be that way? The alternative to intention is lack of intention, which means randomness, which means that the order we observe that's reoccurring would be a byproduct of random happenstance, and that is illogical.
That's not what anyone's saying.
You have to say that.
This is so tiring.
Yeah, I think
you
don't change
see
God for Mother Nature, Jace. That's what I think you did.
You don't
change the Creator for Mother Nature. That's what I hear.
You're just totally blind to the circularness of all this. It's so strange.
Oh my God.
Hold on, you said Mother Nature, right? Mother Nature did all this? Created the law?
No, we're not
right?
anthropomorphizing nature. That's
But
not
you did.
what I'm doing.
But you did. You said,
well, if it came
you said Mother Nature provided the laws. That's what you said.
I didn't say Mother Nature. I said nature.
Yeah, but Jason, what I see you saying is that nature has sentience.
No, Jesus Christ!
Basically, it would have
Holy
to.
moly! Holy moly, guys!
Jace, you know
it's funny how like normal people can understand exactly what I'm saying, and they could see the circularness of all this that you guys are saying. But it's like you're just blind to it. It's odd.
Stop gaslighting people, man. Do you guys know who Aaron Raw is? Aaron Raw is like one of the most like prominent people on your side that argues for atheism and stuff. I'm about to intellectually eviscerate him, bro. There is no rebuttal. Every time it gets down to my position being articulated, you respond with a straw man. You never address.
That's what you've been doing.
Wait, are you just basically asserting that reoccurring consistent order can actually happen due to randomness? And then when I say that, you say,
not randomness.
See, you say I'm not saying that. So what
Yeah,
caused
because
the
it's
order?
not randomness. we we witness these things happening all the time. What's it?
That's my
You're
evidence, though.
imposing an extra assumption on top of it that there's some creator involved that you can't provide any other evidence for other than circularly pointing at the process we're witnessing.
No, first of all, the evidence is the order, okay? And then you're saying, oh, in order to say that, you need to point to some other evidence. No, you don't get to hijack my evidence. My point is that the order is the evidence. Whether or not the creator is benevolent, malevolent, personified, not personified, just like ambiguous energy, it doesn't matter. None of that matters. Whether the creator loves you or hates you, whether he's some architect of hatred, none of that matters. The personification, the characteristics, that's all independent of this conversation. The fact is that you can't have reoccurring consistent order without some type of intention, because the only alternative is that there isn't intention. And if there isn't intention, but there's reoccurring order, that means that that order comes from randomness. That's the opposite of intention, randomness, okay? And if it's random, then randomness has to somehow create reoccurring consistent order. That is illogical.
But that's a false dichotomy. It's not the creator equals and non-creator. It's not how it works. And really, at this point, I'm just kind of tired that you can't see the circularness. I'm sure Aaron Rob, because this is very easy to point out, I'm sure he'll point it out to you too, and you'll just do the same thing. You put your blinders on.
He's gonna get destroyed, dude. He's obviously gonna get destroyed.
I'd love to see that. Maybe
Where
in
does
your
the law of thermodynamics come from, Jace? Where does the law come from?
it comes from humans, but the process in nature that happens does not come from humans. The thing that's called the law of thermodynamics is something we have imposed onto nature. But the process itself, the observation we made to begin to impose that law, does not require humans, doesn't require a creator.
So where did that process come from? Where did that processes come from?
Putting a creator into the picture is an extra assumption that you have to then provide evidence for, and you can't.
No, it's logical, bro.
You cannot circularly point at the process itself as the evidence. That's not how it works.
Where'd the process come from? That was his question. Is where'd the process come from?
Exactly. Answer that.
Again, as I've said many times, they don't come from anything. We can start from, the initial formations of these systems, and we can discuss how they evolve and the processes that happen, and none of that will involve any kind of sentience or creator, any of that. But I do have to take off.
Nature doing its thing,
here
right?
a while. I've been here a while. I got to take off. So have fun. You can keep going in circles and celebrate.
Not circles, bro. You're not using logic. You don't know how to use logic, bro. Sorry.
I would beg to differ.
Well, you're evoking a process out of nowhere, right? And one side is saying creation, God, and you're saying, without you realizing, you're saying Mother Nature. You don't want to say evolution because you know where that's going to lead. So you have one or the other. You have a creator, or you have self-combustion. I guess you want to call it that. So what is more logical? Something created or something just appearing out of nowhere and making order?
Oh, you'll never get an answer.
Yeah, it's logic. It's like saying the mousetrap built itself. Yeah.
Yeah, it's insane.
Jace, you were saying that normal people would understand what you're saying, and that's so untrue. When you listen to the big debates about, creationism against creationism, the people that argue against creation, what they do is they attack religion. They have no arguments to say where everything came from. They just attack religion as like a red herring.
Correct, bro. And it's because they have a hatred for religion. And that's fine, but yeah, it's a red herring, which is very obvious to anyone that's not biased.
Yeah, but I'm not even coming
Not
from it from a
religion. Isn't it
religious
all
point of view.
religion, whether you think it is or not? Just because you're the word atheist, don't you still have a belief?
Sure, but see, I wasn't coming from the standpoint of religion either. I specifically denounce any idea of personification or claims about the nature of the creator or anything like that.
Yeah,
And
I'm
it
not
doesn't
saying you,
matter.
bro. Yeah.
No, I know. I'm just saying it doesn't matter because that's the real driving force as to why people fight it is the idea of like, if there's a God, why do bad things happen? So like the hatred of the idea of a God existing drives their argument. It's like an emotional argument. That's why when you boil it down to this logical point where they have to respond, they always just say, you need to prove it or something. They never answer. They never articulate a logical, viable alternative because there isn't one. And when I debate the Aaron Raw dude, it's going to be like embarrassing for him because he's going to do the same thing. He's going to try to constantly bring up religion. I'm like, we're not talking about religion. And I don't know. There's just no, I mean, as a chemist, how do you not know? Everything is so specifically ordered. The question is, what created that? Oh, second law of thermodynamics is the process. Yeah. We conceptualized and identified the process. What made the process? What made the rules? What made the system that
That's
is
the
ordered,
whole
right?
question. Yep, right there.
Exactly.
There's really only two options, that either it was created or nature created itself. And no one will argue that nature created itself. They only will use red herrings and attack religion.
Evolution, they
Organized.
cannot use it. It could be defeated by one word, by a sentence. Irreducible complexity. 2 words. Irreducible complexity. Game over.
Irreducible complexity has been debunked. I took the wood out of my mousetrap, and it still works.
Oh, really? Where did you fasten
No.
everything?
No.
I'm gonna say, yeah.
Okay.
Have you taken the heart out of somebody and seen if they still work?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, I just love it when people say that. Irreducible complexity has been debunked. It's like, oh, really? Did it now? So you can take the liver out of a man and he'll keep on living. Like, okay.
Yeah. That's it. That's all you need, bro. The fantasies are getting chopped one at a time at the knees. Bang, bang, bang.
I love how they always say there's like these mythical creatures, right? And you're like, oh, you got the missing link? Show me. It's like, well, there's no human fossils in the pre-human fossil record. But shouldn't there be if we evolved from like an ancestor that we share with chimpanzees or orangutans or some shit? Like, wouldn't there be like the Artie that has like mostly male human parts, or Artie that has mostly male parts, and then some other parts mixed in that haven't evolved yet? But there is no missing link. It's a completely fabricated creature, much like the Anubis in ancient Egypt.
Yeah, there's absolutely no fossil record. I've been challenging them for years. Show me something. Show me one animal. Show me an evolutionary change where it became another animal. There isn't any. In all paleontology, in all the history, not one single evidence of it. Sorry, man.
Another flaw in the reasoning is that you keep asking Jace, where did everything come from? He'll point to nature. He'll give an answer that it's nature, like he'll say thermodynamics. And that's just part of nature. How can you point at something in nature and say that that's where nature came from? It's a flaw in your reasoning, in your thinking.
Yeah, bro. When I challenged him, he said, "No, I never said anything about Mother Nature." Did you hear him? Because he knows where I was going next. He would have been demolished. Yeah.
Sorry, bro. Nature is just a concept, right? It means that there was no designer by man, right? So there's natural and then artificial or synthetic, right? So synthetic means man-made. The problem is that we see way too much, design and irreducible complexity in what they call nature. And I think it requires a great deal of faith to think that all of the creatures, you know, on the earth and the water, they just sprang up out of the rocks and out of the elements. Like, that's really weird to think that.
Another thing, did evolution stop all of a sudden? You seen anything evolving?
Romans has a verse, I don't know which one it is, it says the evidence are the things that are seen.
What are we going to evolve? A USB port? Wi-Fi antenna? What's next for us? See how ridiculous that is? It's like comedy. So you're digging in your backyard for something. And you dig, and you find something. You find, I don't know, a clay pottery. Now, do you assume that Mother Nature made it, the Earth made it, or some civilization that was there before you made it, and the Earth piled up, and you just happened to dig down at that spot and find it? What would you think in your head?
What if you find gold? What if you find gold?
Gold raw or gold formed into jewelry?
Just gold. Just gold.
Then you just found gold.
But what do you think? Man made it or Mother Nature?
Obviously, the ground, the rock, the minerals, that thing. Yeah. When
Yeah,
it
but
comes to gold,
you know where they say gold's made, right?
I know.
In
I'm
the
going to the
exploding
stars
star,
again, huh?
if you find a golden bracelet that has the date on it and I love you, so and so, does that mean the Earth made it?
Gold is different than the pottery. The pottery you form into a thing and you bake it in a kiln and you like bake it into some kind of little design or shape and stuff, and you have little pieces and shards of a design. Gold is just like something that the earth can make on its own, like just like it makes, like just gold, like the thing that gold is. So if dirt gets heated up enough, the right dirt, it's gold. You know what I mean? You can have
That's how
some,
they make
like,
gold.
you can have dried up dirt in like the desert, and on top of stuff that'll look like pottery. It'll look like man-made pieces. You know, when the dirt dries up and you get the little pieces on top, they look like little bowls, little triangle bowls and stuff on the dry dirt, and the little pieces chip up on their stuff and they dry up. Yeah. So I mean, you know, either way, the earth's badass. But gold is like different than like actually grabbing something and making like a car shell. You know what I mean? You're not gonna find any car shells anywhere, but you could find maybe a material that'll match what a car shell is, a metal somewhere, you know. So I mean, like what, you know. Gold is like a mold, you can find it anywhere. You know, man doesn't make, you know, it doesn't have to, you don't have to have man to make gold. You do have to have man to make a designed pot, though. Get it?
You mean man to make
Point.
a gold coin?
A clay pottery or a vase or a design of something, like man has to make that. Like if it's got a design to it that's not chaos of nature, it's man-made. It's chaos of man.
You mean man to make a South African Cougaran gold coin?
What?
You need man to make a gold coin, South African Cougar.
No, you don't need man to make gold. Just knock a piece of the gold off. Just chip a little piece, and that's equivalent to a gold coin. Don't put no pictures on it or nothing. Just go by weight. Chip off the amount till you match the weight, right? Yeah, you need man to make design. I mean, if you're agreeing with what I'm saying, yeah, man has to make design things, not gold, not clay. The earth makes clay. We take the clay and make pots with it. So to say the earth can't make clay would be crazy. Earth makes the gold. Without the earth, you wouldn't be making gold. Man wouldn't make gold. There wouldn't be no gold to make.
Does the oil come from dinosaurs?
Fuck no. What the hell? How produce oil from a dinosaur? Go get a lizard right now and make some oil from it. I'll wait.
So it happens naturally in the earth.
Well, go do it. Go put some oil. Go put a lizard inside the sand. Let me see it turn to oil.
But it takes like 1 billion years.
You think a bone lasts 1 billion years?
Yes.
What the fuck? That's crazy.
I think they call them fossils actually, not bones.
Well, if a bone's protected and gets fossilized by another material in a medium of something and gets protected, that's not the bone lasting. There's bones that if you touch them, they turn to dust, right?
Hold on, man, real quick. How hot do you got to get dirt?
That's right.
How hot do you got to get dirt until it turns into gold, Denmark?
Melting point of the melting point of gold's 1,800 degrees. How hot do you got to get dirt? I don't know.
You said you get dirt hot to make gold.
Probably 1,500 degrees. Sounds
and
about
you've
right.
seen this. You've seen this done.
What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, the amount of earth that sits on top of the other amounts of earth, it creates that amount of heat, Jeremy. Go walk down into a mine. Go walk down about 8 miles. You've done that yourself? You haven't?
So I can get.
Go to a mine shaft.
You've seen
Just
dirt.
just take your forehead down in the fucking mine shaft and tell me it's not hot, buddy. Oh wait.
Yeah, you've seen dirt get up to 1,500 degrees and
You've
turn
seen
into
a
gold.
mine shaft be cold.
Have you seen that?
Have
Or
you
did
seen
you
a
just
cold
make
mine
that up?
shaft? Or did you
Guys,
just
please,
make that up?
please don't make shit
You
up.
got cold
There are
mine
people
shafts.
watching this.
So when
Guys,
you go
please
down
don't,
into
please
a
don't
mine,
make stuff up.
Jeremy
There's
thinks it
people
gets
watching
cold.
this.
Yeah, Jeremy thinks it gets cold in a mine, in a diamond mine, in a gold mine, miles down.
Okay.
Jeremy thinks it's real warm down there and people don't die from overheating. Yeah, he thinks it's real fucking soft and nice, cushiony down there. He thinks if we piled trillions of tons of rocks on his forehead, it wouldn't heat up and smash. Okay, Jeremy, you keep thinking that, weirdo.
Okay, guys, please do not
Please,
make
so
stuff
where
up.
you
there is
can't
an
make-
audience.
Yeah, so
Hold on.
shut up.
I know how to
Jeremy.
fix this.
Everything
Hold
that you
on.
talk about is made up. You don't
I
even
know
know
how to
what
fix
gold is.
There we go. All better. So yeah, just please don't make stuff up, man, because there's people watching and they might think something you're saying is actually real.
Jeremy, you're trying to protect the integrity of the live stream.
Yeah, I just don't. If anyone's listening, I just don't want any like false information being thrown out there. Like that's Democ's opinion. That does not reflect the opinion of others on this panel. There's also no. I mean, I've never seen any evidence for that. There would be guys getting piles of dirt hot right now if we could do that.
I think the narrative of science says that gold is made when the star explodes, like trace elements of gold and other platinum and other elements like that. So I don't know how you can prove that.
I just missed it. What
Prove
did
you easy make oven gold cake, or it's called gold cake, and it's dirt. Go look it up, and then they put it in a big fucking kiln. What are you guys slow? Please don't tell people on the internet you're that slow and you don't understand that the earth a great amount of heat creates compression, right? And it heats up the other material that it's sitting on. Do you understand that? How do you think diamonds are formed? You think sitting dirt on diamonds doesn't create the millions of tons of pressure and heat it needs to make a diamond? Are you okay, Jeremy? But you haven't seen a diamond made, but you know all about diamonds though too, right? Just like you know about gold, huh? Yeah, right. I wouldn't take your word for anything you think you know about gold, pal.
No, I'm not making any claims on how gold's made. I'm just saying the
No,
claim
you
you
make
made.
stuff
We have
up.
no
What's
demos
gold?
on it.
You don't even know what gold is. Shut up,
No,
idiot. If you don't know what gold is, how are you telling me what my claim is right or wrong about gold, pal? If you haven't
moderator.
produced any. Did you produce any gold? No? So
I'm
tell
just
us more
saying
about
there's
this
no.
gold you know about, Jeremy, that you know all about. Where's it come from, Cotton Eye Gold?
Well, I mean, there's no evidence to say that it comes from getting dirt
What are you
hot to
talking about? Where
1500
does it come
degrees.
from? Know it
I've
all?
never seen that.
Know
I don't know if you can
everything,
show
fat
that.
guy. So you
If
can't
you can,
Google it? You could probably
if you
Google
can,
it, huh, fact guy? Since you don't want your audience to be wrong, right? Maybe you could just get on Google and everything I ask you, you could just Google me the answer that I haven't already done, right? I haven't
or you could
Googled
just
what is
demonstrate
gold.
your.
I haven't Googled where does gold come from, Rain Boy. Can you demonstrate gold comes from rain, fact boy? Let's
I'm
see
not
it.
suggesting anyone Google it. I'm just saying that you made a claim on how gold's made, and do you have any demonstrations in reality of how that happens, or is it just are you just making stuff up?
If you're too slow to comprehend heat makes gold, then you need help, buddy.
Oh, no
Gold,
demonstrations. We'll wait. We'll wait for
You
your
okay?
gold
demonstrations.
minerals.
Yeah, we'll
We'll
wait for
wait
you
for
to
your
make some fucking
demonstration.
sense.
No,
Okay,
here.
water
I'm
boy.
both
Okay,
of you.
gold water boy. It comes from rain. Okay, Google boy. Okay, let's
Jeremy,
learn some facts. Hey, audience, why don't you Google and send Jeremy a fucking message on what gold is, audience, since
But
he
here's
don't
the
fucking
thing.
know.
I'm going to read to Jeremy the thing he should already know. Ready? Gold minerals form in hot rocks in and around volcanoes.
okay,
No
that's
doubt.
fine.
Let's
We
see it.
actually can't prove that, can we? We have no
Let's
evidence
see
Also,
of
it.
that.
Jeremy doesn't understand the world can get hot. That doesn't happen. That's not possible. That'd be a lie if you're saying
come on, Denmark.
volcanoes heat up and hot rocks. That's a lie, isn't it?
Hold on, Denmark. One more thing that I should mention that Google says. Low sulfur, gold-bearing hydrothermal fluids form when hot rocks heat groundwater. Yellowstone is an example. That's what this Google machine says. Thank you.
So that's to say there's gold in Yellowstone?
Dude, I don't know. Just that's what Google says.
I'm just saying that how do you really prove that? That's like a story, right? Let's just see it happening. It's not really science.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Google.
Science is observable, demonstratable, and repeatable. And that can't happen. It's not science. So it's just like a theory, like a guesstimate.
I thought it was weird that Jeremy mentioned his audience hearing wrong information. I've never heard that before here. That was strange.
And diamonds are a similar situation. You'll hear that diamonds need millions of pounds of pressure, and a lot of time. But like, when does that ever happen? Observed? Never.
Right.
So
I've
we
never
get
seen.
the end result, and then we say this must have happened, but we don't really know for sure. Could be created right before you got there.
I think the problem with all this stuff is it's pointing out inconsistencies in House of Cards situations and things that we thought were set in stone. Scary to think your fellow man doesn't actually have this figured out like he told you he does. Folks.
Just Google what's a girl's best friend, and you'll find out that diamonds come from best friends.
Might as well be the case at this
Yeah,
point.
and gold comes from the end of rainbows that's made by leprechauns there.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Do we have any? I could give a fuck what Google says. Do we have a demonstration of dirt near a volcano? I mean, 1500 degrees or whatever. I don't know how hot a volcano gets, but like, is there any demonstration of that? Why aren't we just bringing buckets of dirt into volcanoes right now to make gold?
We don't know gold or diamond. We just have theories about it, stories. We don't
No,
really know.
we can make some guy just read on Google. We can make gold in a volcano, right?
No, that's not
And
what he said. He said it
I
happens.
always thought that diamonds were made from high pressure, nothing to do with heat, because as far as I've experienced digging a hole, the deeper it gets, the colder it gets.
We can make
No,
diamonds.
diamonds take high pressure and time, like a billion years. That's different. Gold takes heat and pressure. Diamonds take time, pressure. And these are just stories, right? We can't prove them.
I've heard that they made gold in a lab. I obviously can't demonstrate that, but this getting dirt hot thing, I'd love to see that, because I feel like we would just be doing that with like buckets and shovels full of dirt, wheelbarrows of dirt, just getting them hot and making all this gold. Because I mean,
That's
we
right,
got
Jeremy.
Fresnel
Where
lenses and shit. Like, you ever see when they
this
shoot
is
a
where
Fresnel,
science breaks down.
you could magnify multiple Fresnel lenses on one spot, get a spot. Like, I don't
This is where
know.
I
science
think
breaks down. It's just a
I think
story.
I think the use of the word Demok was using the word dirt. I think that's just an overall for whatever's under the ground. It could be compostable. It could be all sorts of materials. He's just using the word dirt to cover all of those things.
It has to happen under the Earth's crust. We can't see it. Thousands of miles down by the core, and then the volcanoes shoot it up into the higher levels of Earth, and we can get it and make golden bracelets.
So volcanoes are shooting gold up out of them. Great, but how was it
Yes.
made? That's not the question of if a volcano shoots gold out. It's where's it? How does it made? How's it made?
We just have stories, Jeremy.
Well, Demok has this 1500-degree thing that I'm waiting for a demonstration for.
That's probably what his second grade teacher told him.
Like, he always wants demonstrations. Now it's time for him to pony up with the demo. Let's go.
But are you really worried about the integrity of your live stream? If somebody speculates,
Yeah, I am. I say that when Bob comes on here and starts making shit up. I ask people, please don't make stuff up. I'm definitely worried about the integrity of the live stream. Yes. I don't want people listening to think that,
what if I talk about God? Is that not allowed?
Yeah, I was gonna say that you have to. That's got to be a broad stroke if you're gonna use it at all.
Yeah, to a certain degree, isn't everything made up by somebody?
I don't know.
We couldn't talk about
I
God
just definitely don't want.
if when you prove first.
That is the
Well, let's
mother
just
of
be
all
clear.
questions. What Matrix just asked. That's the mother of all questions.
Let's just be clear. I'm not saying that's even false, Demok's idea. That's just Demok's idea, though, right? We all have ideas, and we're all free to share them. But let's be clear when we're speculating. You know, there's no demonstration of what he said actually happening. So
Isn't everything just made?
what's up? You started this, Essie. This is your fault.
No, this is Matrix question, but you guys blew past it. Matrix asked, "Isn't everything made?"
Made up. He said, "Aren't we making everything up?"
Yeah, to a certain degree, isn't everything just made up by people? So who's to say who has the ultimate authority on what is the things that could be made up and named, right? Who can we all do it, and why not?
And there's things we can demonstrate, right? Like heat causing water to boil, and there's things we can't demonstrate, like heat causing gold to get made from dirt. So if I told you heat can cause water to boil right now, I didn't just make that up. That's real life facts.
Well, I mean, I've heard some shit about gold and even about what dirt and fucking land. What that really? I've heard what it really is, and it sounds like some crazy shit, bro. Have you guys looked into mud fossil and what they say about it? Very interesting. Also, gold and iron and all these metals, also they run through our bodies as well. I don't know if you guys are aware of that. So very
Yeah,
interesting.
there's gold. They say there's gold in your body. Yeah, I got the grill, so
Also, it's
might be holding a
okay
little more gold than you guys.
to consume some gold too, because your body likes to have some gold in your body.
Gold, gold sloggers.
Yeah, that shit.
So is it possible that they're mining these gold, the organic gold, not the one that's made up, mining them from possible giant bodies, dinosaurs or humans, whatever they are?
I mean, maybe I'm
don't
all
think
for
so,
giants.
but I don't know.
I'm all for speculating about giants and shit. I think that, I mean,
from the fossil,
Well, it
the
makes sense
mainstream
that
fossil.
the gold is found in veins, you know. And what did Titans have? They have veins running through their body, yeah.
Gold blood.
Don't go get all
Call
PJ
it
on us.
titans, you could call it dinosaurs, you could call it dragons. They all have bodies, they all have blood, it all have organs, it all works similar. So
I just did that to prove a point, though. Democ always wants demonstrations of shit, right? Otherwise, you're just talking shit. And here he is with his dirt thing and, no demonstration, Democ. Shame on you. Tisk, tisk, tisk.
muted, bro, first of all.
Such a rock. Well, that's because he's fucking, he's overtalks a lot. I might have muted him. Here, I'll unmute him. Just control yourself, please, Democ. We don't want to leave people muted, but you tear it up.
Real quick, I posted in the live stream text a short film starring Buzz Aldrin called Never Went. It's a good one.
How long is it?
Hold on.
If it's not at least 6 hours long, it doesn't count.
Because if it's too long, I'll have to watch it later. That's why.
It is 1/2 hour, 31 minutes to be exact.
Wonderful. Thank you for that.
That's doable, to be honest. I'd watch that again and again, and then I would stop. Twice in one day is good enough. So I'd watch it by myself, and then I'd show my fiance, and then we'd talk about it, and then we go to bed. It'd be great.
Remember when Bacon said that 50% isn't half? That's not what I said. I said half
Real quick.
of the. Sorry.
Real quick. Temperature. This is from Oxford or Webster, whatever Google uses. I don't know. Anyways, temperature. The degree or intensity of heat present in a substance. Holy shit. Well, let's see what Google says about heat, though. Hold on. I'm not like you guys with 100 tabs pulled up. The quality of being hot. High temperature. Oh, okay. Temperature. Oh, hot. Definition of hot. Having a high degree of heat or a high temperature. Holy shit. Crazy that somebody would laugh like a fucking jackal when you say something like you measure how hot something is with a thermometer or how much heat it has or anything like that. Weird.
Bro, repeat that last part, bro. I didn't quite get it.
Hot definition of hot. Having a high degree of heat or a high temperature. Want to measure how hot something is or how much heat it has.
That's what you call circular reasoning.
You can take its temperature, obviously, with a thermometer. That we know what takes temperatures is thermometers. Also, if you Google I guarantee I could find a whole bunch of scientific places that say heat causes water. You know what? Let's go with that one. Heat cause water to boil.
Pedantic, semantic, personal foul.
Well, let's see if any of these scientific things say.
No, I'm with you. I mean, if he's right, we should get to the bottom of it and know and understand what he's talking about. I mean, just because it sounds ridiculous to the layman doesn't mean that he doesn't. I mean, doesn't mean that he doesn't know something we don't. Is that a double negative? He doesn't. Okay. You know what I meant.
There's ones from NASA.gov. Down to the bubbles, it's about heat transfer. So heat.
But did you weigh the bubbles?
Yeah. Whatever. He was playing some semantic bullshit game with me that night. Everyone saw. He even admitted to it. So
He was dodging hard. I had his feet to the fire or to the
And
heat,
Zanuck was
the
jumping on the
temperature.
bandwagon, the hyena bandwagon. I think I had my first nicotine withdrawal today.
Ooh, those are rough.
I didn't know you smoked, Barry.
I just started smoking cigars when I turned 40. And
Right.
I was kind of doing it just, for fun. And today, like the place that sells the cigars, they're closed for some reason. And I was like feeling really bad after I ate. I was like feeling really yucky.
You know, the best cigars, they're rolled on the thighs of a virgin.
What? No. What? No. It's back to the heat. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Who gives a fuck about? Hey, but listen, stop smoking nicotine things. Thank you.
That's good advice. I really appreciate
Also, give up ice cream, soda, and candy.
No, I'll tell you
I
what,
don't mess with
alcohol.
sugar.
Listen, alcohol and cigarettes will kill you quicker than anything else out there, other than sugars.
Yeah, I don't fuck with sugar no more. The most sugar I eat is like, a tablespoon in coffee. So a couple tablespoons a day. That's it. I don't fuck around with no sugar. I don't like sweets. I don't fuck around with sweets. The only kind of sweet that I eat is, like I said, coffee or fruit.
I'm about to eat some sweets right now. I got this thing called the Space Bar. Chocolate bar.
Also, cut back on the cocaine and cut back on the hookers.
Yeah, I think cocaine will age you like 20 years if you do cocaine for 10 years. I've heard that it's really bad.
But dude, that's years of invincibility, though.
Well, for as fun as I hear it is, that would make sense.
Yeah, the tobacco that I've smoked, it's probably less than like a quarter pound. It hasn't been very much.
Oh, you're dealing pounds, I see.
No, I do it in cigars, but it's, if I think about how much it weighs, it's probably less than a quarter of a pound.
Does that include weed?
You smoking blunts over there?
Well, when it comes to weed, infinity is probably a little closer word than a pound. I've consumed a fair amount of weed. I'll put it to you this way. I probably could have bought a house.
You know what my favorite type of weed is?
Purple?
Cocaine.
That's not weed. Yeah.
Listen, the thing is, my body doesn't produce THC naturally, so I have to take supplements.
Oh, you have a photographic memory?
No, I said the problem is my body doesn't produce THC naturally, so I have to take supplements.
Right. I got you. People that don't have THC naturally have photographic memory, I've heard.
There's a video in the thing for you, Jeremy. Take a peek.
They got hot dirt, turning into
Well,
gold.
yeah, idiot. That's all it is hot dirt. Shut up and learn something. And then come back and tell your audience. And after you learn something, tell your audience what it is. Go watch the video. It's about 3 minutes.
If it's not 6 hours, it don't count. But seriously, are they getting gold hot? They're getting dirt hot and just getting gold out of it?
I don't know. Can you watch a 3-minute video, or you too slow for that? So,
I can't do it. For the audience, there's a video in the
for
live
the audience. If you don't know how to watch 2 minutes of something or 3 seconds of something, please don't come back and talk about anything.
There's a demo for you. That Democ's got a demo of turning gold or dirt into gold.
Play it on the live stream.
Everyone
and
in
then
the
they'll know
audience.
and they'll know
Everyone
that
in
you're
the
full of
audience
shit.
is free to check it out.
Yeah, and they'll know that you don't ever make
I said
sense.
it could be possible, but you got to come with a demo, right?
Nah, there ain't no could be's ass.
Could be. I mean, if it was that simple where we could just get dirt hot, I would be outside
Ain't
with
nobody
a
talking weed.
blowtorch right
You
now.
ain't doing nothing but sitting there talking to your screen and yourself because you're ignorant. You don't
I'd
know
be
anything
outside
about
with
the
a
world and you
blowtorch
can't
right now.
think for yourself. Listen, I know how to think for myself. It's not my fault you can't. It's not my fault, Jeremy.
So listen, right? Like quartz changes its frequency due to temperature by like 5 minutes to like 30 minutes over the course of a day. Maybe we could talk about that. That actually our time
Quartz is
variation.
around gold everywhere, right?
Huh?
Gold is found around quartz, right?
Well, gold is the fuse, isn't it? It's the fuse. It's the best fuse material we need. Quartz
It looks to me
changes.
like a black dirt. It's like a black dirt and 5 other white dirts, and they scrape it with a trowel and they mix, heat it up. So they mix some
just
dirt
real quick.
and they heat it up like making a cake, Jeremy. Real
Are
quick.
they saying the gold is they're making the gold, or the gold is in the dirt already?
Do you see what they're doing, buddy?
I'm
How do
just
you make
curious what they're
cake? How
saying.
do you
What are they
use
saying?
chemistry? How do you do anything? You take parts of the
Jeremy,
earth, you mix them a
it's
certain
called
way, and you get
smelting.
a result. Each
It's called
different action that you do gets a different reaction. Repeat with me: diamond, ruby, emerald, gold, tin, copper, aluminum, uranium. Should I keep going? Every different one of these things are from dirt. Yes, Jeremy. Dirt and heat, buddy.
I'm just curious. Are they saying in this video? Relax, man.
Well, I don't know.
Relax.
If you could fucking watch it, you wouldn't have to keep asking me stupid
I
questions.
have a question about it. I can't watch it right now.
Well,
I'm very
watch
busy,
the video or shut
but I have
up.
a question.
Well,
in the
then wait till
video,
you watch the video. If you're
can
asking
you describe
questions
what the
about how
videos?
something's done and the video's explaining it to you, but you don't want to watch it, please shut up. You make no point. You make no sense ever. Talk about more religion that you can talk about more religion that you know the facts of, okay? That didn't make any fucking sense about religion. You know facts of religion and God, okay?
So
I'm just curious if anyone can watch the video real quick. Can you see if
It's
the
about
video?
smelting. It's called smelting. They take gold rich dirt and they can heat it, and it's called smelting, and the gold will separate out.
What color's the gold when they start?
So the gold's
Gray
already
dirt,
there.
right? Just
So
gray dirt,
Yes.
right? It's gray
Gold's
dirt,
already there.
Jeremy. No, it's gray dirt.
Gold's already
It's gray
there,
dirt.
and they're just
Yeah, it's
separating the
gray
gold from the
dirt.
dirt.
Gold is dirt, Jeremy. Are you fucking slow? So is copper, so is glass, so is plastic. Are you okay?
The thing is, though, the
Glass,
conversation was about.
concrete, everything.
Come on, you can't do this. This is
coral.
why you get muted right here. Just shit
Well,
like
because you're retarded, I get muted. Don't be a fucking retard.
because you go on mute and then I start talking and
You're
you
a
come off
fucking
mute to
retard.
start to
You work at a
interrupt.
school and you're this retarded, dude. Shut up.
You can't do that. I gotta.
Maybe pick up a fucking book, dummy.
I'm trying to be reasonable with you over this gold.
Well,
thing,
you're
and
not
just
reasonable with anything. You don't make any fucking sense ever. I have yet to see you ever make any sense or demonstrate anything yourself while you're talking about demos. You can't even read a 3-minute fucking. You can't even watch a video, let alone read something about gold. Come on, man. Slow down, dude.
The initial conversation was about how gold gets created.
Yeah, and then what did you read about
and
gold?
if
how
in
did
this
you correct
video,
me? What's step 1 on how you
Come
tell
on.
me I'm wrong or how gold is?
Somebody muted.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank God. I was about to I don't know. He just fucking runs it. Anyways, the conversation was about how gold gets created. If the gold's already there in the dirt, and then they just get it hot and separate the dirt from the fucking gold, then that doesn't really do anything for us because we're talking about how it gets actually created.
Jeremy, how do you think it gets created?
I don't know. I've heard that they made it in a lab out of mercury before. That could be a
You
way.
can make gold from other elements in the lab, but the cost of that process is like triple what it costs to sell the gold, so it's not worth it.
Oh, it's way more than triple. You know how much electricity they claim they used when they made like a nanogram of gold or some shit out of mercury, and it took them like a shit ton of electricity, like a million times more than the gold was worth. I mean, that could be a way. They might be telling the truth. They might be lying about making gold. I don't know. I mean, there could be other ways too. I don't know.
Electricity,
Go
which
ahead,
is
God.
free. We get Tesla electricity, which is free, and then we make plenty of gold for free. There you go.
Only it was a thing.
So that video really doesn't answer to how the gold actually gets created. It's just how they find it. Basically, that's how you find
Do you
gold. All
think
right,
that we know
that's
how gold
neat.
is created then, Jeremy? Do you think we know?
I think they made it in the lab out of mercury. Yeah, I think they know how to make gold. Yeah.
Okay, and so how?
That's an
They could be
artificial.
lying.
Who knows?
They could be
Who knows how
lying
it's
to
made?
you.
No. Who
They
knows
could
how
be
it's
lying
made?
to us, and they didn't actually do that. I would
Who's
agree
they?
with that, but
Who's they? Who did it? Who's they?
it might have been. I don't know. I'd have to look it up. It was a long time ago.
That's convenient. You just like to argue, huh, Jeremy? Is that all you do? Just argue?
I do like to debate these topics. Yeah, get down to the truth
But
of
do you
things.
have a position on anything?
I
I'm
have
gonna
lots of
claim
positions on
we
lots
don't
of
know
things.
about
Yeah.
gold or diamond. Have stories.
We'll
So
see.
when we dig for them,
Go
they're
ahead,
there.
Dodger. Go ahead, buddy. Sorry.
I'm just saying we don't know about gold or diamond. It's the stories, and we dig for them, they're there, and we don't know how to dig.
I have lots of positions on lots of things. Sure. I think Earth is flat. Tons of stuff. I mean, anyone that's been listening knows. I've been talking nonstop for about fucking 3 years now.
Yeah, I've seen you in the trenches for about 3 years. Over at Pandas is where I saw you first.
Yeah.
I
Fresh
think you were
out.
a month
Just
there.
right into the Lions Den.
If you guys want to, we can plan to go over pandas, like kind of like a sleeper, just slowly kind of inch our way in, and then all of a sudden there's like more flat earthers.
Dude, the
I don't know.
Pandas, every time you make a point, they just say you don't understand what you're talking about. It's like, what's the point of going over there?
The point is, we go over there, we spank them, we flat smack them, and then we do it gradually. So we're just talking. Clovers can't even talk because they're not saying.
I still go over
Take
there
over
every
the
once in
server.
a while if I get like a new idea or something I want to pitch. I'll bring it over there to them guys.
Yeah, I was over there probably not even a month ago. They gave me some stuff to read, and I haven't had time to read it, so I want to read it
That
before
whole
I go
thing.
back.
That whole thing with I think last time I went over there was when people were saying that you could go east, you could travel east and stay on the latitude line. I think that was the last thing I went over there on. Or no, I think it was the celestial navigation thing actually. I go over there everyone if I have some new idea because there's all the Globers are there, so you could just go there, pitch your idea. I'm obviously VIP, so I get the floor and I pitch my idea and I bounce. Hear their complaints and their objections. The tool, because it's like a tool to be used.
So that one guy ever come back, Chucky?
Chucky Brad? I don't know. He's been obnoxious lately.
Yeah, he made the claim that Airy was trying to prove the ether by looking at stars in a water-filled telescope.
Elbow searched it up on chat on some AI thing, and the AI bot said that this Aries thing was done to show if the Earth was moving or if the sky was moving. Never mentioned ether once. I never heard him mention ether once. So is Elbow here still?
Those who control the past control the future.
Elbow left.
I would say go directly to the experiment itself and see what they say about it.
Yeah, it's a good idea, definitely.
Here.
Did anyone do that?
I tried, but I'm at work. I mean, there's only so much research I could do at work.
That's your task. We'll task that to you, Jeremy.
No.
Let's see you do something for once.
Okay, listen, I do lots of stuff. You know who delegates all these things?
What?
Do you think delegating all these things is easy work?
Bull crap. Don't pull that bull crap stuff.
It's not easy to be. Not easy to be Jeremy.
We're gonna hold his feet to the fire now. Enough of this stuff.
Listen.
You think he's some sort
Mecca,
of
Mecca high,
Mecca
executive
high.
VIP manager or something.
So is it exhausting to be an executive or something?
It is. It
Jeremy?
is mentally. It's
Tell him.
mentally anguishing. Yes.
You want to raise? You want to raise there? You feel like you're underpaid at this?
Raise eventually. Yeah. It's a daunting task
day
having
to
to
you.
delegate all this stuff. You know, get
Day
all
to
our
you,
shit
gentlemen.
straight.
Jeremy,
Must be exhausting to be incredibly diplomatic, huh?
Jeremy, what are you doing? Calm down.
First of all, are you drunk?
No, actually, I just got home from driving.
Just checking. Just checking.
It's not easy to be Jeremy, man.
Got a bottle of water here.
Well, don't get on some Jesus shit and turn it into wine. All right.
Well, the wine's in the fridge. I had to
You
cool it down.
you sound like you drink pink Moscato.
Oh God, what?
Yo, why'd I tell Xanax? Who'd I tell? I'm like, dude, you sound like you drink Zimas. Remember?
Yo, you're a full loco, dude.
First of all, pink Moscato is delicious. And fuck you. What you
I
got
know,
against
my
Zima,
wife-
bro? What you got against Zima, bro?
My wife drinks pink Moscato. I know.
Bro, you fronting on the Zimas. You know you used to bottle them shits down, bro.
Good. No, they were good.
Jeremy's more of a four loco guy.
I used to be on some Sainides. What was this? Not Sainides, but they did like some fruity one. What was the name of that?
On the 40s, nigga? Bro,
No,
you
but
wild.
not the beer. The other. They had like some
Mad
fruity
Dog
shit.
2020.
No, not Mad Dog.
Oh
I mean,
my
I've drank
God.
Mad Dog before, but. You ever try to get drunk off Boone's Farm? That shit will just make
Oh,
you sick
yeah.
to your stomach before you even get drunk.
Yeah.
I like vodka.
Like, why are
How
you
about-
throwing up? You drink too much? Yeah.
How about Jägermeister?
Oh yeah.
No.
I love that shit.
Jaeger bombs, maybe.
I love Jaeger. I like Screaming Nazis. They're good. You know what Screaming Nazis are, don't you?
From the Hitler regime?
No, it's a shooter's class. It's a Goldschlager, Rumpelmints, and Jägermeister.
That is a screaming Nazi.
That's a Screaming Nazi.
That sounds like. Oh, that's wild. I can only drink like certain things.
I'm
and I
sorry,
get real
that drink
sick.
is inappropriate.
I get real sick if I drink like anything brown. Like I can't drink bourbon, Jack Daniels. What's that Canadian stuff? Crown Royal. I can't drink that.
That drink is inappropriate because it's offensive to Jews.
I could drink tequila. I could drink vodka, and I could drink gin. Oh, I could drink Captain Morgan Spice Rum. It's a big old bottle for $20.
Remember, I drank so much Tanqueray once, and then got on a ride at the amusement park.
Oh, that's
man,
not
it was
good.
fucking
Oh,
disgusting, yeah.
oh, Jeremy, I feel for you, man. At this one party I went to, I came in late. I had a little bit of beer, but I wasn't too bad off. I was just smoking a little weed. But like the only thing they had left was this fucking like a couple of bottles of gin, and like there was like hardly any mixer left. So I basically had an ice with the fucking whole like a solo cup full of gin.
Yeah,
I fucking
that's
drank
how
that shit. I woke up the next day. I was in my passenger seat of my car with the door hanging open and a pile of puke next to me, and some fucking guy looking at me like, "Dude, you all right?" I was
we were
like,
just kids drinking it straight out the bottle.
I was like, "Oh man, this ain't good."
Yeah, it's like hydrocodone. I'm allergic to opiates or whatever. I can't take that shit. I turn white like a sheet of paper, and then I vomit. It's like, oh, now that I vomited real good, I'm still in pain. So what did I do that for? Same thing with alcohol. Like I cannot get drunk unless I drink certain things. If I drink anything else, I get sick and never get drunk.
How do you ever take your heroin?
Hell no, I'm taking a heroin, bro.
Here, you know what's actually good? Don't laugh. There's these wine coolers. They're Jack Daniels wine coolers called Blackjacks.
I'm laughing.
No, they're called Black. It's Jack Daniels first of all, okay, and they're called Blackjacks.
Yo,
all
so
it is
You might as well drink an
that
apple
Jeremy's
teeny,
wife
Jeremy.
makes all the calls when it comes to the drinks, bro. Because everything
Listen,
you
bro.
name is some shit your wife drinks, bro.
No, I drink those Blackjack. I drink those Blackjack colas.
What's wrong with you?
It's JD. It's all it is
Man,
is
you're-
Jack Daniels and cola.
Man, your wife really does have her balls.
Oh,
your
is that
balls
what it
in her
is?
purse, doesn't
Jeremy,
she?
that's
Damn.
that's beta male shit, Jeremy. That's beta male.
Dude, it's Jack Daniels and cola, guys. Relax.
Yeah, I drink Black Russians, so I can kind of go with that.
Yeah,
It's beta male.
I like
Black
Black
Russians are
actually.
really fucking good, man. I could drink like 4 of those. Wow. I'm set.
I used to drink Grateful Deads all the time. It's like Long Island
love-
iced tea without the Coke and put grenadine in it.
I love Bloody Marys too.
Yeah, like I usually only drink those like on a hangover day, though.
You know what's good is Sailor Jerry Spice Rum and Dr. Pepper.
Whatever. You drink mimosas, don't you?
Rum and pineapple juice isn't bad.
You ever soak pineapple in just straight rum?
Oh man, that sounds like a great idea.
Yeah, you can actually grill the pineapple a little bit. Sprinkle a little brown sugar on there, and then soak them in rum. Holy shit, those things are fucking good.
In Puerto Rico, we used to do this thing with this liquor called liquor 43. We used to put milk in it, bro. That shit is the smoothest shit ever, bro. If y'all ever try that shit, y'all gonna remember me. Liquor 43 and milk.
Sounds like a White Russian.
Anytime I think of White Russians, I think of fucking Big Lebowski.
Yeah.
Well, that's just like your opinion, man.
Yeah.
Good one.
Yeah, I love the fact that Glover said that science doesn't prove anything. Oh, so you have a religion.
Wait, what? That was out of blue. We were talking about White Russians, and then all of a sudden you said
Glover's. Yeah, Glover's.
Good
They say
topic.
science doesn't prove things. I think that
Yeah,
it
but
does.
then that doesn't mean it's a religion.
Well, if you don't know it because it hasn't been proven, then it's a belief.
This is an interesting thing to me, actually. This is I think where the rubber hits the road with there's like a couple of different people in their sort of like philosophies of thought. It's like I think really the only argument to have is that. Like forget like flat earth or globe earth or whatever. None of that matters. Like what really matters is how do you come to truth and what do you think knowledge is?
Oh, that's the shit right there. That's the never-ending conversation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
In philosophy, it's something. There's hard problems that we have, such as
It's epistemology.
solipsism and yeah, exactly, epistemology.
Yeah. How do you know what you know, right? So if you have the belief,
Yeah, you're not going to
that
teach me anything about it. I learned about it.
Yeah, no.
But you know what
I'm just-
Scientology is the science of knowing. Did anybody know that?
What is?
Scientology.
No, it's not. Scientology is a whacked out fucking thing that L. Ron Hubbard
Crazy.
made up.
Yeah.
Listen, it doesn't mean all
Yeah,
of
I
it is
know,
made
but that's
up.
what they
It does mean it's made up. He literally it was a science fiction writer, and he did it for like kicks, really.
Yeah, but don't just say that he's a science fiction, because it seems like everybody that ever wrote science fiction were also members of families that are ancient, bro. So these people, are they writing science fiction or are they writing about shit that they know? Just saying.
What's that matter? I have families that were ancient. I mean, I got here somehow.
Let's get back to how do you know what you know. So my thing is truth is verifiable, right? Because you can verify it, and something that's not true. Go ahead.
Wait, hold on. Don't go too far. Truth is kind of a complicated thing. So, in my opinion, yes, truth is verifiable, but it would be related to statements. So I can make statements about the world or whatever around me, and they're either true or they're false, and they can be verified. If they can't, then we can't say one thing or the other.
It's probably a false paradigm. That truth or false thing is probably a false paradigm in the first place.
I'm gonna let you expand on that. Go ahead, bro.
Who, me? Or him?
No, he said the truth or false is a false paradigm. So me, if something is true, then it's verifiably so, right? Because it can't be true if it doesn't meet that requirement, right? Like if I say that I'm 6'3" and I'm not willing to go barefooted on a door frame and let you choose your measuring device and verify it, then am I really 6'3"? It's not verifiable. If I'm like, no, I'm not going to let you measure me. No, I'm not going to do it. Like then it's not
Well,
true.
yeah, but the truth of the matter would be that you're either 6'3" or not, right? So whether one could measure you or not, there is a fact that of your height, because that's a statement that I can make, right? Like how high is Larry, right? That's and then I could say Larry is 23 inches, or Larry is 7'6", right? Those are statements that can be either true or false.
I think where,
What if
where
I
the human beings conflate the problem
Wait,
is
hang
when
on.
hold on.
Larry's
Let
23 inches?
me just say one thing, Gaji. Hold on. When they conflate truth and false with good and bad, I think that's where the
Don't
problem
confuse
lies.
it. Don't confuse it. We're just talking about like how do we know things, right? And then we're talking about
Isn't that
truth.
the logical progress and determining
Well,
when
that's.
something is true and false, and then whether it's that truth and false, good or bad?
I mean, don't take this the wrong way, but this is not the level that I think Larry and I are trying to have the conversation. I mean, I don't want to speak for Larry, but
So basically, this is my argument. If I'm not willing to present my body to the court of public opinion and allow myself to be measured, then anything that I say is unverifiable and therefore cannot be counted as truth.
I think we would just need to come up with a different way to measure Larry if we really wanted to know.
Yeah, but I'm not presenting my body. How would you figure it out?
How about your knowledge?
I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, we could get some clues and maybe have like an estimate that we could guess about. But yeah, we wouldn't know the actual truth, right? Until we
Even
could
if the
only thing you have is
measure you, but that's
No,
a very
he's-
empirical thing we're talking about, right? Like measurements are empirical, right? Like we can either make them or not. It's all very black and white.
My point is that it's not empirically true until somebody breaks out their own tape measure or a series of tape measures or yardsticks or something and puts me barefooted against a door frame or whatever.
That what? You're a particular height? Or the statement you said?
Yeah,
because I think they're two different things.
I know that. The statement, right? The statement that I'm 6'3", it's not true until it's verifiably so. Because I could be, 5'3" and have Napoleon syndrome and, think that I'm God's gift to women or whatever, right? I'm 6'3".
Napoleon was actually an average height in those times.
I know, but there's a syndrome called, little man syndrome or Napoleon syndrome.
Yeah, I know.
No, he was actually 6 foot, like 6'6".
No, he wasn't. He was like 5 foot something, like everybody else back then, like 5'8".
Napoleon was 5'1", bro.
Nah, bro. They tend to do that shit to like great people. Like they tend to.
Well, this is something we can't verify, so this is what we're talking about. So I can make a statement: Napoleon is 5'8", and you could say, no, he's 6 foot. Well, how are we going to verify that?
Yeah,
technically, we couldn't even verify if Napoleon even exists, right?
Where's his bones? Even if you had bones, how would you know that was his bones? Haha.
I have Napoleon's button from his lapel, bro.
This is certainly an issue, right? Like, well, without using complicated words, I mean, the verification is an interesting thing. I mean, how do we know something in history is true? I mean, some of it, yeah, we have to kind of take on the word faith, if you want to use that, or a best guess or something. But I take the point of view of that something can be true, although my confidence in it, or like I could believe it to be true, it's just that my confidence might be low. So like I could say, like, I could see some writings that Napoleon was 5'8", and I could be like, well, these seem to be good sources. There's nothing really to say, no reason why they would necessarily lie about it, right? And it seems like they have something backing it up. And I would say, well, my confidence that Napoleon is 5'8" is 70%.
He's
Like I could make that statement, but I could be wrong about that, right? Like, so I'm not going to say, oh, this is the absolute truth, 100% that Napoleon was 5'8", but I have some evidence.
Okay.
He's
But
actually
now we
5
have Larry. But hold on. Now we have Larry in a tape measure, and he's now presented his body. We can put the tape measure to him and say, yes, it is true. Larry is 5 foot or 6, whatever.
Sure.
You sound like you're a monster, Larry. No joke.
6'3" is slightly above average. It's the amount of body fat and muscle that makes it kind of scary. Because I did a lot of working out before I got fat. So.
Well, what's up with the 23 inches? What's up with that?
That's below the belt, so don't worry about
that. That's like a horse, bro.
That's a good one, man. That was quick, dude. I like that.
Yeah, I'm only joking, but yeah, I'm only slightly above average height.
What's up with that, bro? What do you mean? What's up with that? He's like, what's up with the inches? Why are you so curious about that?
Well, yeah, how do you know what you know? What is truth, sir? What is truth?
I think
because I feel very small now. Right.
So I could
think
say that I'm 6'3", my body might actually be 6'3", but it's only truth to me. For you guys, it would be belief. I have knowledge, you have belief.
No, one statement was either true. Well, I could believe that the statement is true if you mean that. But it's either true or it's false, right? It doesn't really matter what I believe about it.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's either true or it's false. So you guys have no primary first-hand knowledge of how tall I am.
True.
But if I were to present my driver's license, that would be really good evidence to support your belief that I'm 6'3".
And so my confidence would be pretty high if I saw your license and it had, I mean, it looked real and everything. Yeah, or like you handed it to me, especially. I would be pretty sure that you're that, on the license.
Right, so the reason why science has never settled, because I haven't actually measured my height since probably high school, because I stopped growing, right? And the reason why science has never settled, because at any time somebody could challenge me and say, I really don't think that you're 6'3". Bust out the tape measure. Larry, you shrunk half an inch since high school. Well, I'm a heavy bastard. So that would make sense that, I would compress a little bit.
Plus, there's a chance that you have your ID fake. That's always a chance of that.
Yeah, that's why it wouldn't be like 100% proof. It would just be, greater evidence than just the words coming out of my mouth.
That's why I said, like, my confidence level would be higher, but it wouldn't be, it's never 100%. Right. I think that's what science means, why, like, it can never prove things, because proof is, like, colloquially, like, we use proof, and we kind of mean, like, oh, well, if it's proven, right, that it's 100% true, like, it's fact. This is not, that can't be wrong.
Okay,
but, like,
we not?
I don't think science ever says that, right? Like, science, the best science can get is 99.9%, right?
Well,
like, it's never going to say this is 100% the way things are.
Okay, but let me ask, have we not 100% proven that it is possible to boil water if you raise the heat or temperature or energy or however you want to phrase that?
Well, whatever. I mean, if you say, generally speaking, water boils at 100 degrees Celsius, then yes, I mean, that's generally true. Although it's not always true, because it depends on the air pressure, meaning your how high you are, and other variations too.
Okay.
Like what's in the water,
sentence.
how pure is the water?
Listen to the sentence. We have 100% proven that we can cause water to boil with high temperature or heat or however you want to phrase it.
I mean, yes, and then we would just simply be talking about philosophical and the fact that this was done by, well, I mean, it's done by induction, and so, like, we have evidence, meaning that we've done it. Like, we've crossed the street 100 times and not getting hit by a car, because I look both ways, right? But there could be a time that we get hit by a car, even if we look both ways.
Yeah, if the car is going 120 and you look and he's not there, and you look to the right and it's clear, and then you go smack.
Right. So there could be something that's working all the time for us for this boiling water. Every time we put heat to it, it boils water. And so, yeah, we've proven we can boil water with heat. However, there could be technically something out there that we're not understanding that's just associated, that's actually doing the work and not.
Or the thing we call heat. The thing we call heat has this thing in it. So regardless, we still know that we can cause the
What
water
about
to boil.
cold? Or what about negative? Can you get it so negative that it boils, or so cold?
That's how they claim they got the absolute zero, was by they got something so hot.
I mean, for what we know, no, that doesn't
No,
make
so
sense.
cold. No, cold. Can you get it so cold to make it heat up?
Obviously not, since cold means absence of heat. So you're not heating
What do
things
you
up.
mean, obviously not? How is cold? Huh?
Well, it's definitional. It's definitional. So like
Well, how
cold
do you
means
get
the lack
flame?
of heat.
When your lighter lights, is that hot or cold coming out?
Sorry, you speak in weird metaphoric things that I'm not able to understand. Can you
Your
just speak
lighter,
straight?
it has a fucking chemical in it. Your lighter, you push the red button and it's really cold and it comes out freezing, but it lights as a flame and puts off heat. How is that? I'm asking you, can it be something be cold like that and still put off heat? And you're telling me no, but clearly I can see, yeah, with a big lighter. So what's going on, science guy?
I mean, wow, that was
because it's flammable, Demont.
Can somebody else do this? Because I'm just going to be an
Because it's
asshole
what?
if I talk to somebody like that.
So in Antarctica, what's flammable? When stuff's hot and there's a hot spring and shit like that. What is that?
Geothermal energy. But did you wait?
So can something be so cold that it produces heat?
Nope. If it's so cold, then
What is the sun in a globe model?
what is the sun in the globe model? Hydrogen,
Yeah,
helium, fusion, particles bumping into each other, random
fusion.
chaotic
Fusion of
events
what?
in the. Sorry, I'm trying to
Fusion.
answer your
Okay, I'm
question.
sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, bumping particles in the core that bump into each other for millions of years, and eventually they get to the outer part of the sun and begin to finally cool off. That's what the sun is.
So the sun is cold?
No, not in the mainstream model theory. Now, Robert Pisano has a super cryogenic sun, cold sun theory, but you'd have to talk to Robert Pisano because
Well, I
I
mean,
didn't really grasp it.
is space a negative or a positive temperature? Is it dispensation of heat, or is it cold? Is it lack of? Like, which one is it?
There's no negative temperature, so space would be really cold if you're in the shadow and really fucking hot if you're not.
So, in the shadow of coldness of space, how could you create like stuff, like heat, like stars and suns and stuff?
Don't get me lying. I was going off of the heliocentric model. I don't believe in any of that shit's true. Just going by what they say.
No, but I do believe you can get freezer burnt. Like, so, like, what else can be freezer burnt? Like, what else can be so cold that it's hot? Like chemicals, air. Like, what things? Liquid. I mean, what else?
Freezer burn's a misnomer. It's not actually burnt, right? It's just the cells are damaged because of the crystallization.
Right. The same way you get burnt, it turns black, and
right. The cells get damaged just like with heat, right?
Yeah.
So it's technically a misnomer, but the effect is the same.
Yeah, it's just an example, but it's just trying to point out hot from cold. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure that you have to be able to get hot from super cold.
Hot from super cold. That's Robert Pisano's theory. You should look
Yes.
up his theory on the cryogenic sun. I'm pretty sure he was being serious when he told us about it. He might have been just trying to see if we're dumb. That's a possibility. Just to see if we'd be like, oh yeah, you're so smart. That's a good joke, actually. Present Robert Pisano's cryogenic sun theory to see like people would accept it. Because if you're a glober, that's hilarious. Like you get a bunch of flat earthers to start saying that the sun is actually cryogenic, super cold, and it pushes the thermosphere down, and that's why we perceive the sun as hot, because the cold pushes the thermosphere into the surface of the earth. That's what he was saying anyway. Of course, this is his words, not mine.
Well, the thing is, what is hot and cold really? You know what I mean? Like what's mass and matter? Like what really are hot and cold to us, right?
It's relative.
Could we steer it kind of back around to talking about proofs and things like that?
Yeah, you can steer it. Go ahead, bro. You got the mic.
What we can prove that we can't get heat from cold. Yeah, let's do proofs. What can you prove with science?
Can't.
Proofs. You can't prove anything? Oh, let's get back to proofs then. Not proving anything. Good show.
See, I kind of understand why they say that you can't prove things in science, because you don't want to be dogmatic, right? You don't want to say, no, I'm not going to look at your paper. I've already proven it true. I'm not going to take a look. I don't care what you say about pressure. I've already proven the only way that you can cause water to boil is with heat, right? We don't want to do that, right?
Right, you have to look into it. I agree, 100,000,000% physically though.
Right.
You can't look into it mentally and get your answer, because you're never going to end up with any physical fucking attributes of any real stuff. You're never really going to get the real answer. You're not ever going to be able to produce it.
So when they say that it's not proven, it's because of that action that it's not proven. Because somebody might say, I've already done the experiment. Heat causes water to boil, nothing else. That nothing else part is the problem. That's why we say it's not proven. Why don't you take a look at this low pressure, boiling water? It's like, well, I'm not going to take a look at it because I've already proved what I said true. So I get why they say it. It's just the way that they say it is kind of weird, right? So I think that it's proven. You could say that's colloquial, or I'm misunderstanding. I don't care. It's proven that high temperature for a long enough duration will cause a small enough body of water to boil, right? That's proven because I've demonstrated it. My senses have colloquially accepted this is a proven fact. Now, at any time, the scientist should be like, do you have something else you would like to add? Is there anything you would like to show me about maybe how pressure causes water to boil? Because I would love to see that. That's the part where you're not supposed to be dogmatic.
100%. But if you ask them to show you something, they're like, oh, just wait a minute. There's one more excuse. We can't demonstrate anything to you. Oh, lucky us.
So back to what is truth. Truth is that which is verifiable or falsifiable. So if I say that heat causes water to boil and you want to try to falsify that, go ahead. Light a fire under the pot of water. And if you leave it there long enough and the fire is stoked enough, hot enough, then you'll be able to falsify it if it's not true.
I like the bigger questions for like real new science. Like what, you know what I mean? Like, what do we like? How do things really work compared to all the garbage that we thought in the first place? So since we realized the garbage we thought was wrong and all the people man-made laws, they're just made, they're all trying to like name some attribute of nature that just it's going to happen. It happens anyway, right? But then a lot of them are looking outside of nature, I guess, for the most part, and like I guess to their imagination. So they look up and they look into space, they look at something, and then they imagine the rest. And then here we have, science and spectroscopy of certain sorts, and just looky-loo science and gastroscopy,
Yeah, the whole spectroscopy thing in a lab condition, like just regular spectroscopy, I would put quite a bit of faith in that, right? Quite a bit of faith, right? But if you're going to point it at an object that's not,
yes.
Yeah, forensically, yeah. But just pointing it at the sun and concluding that, I've controlled enough variables that I can conclude the sun is made of helium and hydrogen. It's like, yeah, but what about all the helium and hydrogen in the upper atmosphere? How did you control for that? Oh, well, you don't need to. It's like, Is that settled science? Is that proof? I don't think that's proof. So I just wish that we wouldn't use the word proof like we've already done this experiment and we've already proven that the Earth is a globe, even though you can't detect the geometric horizon because there's an atmosphere, and because there's an atmosphere, there's always a fraction, therefore you can never actually see the geometric horizon, but we know that the Earth is a globe because we saw it on TV. That's not proof. But heat causing water to boil? Man, I've done that like, what, 10,000 times or more? Like, how many times have I boiled some water, made some coffee, etc.? Like, after 10,000 times, it's pretty fucking proven to me. I don't know about you guys.
No, I'm with you. And you could pretty much do the same with gold. You could throw different amounts of dirt and kinds of stuff the same way they throw 7 fucking things in a pile and heat it up. There you go. And you're going to get gold. And if you don't get gold, you'll get something. You can get tin, you can get copper. I mean, we can name all the different elements on the chart, plus the ones you never heard of. You're getting something.
Well, if you were talking about being at the Fraser River in Canada, I would agree with you. But just down here in Texas, like, I don't think there's a whole lot of gold in the dirt.
No, right. No, you got to have the right ingredients. You know what I mean? You got to have the right, 7 or 8 or whatever. You got to have the right amounts of little piles of dirt or powder or whatever the fuck, the right ingredients, like a cake, or else it won't turn out right. You got to have, because you can have different kinds. You can have a vegetarian horseshoe. You can have a turkey one. You can have a ham one. It just depends on what you want to put in there is what you're going to get out. That's what I'm saying. If you don't get gold out of it, you're going to get something, Hank. So you might get copper, you might get fucking metal, you might get iron, you might get, just anything, something. You're going to get something.
Okay. But that's not how the gold's created. Even in the video you posted, they said that.
What's not how gold's created?
That's not how the gold's being created. They're finding the gold in the dirt.
They're finding gold
in the dirt. Yes, they didn't create gold; they found it.
They're finding gold in gray dirt.
The video you posted earlier. The video you posted earlier.
Gray rocks. They're gray, buddy. They're gray and black.
Yeah,
that looks like gold to you.
They didn't create the gold. They found it in it.
Where the fuck are you seeing gold at? You better get some glasses, dude. I don't see nothing sparkly in that fucking gray black dirt. So you fucking let me know when they get gold pieces. You go down there and find you some fucking gold pieces in that dirt. Funny guy. While you're trying to produce some, go produce some gold out of fucking gray dirt. Hurry up.
It's funny that you think they're creating the gold like that.
It's funny you think you know what you're talking about without demonstrating it. Claim maker. So, go produce gold and show where your little pieces of gold are at in the dirt they're getting. Show me in that video when the guy mixes the black powder and the white powder. Where's the gold at in that? Where's your gold they're mixing? I don't see it, pal.
So the Fraser River video that I saw, he was like a prospector, and he was like, they say that you can get gold anywhere you dig on the Fraser River. So he took his little gold pan and he threw it like a frisbee, and it landed and bounced and bounced and landed again. And he just, okay, we'll dig here. He picked it up. He moved a few rocks around, and then he just shunk a shovel in there and filled up his little pan, went to the river and started panning. And sure enough, when he was done, there was gold in there. But I don't think it was created. I think the gold was just there, in the river, because we haven't pulled it all out.
You can't pull all of. How can you pull all of it out? Out of where?
The river, the bends.
Well, if the stuff grows that creates it, that creates the powders and it breaks down and makes those different things, like living things and different materials break down, and that's how you get the different minerals from the thing that has to grow. So like an apple tree can break down and be a certain different powder or chemical in the dirt that would add right to that dirt. And if you didn't have any apple trees in this whole area, then there's no way you could grow gold if an apple tree ground up or the powder of or the biodegraded fucking apple tree is the ingredient needed. Okay? So wherever you got the right ingredients, you got the right amount of heat, the earth is going to produce gold if it can. That's going to be the gold you can see. The little rocks or the flakes or the real shit. And then anything else will still be powder, not turned into the form of golden gold yet.
Did you say grow gold?
No, I said things that grow, break down, and make the elements necessary to be gold. The
I kind
dirt.
of like the idea of growing gold, though. Like, I feel like everything is
can.
grown. Yeah, exactly. Everything is grown here. It all comes from something.
Yeah, and then we can go to Willy Wonka's thing and grow us some lollipops and some candy canes.
No, Jeremy, you've never
With
seen
the
a gold
next to the
mine. We
chocolate
don't have
river.
gold mines, Jeremy. Gold mines don't exist. Jewelry stores aren't around the corner, Willy Wonka. That's not real, buddy. No, go back to sleep.
Damn. Well, I was just going to say kind of like how I think oil isn't dead dinosaurs and it's being replenished.
It's algae. It's not dead dinosaurs. It's
Yeah, I live in
biomatter.
Texas.
No,
I've talked to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, bro. I've talked to people in the oil field, and they've said that they went and depleted a well, and they come back like 10, 15 years later, and it's replenished, right?
Exactly. That's kind of how I think. Like, it's probably like that with gold and other precious metals. It just takes a much longer time.
It's because where the oil was sitting has seeped out, right, like into the surrounding territory, and when you sort of pump all the local area dry, it seeps back in, just like you can.
Can
with the water
you provide evidence for what you're saying right now? Can you show me like a dead dog that's put in a chamber and then like they can
That's not what I
somehow
think oil
simulate?
is, you jackass.
Damon, this is not Jim Panda's server. You're going to be respectful to people, including the moderation staff. I'm not going to ask you again.
Then fucking boot me. Fucking cowards.
Damon, what the fuck, bro? What? Let's
I'm
all
tired of
relax
the
a little
fucking
bit.
dumb shit. Like, why you gotta make me a straw man and beat the fuck out of it? Like, why?
Right, well,
what kind
what
of a
is your
conversation
position then?
Yeah, dude,
Okay, what is your
nobody
what
made
is
you
your
a straw
actual
man.
position?
Well, nobody believes that fucking dead dogs or dinosaurs made oil.
Are you kidding me, bro?
Hold on,
There's
hold on.
lots of people. Oh, sorry. You go ahead.
No. I wasn't strawmanning you. To be fair, I was strawmanning the rest of the world with the term fossil fuels. Okay? So if you want to rewind real quick and tell me what you think fossil fuels means and how it's different from dead dinosaurs under the ground turning into black stuff that I put in my car, go ahead.
Do but one better.
So there is no clarification.
I'm reading. 1 second. Okay, I'm only 50% correct, so I'm mostly wrong. It's from decomposing plants and animals, so I am wrong. I'm sorry. I thought it was just plant matter.
Okay, so here's the deal. They've been telling us for 100 years that it was fossil fuel, right? Because scarcity drives up prices. And we have kind of fell for that little trick because there's no way to really prove that this is fossils because there's oil way below the fossil level, right? So that means that it can't really come from decaying dinosaurs and plant matter if there's none down there. So what they do is they dig like past the fossil region, right? They drill, and when they do, they find oil, right? So if one is coming from the other, that you would assume that they'd be in the same location. For example, if lead comes from depleted uranium or uranium that's decayed for a really long time, and that's where the lead is, you would expect to find both daughter and parent properties because one comes from the other. So to find just lead by itself, you would say that's artificial. Obviously, man put that there because you can't find just pure lead without finding some uranium mixed in there too. That's the way I understand it.
I have absolutely no idea, so I can't answer one way or the other.
I respect that. And
Yeah, I
Damon,
respect that too.
we don't want you to leave, Damon. We want you to stay. And we don't care what you believe. You can believe whatever you like. They just require a little bit of decorum in the server. That way we don't spend 30 minutes, just muddying the waters and poisoning the well and straw manning and stuff like that.
Why is there an argument against what oil is?
It was me. I'm making the statement that I don't think it is what they say it is.
What do you think it is?
Well,
Oh,
here's a
good
dead
question.
giveaway. Here's a dead giveaway, right? You have a finite resource that's very valuable, and it's going for the same price a gallon as a gallon of milk, which is, if we all focused our energy and bred more cows, we could have a lot more milk, but we can't make any more oil. Yet it's literally the same price as just a basic bitch commodity like milk.
That's weird. Yeah, that's
fucking
very
bizarre,
weird. Now
dude.
that
That's
you
a fucking
phrased
dead
it,
giveaway.
now that you phrased it like that, that's very weird because we can just make as much milk as we want. I mean, shit.
Thank you. Finally.
Wow, that was bro. What's your name?
My friends call me Rosa.
The only thing I would say to that would go like, sort of counteract what you're saying a little bit is the fact that those in the industry know, and as well as geologists and many others know, that there's a huge fuck ton of fossil fuels still around. There's coal, oil, natural gas. It's just sort of some of it's hard to get, and some of it's dirty. Some of it's not good to make money off of because it's so fucking hard to get. Others is places that we don't want to drill because it would ruin the landscape around.
You're making your case
and things
worse.
like that.
The point was there's a limited. The point was there's a limited source of this shit.
And I'm saying that the limit is not even close to being reached at the moment. So yeah, there's still an F ton of it around, is what I'm saying. That's why if the price is not affected,
you could swear.
Well, I'm trying. Like, if I start swearing, right, then that just escalates things. So if I'm gonna stay calm and not get booted from the server, I'm gonna do everything I can.
Bro, nobody
to not
gets
get
booted.
there.
Nobody gets booted. Xanax still here.
Muted,
Pete
like
Shay's
whatever.
here.
Holy crap!
We don't want you to leave, bro. You sound pretty cordial.
I was just making the point about the oil because I thought it's an interesting discussion, and I think people on both sides of the flat Earth argument can agree that we're talking about a finite resource that's priced at the same as a near infinite resource. There's something fishy going on there.
Let's put it like this: how long would it take us to make if there was no oil left, right? Let's say we ran out of milk and oil, right? And we want to make a gallon of oil. How long is that going to take?
Milk is a renewable resource.
I think that's the point. There's this finite thing on Earth,
Well, yeah, I mean,
that's
oil
a great
is
point.
finite. And to be honest with you, you're not going to hear an argument from me that oil shouldn't be much, like, way higher in price than it is, because the amount of actual damage and cost to the oil isn't just what we use of it, right?
Cows are doing a lot of damage too, though. I don't know if you're up on that, but
I mean, there's a lot of methane comes from cow farms,
cow farts, yeah.
But one volcanic one volcanic eruption puts in 15 years worth of human activity of methane in the atmosphere.
Exactly. Yeah, that's bad, right?
Oh.
But we all agree that's bad. So, like, if we continue to do it as well every year after year, have volcanic eruptions every year, then yeah, that's bad.
Volcanic eruptions. Why are volcanic eruptions bad?
It's
That's
bad
nature.
for humans because it affects the environment in such a way that it makes it more difficult for us to live.
I don't know. It's nature taking its course. We might need volcanoes.
Hey, I'm all for fucking letting every predator creature that ever existed, before we hunted them out, to come back and live naturally. And if you just happen to get eaten by a lion on the way to work, well, that's your own dumb fault.
I think it's really weird when people are like concerned about the environment in a certain way where they say that we're overpopulated. It's like, okay, So who are these excess humans we're talking about? Like, show them to me. Show me the ones that are here that you want to take out because you think there's too many. Now, if you're talking about the Native American way, the river is sacred. Don't dump dead bodies in the river. Don't bury them in a higher place in the river so the stuff can wash into the river, right? And the soil is sacred. Don't, change your oil on my farmland, please and thank you. Right, so I get that, right? But to say that we're overpopulated, no, we're like over condensed in cities. If you go to like West Texas or Kansas, there's plenty of fucking room.
Yeah, I think overpopulation just comes from like a measurement of like resource use, and if you take that to its natural course, like if we continue to add the people at that resource level, that we eventually will either make the earth unlivable because of the atmosphere, like much like we did in the 70s when we couldn't even fucking be in the cities, or like certain cities in China. Or we actually do start using up all the resources at a certain point and we just can't get any to sustain our gloat.
Yeah, where are these excess humans at? Can you point them out to me?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying like...
I know you. I know you. It's the proverbial you,
Well, I mean, it is technically excess humans, meaning like if I have, like, let's slim it down and say that the earth was actually just your house, a piece of farmland, and something else sustaining, right? And that's your whole world, right? How many people could you put on that land and still sustain the people? That's what we mean by excess people when people talk about that.
So when I read the Georgia Guidestones, like it says, keep in balance with nature, the population, 500 million. It's like, okay, whoever reads this and they believe it, then technically they're for the slaughter of 6.5 billion people. So
yeah, I mean, that would be the natural course of that statement, but I don't believe the Georgia Guidestones, obviously.
Is it reasonable to question the validity of the Georgia Guidestones? Like, for example, is it reasonable to say, what if there's some truth to the limit of human beings for whatever reason, right? For whatever those reasons are? What if that's just to try to save humanity instead of trying to slaughter humanity?
Well, I mean, let's think about it this way. Like, I think that we should help people as best we can for whatever we can, and if we start having problems, living because of certain events or whatever, we can try and do the best we can to mitigate those, or to like correct them, or to like live with them somehow in some other way. I think that we should convince people when we have a problem and we think that we have a solution, we should try to convince others of that solution, and other people will try and be convincing me of a different solution, and we work together as a society to sort of come up with better solutions. But
it sounds good, right?
I don't know.
But in a sense,
what's wrong with that?
All right, isn't that what Hitler and every other dictator that try to save their people try to do?
Well, yeah, that's true. I mean, like, Hitler had an idea about the way the world should work, and many of us disagreed, and so we fought a world war over it, and luckily we won. So now we don't have to live under Hitler. This is what I'm talking about.
So I'm just a little confused. Like, you just basically described zero-sum reality, in which we have a finite amount of resources and space, and not everybody's going to get the same amount. And if there's too many of us, it's a problem. So, that's basically what you said, right?
I only think it's a problem if you value like the continued existence of human beings. If you don't give a crap about that, then yeah, it doesn't make any difference, does it? You can do whatever the hell you want.
But what if the continuous life of human being doesn't mean to reproduce to an infinite degree? What if it does mean to reproduce, but also be contained in a place so you can get the maximum amount of enjoyment per land or whatever? What if there's a ratio that we just don't know about?
Well, I think that nature sort of knows this, right? Like creatures can kill themselves by like overpopulating an area. They just don't have any food source anymore. They're so successful at reproducing that they just sort of reproduce themselves out of their land. They might try to go somewhere else, but it's not suitable.
Kind of like
Anyway,
floods, like floods,
I mean, is what I'm saying really that like honestly, I'm kind of surprised. I don't think it's
it just
all
sounds
that
good.
drastic at all. I mean, it sounds pretty logical to me.
It
Like
sounds idealistic. The problem is that these
well,
things
sure
only
it
work
is.
on
Yeah, I
paper.
agree with that.
It only works on paper and in books, bro. It don't really work in real life.
Well, that's true. I mean, there's many different humans, and humans don't all like to get along. So yeah, I agree with that.
So what if, all right, let's just say a few of us discover that we are overpopulated, right? What would we have to do? Stop fucking. Now, how are we gonna implement telling people that, yo, bro, we're overpopulated. You need to stop fucking. You need to stop going to clubs. You need to stop
The
drinking.
only
You need to stop doing anything that would lead you to fucking. How would you
I
think
think
people take that?
I think the only way that I would be okay with is simply using words to try to convince people. So if I have evidence, I would try and show the people evidence of like why this is a problem and why they should like not have so many children. But I would never, make restrictive laws in that sort of sense. Like I might set up speed limits or this and that so that we could all coexist in a certain way. But at a certain level, I would have to cut it off and say that like my ability to swing my arms, stops at your nose. And so I can only do so much. So then I'm going to have to convince you to either agree with me or I'm going to have to try to live with you, even though I disagree with you.
Describe the paradigm.
Or I could be violent and try and violently overthrow your idea and say, this is dumb. I'm going to take it over anyway because I have the might and you don't. And so therefore, that's the way it's going to be.
But
I don't agree with that.
Even
but
with
that
ideas,
happens.
right, you would have to have a mass distribution system of that idea, right? Because even if you know something, you would need the power to be able to distribute that knowledge to people, right? And how would you
Yeah.
be able to distribute that knowledge, right? You're not going to go
Television.
door to door, right? You would have to come up with, you understand what I'm saying, right? So it's not just knowing the knowledge, having the power and the vision to be able to distribute.
By the existing mass communication devices that we have, such as internet, television, radio, and others. If I have to, I'll drop pamphlets. I'm just saying, like, we can communicate the ideas, right? Like, if we really
Like
wanted
church.
But if you come
You
from a
can
different
drop some-
religion, would you be willing to accept those ideas? And what would you need to do for people
they
that
might
are not
not.
accepting of your ideas?
They might be really mad at my ideas and actually want to do the opposite and get rid of me because they don't like my ideas so much that they think they think it's they have to reject it and fight me off physically.
So meanwhile, while you're actually in your mind, you possess the truth, you have the truth, and you have the knowledge and information to save
Doesn't
the
matter.
world. Like always, they will more than likely kill you, label you some sort of radical whatever, and when in truth all you wanted to do was to save at least your part of your reality and maybe extend that part to everyone. But it seems like this place, whatever this earth is opposed to that idea, is opposed to that very idea of someone saving everyone, right? Which is like the Jesus Christ character. What usually happens to Jesus Christ characters, right? They usually end up dead. Right, maybe that's the Matrix way of saying.
He just don't want to save the living, right? He just wants to save you after you're gone, right? So that you don't burn in hell.
Or maybe you.
Jesus doesn't give a crap about you while you're here.
Maybe
That's
he
in
just
the
wants
Bible.
to save yourself and not have some idol come and save you. Maybe he just wants to provide you the knowledge so you could save yourself.
Right. That's what I agree with that. Like, I think that's good. Like, I think we should share our knowledge as best we can. And like, I think that we should be open enough and not sort of like religious about our beliefs so that we can be open to those things. If we say something isn't correct and we are like, cut it off, we are not open. So like, even if we think something is wrong, we should always be at least somewhat open to hearing them or allowing those things to exist.
I have to push back on something you said. You said Jesus is not concerned about your.
Well, I just mean like, if you do wrong things in this life, right? Or if you're in error in some way, that he'll forgive you. And the reason why that is because he's concerned about your soul in the afterlife, right? That you go to heaven, not that you go to hell.
Why is one of his commands to love each other? Why is that such a
Because that's one
Why
of
is
his
that?
commands. That's what he wants.
I know. So it sounds like he is concerned about today,
Well,
this reality.
it is, but I'm
Sounds like
saying
that.
like you can mess all that up, right, and still go to heaven, right?
Okay. So there's forgiveness. So your point is what now
Exactly.
again?
Nothing.
So wouldn't you want
Look. I
if
just
you
said it
did
I just said the idea in a very clumsy way. I agree more with what you're saying. I'm sorry. Okay, like I'll take all of it back.
Okay. And I would say this: they talk about overpopulation. How much land that right now is unoccupied in the world?
It's not really about how much land, right? It's about the resources and about how we can sustain ourselves as humans.
What do you need to
Like
sustain
here,
yourself as a human?
take
What do you
this.
need to sustain it?
Here's
What do you need to sustain yourself as a human? What do you need?
I'll give you kind of like a metaphor here. So like let's talk about a military line out on the battlefield, right? Like the only reason why that line can be successful and sustain itself is if they continue to get supplies. Once the supply line gets to be so long, it can be cut off, and then it's harder to get supplies to them and sustain them, right? So what I'm saying is that yes, we might have a lot of open spaces and stuff on the earth, but if we would put people spread out in the open spaces, it would be a lot harder to sustain ourselves in the way that we're sustaining ourselves. Now, if we were to live a purely agrarian, like sort of nomadic life or whatever, it'd probably be a lot easier, but our population wouldn't go this high. There's a lot of things that are affecting the way we live and the population, such as scientific technologies and this and that. I mean, even the way we farm is freaking crazy. I mean, from what an old man in a hoe used to make. You know what I'm saying?
No, but that
Yeah,
still
we
didn't
could
answer my
produce.
question. What does a human being need to survive? Still didn't answer that question.
Oh, well, I mean, he needs sustenance and shelter and a way to reproduce.
Okay, so can those things not be done through some technological advances without overtaxing the system? Because there's a lot of other ways to produce energy that you would need. You can use natural resources around you, which people did for thousands of years, learn how to process it. I mean, you work the land that you've been given. I mean, like I think Israel had a water shortage, and then they bought, I think, the desalination produce here in the U.S., even where I live, and they were able to bring water to the desert.
So even though those things are what you said,
But then that allowed more people to exist, right? Like that. So like now you've basically allowed it so that people are able to have higher children, like a higher rate of children. So then you need more resources for those children because not all of them are going to be good working souls. So like up until the age of like 10, basically, and then back then you had like a good like 10 or 15 years of good working, where you're actually making more than what you were taking up. So
the moment you start limiting,
we need using those resources as well, right? We could have all the resources we want, but if we lack the knowledge of how to utilize properly these resources, we'd have absolutely nothing. So what does it matter if you drop a caveman in the middle of some he doesn't know how to utilize the dirt, he doesn't know how to utilize the water. He needs the knowledge.
Right, but then they wouldn't. Yeah, but like people that don't know how to utilize that will die early and not make many children, right?
Well, here's the thing, though. I mean, the problem when as soon as you invoke population control at any level, you actually start shooting yourself in the foot.
Say that?
Well, I'm just saying if anybody does it, like what happened with China. Well, China did. China instituted the one child only,
and they still got a lot of fucking people.
Well, I'm just saying, right. Well, the thing is, they end up shooting themselves in the foot.
Yeah,
because they got an aging population that they got no one to take care of them.
I think. I think the best way to lower the population naturally would just be to empower women and to have a more more trained and intelligent population. So people that know more know these things and can reason these things out and live in a more harmonious way.
Here's the problem with that.
And then
not in the way you think, though.
Sorry.
I'm gonna let you finish, and then I'm gonna continue. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to finish with allowing women to sort of make decisions for themselves and equal to men, and giving them the same resources and knowledge. allows them to make decisions about their own life, whether they want to have children or not, and that lowers the population naturally too. So,
Well, here's
you
the
know what I
problem.
mean?
Well, you're right, but see, that's also shooting people in the foot. Because if
Well,
you
it
start
depends on what your
removing,
goal is.
right? I mean, the marriage in the U.S. is reducing, and so the population that reproduces itself, that even sustain the current population, that's also going down.
Yeah.
So even when you institute birth
That's what I
control,
mean.
which is what you're saying, it becomes a detriment. It doesn't actually help. So you're right, it reduces the population, but eventually you're going to have the same issue that China does. I mean, there's women in the world right now that got bought into feminist ideology, and they're in their 40s and 50s now, living at home alone. Who's going to take care of them? Nobody.
They're called leftover women. China actually.
Well, I mean,
hold on.
What?
Actually had the same policies that we're having now, the same feminist problems that we're currently going through in America, where they're empowering women to the point that they're going to empower them to the point that they're going to see men as useless. This is what went on in China. This is why China now is implementing a masculine algorithm instead of the feminine algorithm that we have over here.
I mean, do we have different problems? Yes, because of this. Yes, absolutely. However, I think that it's a more moral system because we're not oppressing people to get there. So, like, if you value humans' autonomy, like their bodily autonomy, and like that they're actually people that deserve rights and to live a life of happiness and whatever, if you believe that, then like I don't think that it's a stretch to say that we should at least have some sort of equality about it.
Just real quick, I want to throw my 2 cents in. I just want to throw my 2 cents
if you
in.
don't,
What it
then,
seems,
yeah.
it seems like to me, the people that are under the impression that we're overpopulated, they're not. How do I put this? They're not thinking critically on where that information is coming from. Because this information that there's too many of us, and we're overpopulated, we're destroying the planet. That's coming from the people that are actually destroying the planet. These people that come out with these statistics. Yeah. In just a minute. I just want to point this out. The people that are, going into third world countries and strip mining the resources and using child labor, that's not any of us. That's not you and me.
Yeah.
I think
those are the
context, though. You're missing the context of what we was talking about.
No.
I don't. Talking about in relation to. Don't worry about it.
No, I just want to say, like, let me clarify my position a second. I am not saying that we should have population control. The only way that I would say that we need population control is that I want to educate people so that they can make the best decisions for themselves with the knowledge that's available to us in society. Like, not everybody has equal knowledge, and I think that the way that we, make things more equal is to give that knowledge to everybody as best we can. That's all. I'm not like population control. I don't think we're there yet, first of all. So like, I don't think there's too many people on the earth. I think that we're doing things in a way that could be better so that it would allow us to sustain a larger population for longer. And I think we could make better decisions that way that I don't think that we're doing. But I don't think that we should go with population control. So I just clarify my position. I'm not for population control. That way, like where you call people and shit, or like have harsh laws against having children and shit.
No, yeah, I didn't think that you were. I'm of the opinion that we don't actually know how many people are here in this world, that they're lying to us about that number. I'm of the opinion that the idea that we're being overpopulated is being pushed by people who profit and directly benefit from us not being overpopulated, but what do you call it? Like having too much density.
Over-concentrated.
Right? Thank you. Over-concentrated. That's what I was looking for. They profit directly from us being shoved into cities. If we were all self-sustainable and had access to the right technology to be able to have sort of our own, or just to be more spread out and not so concentrated, that would not be beneficial to them. They need people living in apartment complexes so that they can go, fucking package Amazon shit and do their deliveries and.
I
like they're all
I
stuffing
think we
people
can
in
all remember
apartments,
the.
bro. You're choosing to live in these
No, I think
apartments.
Yeah. I mean, maybe. I mean, it seems to me, though, that people chose to move to the cities. It wasn't forced upon them, right? Like, people moved to the cities
To live in the woods at any time, bro. So those
because it was because it was easier to make a more, a better life for your family and yourself.
Hey, let's not forget. Let's not forget the mouse utopia experiments and what happened to the mice when it started to get the density started to increase.
Yeah, they started getting gay and doing weird stuff.
It literally turned into
transitioning
it turned into Mouse San Francisco, dude. And that's
It turned
what's
the frogs
happening.
gay.
Yeah, it did. It did.
Dude, it was like a combination of San Fran and Hannibal Lecter movies because they were like doing cannibalism and shit.
Frogs can be male and female, and then change depending.
No, we're
on the
talking about rats.
population.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
Listen, but in history,
We're talking about rats.
It happened in Rome and it happened in Greece. The same gay thing happened because of the overpopulation and the sin. This pattern just seems to reoccur every time a civilization overpopulates.
So I've spent a lot of time in DFW. Dallas is really dense, especially the neighborhood, right? The neighborhood is like right above, we call it Uptown. It's right above downtown Dallas, right? So
And
there's
it's
lots of
fabulous.
apartments. It is fabulous. It's downright fabulous. But if you go out to Fort Worth, the population density isn't as high. People are way more Republican or conservative, whatever you want to call it, out in Fort Worth.
Yeah. I think that's a. I mean, I think that happens just because of the. I think it's a natural sort of way of things. Like the people that live in a sort of agrarian society are generally more conservative. They want things to stay relatively the same. It's because it makes their lives very easy and controllable and understandable. People that don't have that type of are more likely to be not conservative because they value change and all that other stuff, right? Because they're not dependent on something long term that way.
But at least the Republicans or whatever you want to call the old school, they rely on something that works, right? It's something proven that is repeatable.
Sure.
You're talking about on the other side. Let's try something new. Let's progress. To what degree? When does the progression stop? Where do we reach the limit of progression?
To be honest with you, I think we had a great system. I think we have a great system as we have it. Like, it's been corrupted to some extent, but like, if that corruption wasn't there and we were able to control it a little better, I think it's pretty good. Like the two-party system kind of works, and I think that you have to have at least a two-party system because you need these ideas that go against each other, and you need debate. If you have just one idea. Well, okay, it's supposed to be set up like a two-party system.
No, it's supposed to be, but let's think about it logically. Show me the anti-war party. Are they the Democrats? No. Are they the Republicans? No. So there is no true conservative, right? Because we spend a shit ton of ass load of money on, the United States of Ukraine. That's what we've become, right?
Sure.
$100 trillion to Ukraine. What do we get out of it? Right. What did we benefit? Have we benefited yet? No. Are we going to
benefit? No way we
in the
gave
future?
Ukraine $100 trillion. Why do you keep saying that number?
It's serious.
But wait a minute. Like the Republican Party sort of taken on the sort of conservative trope,
They're
right?
not
Like that
conservative.
they did
They're
that themselves.
rhinos, bro. They're rhinos.
Well,
They're
maybe
not
that's true, but like, you know what I mean? Like, to be honest with you, I think fiscally, even though the Democrats spend a fuck ton of money, they're concerned about the deficit and stuff and do things to bring it down. And like, I don't think the
like
conservatives
free
are.
health care for all. I mean, what are you talking about, bro?
But why do you keep saying 100 trillion?
Really?
It's serious. We
Free
spent like
healthcare for
50
all.
trillion.
I don't think Look, I'm a liberal, so
Is it
like,
100
I don't
billion?
want that. I don't want
I think
free
it's
healthcare
100
for all.
trillion.
Hold on. I'm just gonna. It's
It just went down $2
800
trillion from
hold
what
on.
Trump had it at.
It's
And Trump's not a
800
conservative either.
It's 800 million is the amount that the United States. Sorry, 800 billion with a B. 800 with a B.
All right.
Okay,
Damn, that's still a lot,
stand
though.
corrected.
That's more than we spent on our military budget for a year, isn't it?
It's about right there, yeah.
That's about our military budget for the year.
Just
we
strictly
just
the DOJ, yeah. Just strictly that, yeah.
and we gave that to
Sorry, I said
Ukraine
DOJ.
in cash. We gave them cash.
What? No. Well, yeah,
We gave
technically.
$800 billion to Ukraine. How did we give it to them? In rice and cash, gold
Well,
bullion.
no, we could. I don't think 800 billion is quite right. The last one we gave was 54 billion, and that was in this last thing that we passed.
Bro,
So,
cash money, cash.
we
in
gave about
briefcases.
this. We gave like
It's been our
28 on one time, and we gave them some other stuff that might equal like a few billion. But like
Weapons, come on, guys.
if it's over
Weapons.
70, if it's over
Jesus
70
Christ.
billion, I would be surprised.
That makes sense. Well, dude, I don't know if we gave them weapons or if we gave them the cash to buy the weapons.
Yes, we
or
did.
What?
Jeremy.
Well, we gave them both. We gave them both.
Value of cash it would be, bro. Come on, bro. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I was just
We
trying
gave
to
them
see
cash
how
for
we gave them the
resources.
money. If we gave them
We
just
gave them
cash, or if
resources,
we gave them
and we gave them weapons.
resources.
We gave
Yeah,
them
that's been
everything. We
corrected.
gave them all of it.
That's been corrected on
But
the
we gave them
numbers.
$800 billion worth. That's a lot of.
Yeah, more than
cheese
like
It's not that much.
bro. It's just one click away.
Dude, that's our fucking budget, our DOJ budget for the year. You just said in America.
Okay.
Are you American?
Yeah, 800
Are you Canadian?
billion.
You sound Canadian.
800 billion is enough to make our eggs go from less than like $4 a dozen to like $8 a dozen.
Yo,
So it's pretty much double
800
the price
billion.
of eggs.
Yeah, 800 billion turns my
Well-
tuna into a lobster right there.
What do you mean? Like, do you mean subsidizing eggs? I don't know what you mean.
It doesn't matter, dude. That is a lot of
Eggs.
fucking money, bro. Why didn't we just go fucking? I feel like it would have been cheaper to just go use our shit.
Yeah, we should look
Well-
into how much we give Israel yearly as
I
well.
mean,
Also, a lot
like
of
a third of our food and shit goes to waste. Like,
I don't understand. If we're
it just
battling the
rots.
Russians, if we're battling the Russians, why didn't we just send our
Well,
own
people
shit?
starve
Our
on the
aircraft
street.
carriers. Why
We weren't
didn't we
using
just?
them. I mean, we weren't using our aircraft carriers and shit. Like, you know what I mean?
I'm
Like,
just saying.
Here,
if
I
we're
just want
fighting-
to. Can I just put this into perspective? We were in
Making money.
Afghanistan. We were in Afghanistan for. Hello. Shit.
might
I'm
cut
sorry.
out.
Did I cut
broke
out?
up.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
start over.
So-
we were in Afghanistan.
We were in Afghanistan for almost 20 years, and we spent $2.26 trillion. And we did. We
over
haven't
20
even
years.
over
You said
20
20
years. Over 20
Yeah.
years. It's been maybe less than 1 year, and we've spent a third of that in Ukraine. Just think about
Wild.
that for a second.
Oh,
That's
wild,
wild,
right?
bro. That's fucking wild.
Well, Ukraine is at a population of in the tens of millions, and we didn't. There's not even that in the whole, like, fucking Middle East, like the section of Afghanistan and Iraq. So, like,
Yeah, but
the places that we were fighting in, we didn't. We had very little troops. So, like, this is a sustained over 20 years, and
The
we
point
spent
is,
way
why-
more than the money that you said.
Okay, the point is, instead of just giving Ukraine money and resources, why didn't we just send our resources over there temporarily
Because
and
we're-
just get busy on Russia and then call it
We
a day
did.
and this shit would have been over?
We did. That's what we did. I don't know what you mean.
No, I think the answer.
Biden can pocket half of the money that way, bro.
We definitely
Oh,
didn't
yeah,
go over there
definitely.
and get busy on Russia because this shit wouldn't be a thing still.
No. If we would start fighting Russia, then Russia would have an excuse to go ballistic.
Hey, do you guys mind if I say something? Are you guys, any of you guys familiar with the laws that pertain to the undersea cables going from one country to another? So I've looked these laws up, right?
And topic change, but
no, it's
Yeah,
not a
just
topic
before-
change because
just before we-
my whole point is that if these countries were supposedly really at war, they would attack them where it really hurts. They would hit them with their
How did we get
infrastructure
here?
on the undersea cables, right?
They'd be
But
shooting
they don't do that.
themselves.
How did we
So-
get here,
so-
man? I thought me and Larry were talking about knowledge, like truth. and
Basically
shit.
pointing out that the wars are
Epistemology.
I don't know how I got here. I don't like
So
it.
listen. The countries that wherever the undersea cable starts and ends, both countries have to foot the bill 50-50. These are all interconnected to each other, right? So it doesn't make any sense. Why would they blow up their outer infrastructure when it would be cheaper and more effective and do a lot more damage to just hit their undersea cables? Right? They don't, though. That never happens because that's what you guys should. Whoever thinks that these countries are really fighting against each other, look that up, and you'll realize.
Not only that,
It would
hold on. Not only that, I just looked it up. We've spent more money in Ukraine than we spent in all the time we spent in the first and second Gulf Wars combined.
Yeah, that's actually a good
fucking
point.
insane. That's fucking insane. And
Well,
no,
there's a
that
lot of
undersea
good points
cable
getting
shit.
made.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that undersea cable shit is really another just a great point pointing out to the fact that this is most likely just a massive transfer of wealth. Has nothing to do with a war. The war is just, I mean, there's probably shit going on like that in fucking
Bingo.
Africa all day.
Bingo.
I mean,
He got it.
I think we all, most of us here, believe that there is this, this elite group or groups of people that are calling the shots, and this shit's, they're not really at war. They're just making it, I mean, they are at war, but like, it's not like it's all orchestrated and shit. So
they're probably sacrificing the people that actually die, like the soldiers. They probably sacrifice them to whatever god they believe. I don't know, Moloch or whatever the fuck.
I think they're doing experiments on a lot of this. When anytime the military does something, they do something for 20 or 30 different reasons, bro. They'll never have one reason, right? So I think a part of it is doing experiments on people. And like, so if you're going to break down a society, right, the first people you're going to go for are the soldiers, the people who would willingly give up their lives for the country, right? You put them on payroll, you hit them with some crazy stuff that starts with an A and ends with an X, V thing when they start in their military training. And then you do EMF experiments, voice-to-skull technology experiments, weapon DEW whatever experiments you need to do with these people. But first of all, you got them all out of the way, right? So you've got all those people out of the way. So you've sissified the men, and you know what I mean? Basically, like you see what I'm saying? They got those.
Where
things
does
out
all
of the
this
way
come
first,
from?
bro.
I mean,
that is what you would want to do
sell
if you were trying to control a population, Left Lane. You would want all the strong men either dead or on your side, and you'd want all the rest of the men. You'd want all the rest of the men to be like pussified. I don't know, maybe running around, getting their eyebrows done, wearing makeup, referring to themselves as she.
Leveling
shit
the
like
playing
that.
field, dog.
Didn't
The first thing to do is level
all
it.
the men and leave all the children to be raised by the mothers? Don't you think he did that for a reason?
What?
I'm just saying you're gonna definitely you're definitely gonna want an unarmed population of not hardcore dudes like I don't know.
Yeah, exactly, bro. They're leveling the playing field. They're taking the cream of the crop right off the top.
Hold on, let me clarify on the Genghis Khan thing. I saw a video about some guy that he was talking about the strategies of what he was doing, and he was going around conquering these places. He was killing off all the men, the ones that didn't want to go with him, taking the weak ones, right, and then leaving the children to be raised with their mother. He did that
exactly, bro.
in a lot of places, and I don't think he did that for the benefit of society. You understand? So there was a clear intention of why he let the children be raised by the mothers.
Exactly, bro. Yeah, exactly, bro. You know what I mean? It's like if you really think like if they're really doing these things like they say, wouldn't they go for the cheapest, most destructive like strategic targets instead of like the outer
undersea cables, bro.
Yeah,
the
bro.
undersea cables. You would go for them instantly. That's like your jugular right there.
That's the jugular, bro.
Bro. Is that not also your jugular?
Why? Oh, that's a good point, Left Lane. That's a good point. Yeah.
What do you mean by that? What does he mean by
Well,
that?
you're still connected. Hold on. You're still connected. Okay. So Russia comes over here and clips all our undersea cables, let's say. They're still connected with the rest of the world.
It
They're
depends
good.
where the power comes from, though. That's the thing. We don't really know where the origin of the power comes from. So we don't really know if Russia cuts themselves off, they're cut off, or now they're the only ones with the power, right? We don't know how that works.
No, we know exactly how it works. If you come here and cut the cables to America, then America's cut off from the rest of the world as far as those undersea cables go. Russia's still connected.
Unless the power comes from our side.
What do you mean the power? It's an information thing.
Yeah,
it's not a power. It takes
electricity too, though. It's like a twofold thing.
There has to be a station that is housing the information and the power that's distributing to the places.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Over here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, bro. But The point I'm trying to make is it wouldn't make sense for them to bomb the outer infrastructure, let alone the inner infrastructure, because when they do that, everybody's losing out. All these people are under a peace treaty agreement after the Antarctic Treaty, bro. The UN supervises everything, so all these countries going to war and flying their flags, bro. When they're done with their 8-hour filming shift or whatever they're doing, or experiments they're doing, they go home, bro, and they're no longer acting under the capacity of that. It's just a show. Maybe they are bombing these things, but it's not for any reasons they're telling us. You know what I mean? Whatsoever. They would never ever tell us that, bro.
You
You know what I
like
mean?
the movie Like the Dog, like that kind of thing where they're pretending
Yeah.
they're going to war, kind of thing.
Yeah,
All right, listen.
bro.
I don't know what you're talking about with this power and a box thing. If you come and cut the wires all leading into America, America can no longer communicate with the rest of the world. It's an information thing. If Russia left all the rest of the shit alone, they can now still communicate with the whole rest of the world.
You're assuming that Russia is the origin of the source and that they are distributing the power. I'm telling you that the power
What
might
power?
come from America. The lines,
What
the information,
power?
the source of where the cables come
Hey, no, well, hey, bro. So it's a twofold thing. Like those cables, they send the information out, right? But also it can only be possible with electricity. And you're right, they do have huge places underground where they house all this information in different countries, right? And then even in the ocean, they have repeater boxes, because they can't just continually send that signal. So they have repeaters and shit like that, and that's why they have a lot of those things. I believe that claim to be like oil platforms or whatever, but they've been out there like 20 years. Those might be part of the transformers. But so in right before World War II, they had these drums, bro. Have you guys ever heard of a conundrum? So these things
we
were
heard this
like,
before. Hold on, we're about to get to the bottom of this fucking
okay.
cutting someone off with these undersea cables thing. Now,
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
When you send a signal out in these cables, you need power to move it, right? So if they cut America off, it's not like they're losing the power. They still have the power to push their signal out. All the other countries have the power to push their signals out. You would literally just cut America off from the rest of the world. I don't understand why this is complicated. Am I missing something, or what's
No,
good?
you're right. You're right. They could hit strategic places, right near the shore of America. That would be way easier to hit than all these buildings and everything. And cut America off right then and there, right at the legs, or whatever country they wanted to do it. You know what I mean? But in doing so, they would thus be cutting themselves off too, because
they're still no. What do you mean the cutting? No, they're still in
I'm
communications
saying
with
they'd
the
be
rest of
cutting
the world.
themselves off. They'd be screwing themselves because they'd be violating the Antarctic Treaty, that peace treaty.
Right, but
That's
they'd
what
be
I
able
mean
to
by that.
communicate with the rest of the world, though.
Yeah. So, like, if it's really as they're saying, then you're absolutely right, bro. Yeah, you know what I mean. Instead of blowing up the buildings, like if you took away all their information like that and you killed the internet, those buildings would be superfluous. They'd only be, shelter for people. You know what I mean? People would
We'd
be
still have the
floundering,
internet.
dude.
We would still have the internet. It would just be an American internet with just stuff that we have here, which is probably a shit ton of stuff. But what were you saying, Matrix? I still don't get what you were saying. Like if America has tons of the information and then they're cutting themselves off from the information because Russia didn't have it stored.
All right, so the way I think about the lines, right? I think about it like electricity, right? You have to connect it to a power source to be able to distribute the information, right? They have to have some sort of power. And when you said if Russia cuts off America, then America don't have communication with the rest of the world. You're assuming that the power is distributing from Russia down to America. It could be the other way around. And if Russia cuts the power, they are all of a sudden cut off, and America continuously still has power and communication with the rest of the world. You're assuming the cables are set up a certain way, is what I'm saying.
No. If they cut all, let's say there's 10 cables going into undersea cables going into America. If they cut all those cables, America could no longer communicate with the rest of the world, but the rest of the world would still be able to communicate with each other.
You guys could both be right, and we could all be wrong about it. Actually,
I could be wrong.
But it makes perfect sense. Yeah,
we're just theorizing, right?
No, absolutely, yeah.
I understand what you're saying. You're trying to imply that the wars are dog and pony shows, and more than likely they are. More than likely they are dog and pony shows.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
like their peace treaty surpasses any profit they'd make by warring with another country. That peace treaty surpasses all of that, and it's all part of that Agenda 2030 for the whole world. It would be completely going against Agenda 2030, which is like laid down from the high ups. If they were to go to war with each other, like two random countries like Russia and Ukraine, if they really were, it would throw off their whole thing. It's like just like how the gangbangers in LA made a peace treaty that you could not go and kill another gangbanger from a rival neighborhood because it interrupts the drug trade. To them, that was more important than their gang thing. You know what I mean? Because it disrupts the drug trade completely. So yeah, in a sense, it's like a bigger version of that. It's like a huge version of the mafia as we can understand them.
So in a sense, they're protecting their cables so they could protect their criminal empire. Yes,
exactly, bro. Exactly. You know. Anytime you see cities and shit being bombed, I'm not saying that stuff doesn't happen, and the soldiers may think that they're legitimately fighting for the country, but it's just another thing brought to you by the people who did 9/11, bro. They tear it down and then they rebuild. You know, order out of chaos.
Situation where like I'm making this up, right? But it could be a situation where like some millionaire, billionaire lost that territory like over a poker game or some shit, and now they have to evict the people because now he wants to reclaim his territory that he won on a poker game. So now he has to bomb the whole place. Meanwhile, we're all thinking that this is a war and there's some sort of beef and it's just some bullshit some fucking billionaires created because they were bored.
Yeah, I mean, all of us could theorize on what it is. I have a theory that like I saw somewhere that in that city of Kyiv, which is spelled differently in many different articles, that they housed the largest assortment of I'll just say, you know, pharmaceutical companies, bro. Yeah, I mean, these were the big dogs. They housed like 10,000, 20,000 people, and there was like over 100 different manufacturers right there. So what they may have done is shipped all their product out. Everybody did it, and then they 9/11 the thing. You know what I mean? Erased all the evidence because they love erasing that physical evidence. Watch, they're going to rebuild Kyiv in a couple of years, and it's going to be completely different. Tourist makeover. You know what I mean? All kinds of crazy, evil, ritualistic memorials right there. That's easily what they could have done. You know what I mean? Just vaporized it. 9/11 style.
When they tear down the structure, like what the
DEWs.
The World's Fair, like the World's Fair that they supposedly go around and build these
incredible
structures and then fucking destroy them. That's what you're implying?
Now these weren't incredible infrastructures like at the World's Fair, but it may be the same type of idea where like whatever that thing was used for, like those factories in Kyiv, they did their purpose. They put out what they needed to at the time, just like the Twin Towers did their purpose, right? And they ran it into the ground basically. Like the Twin Towers was like really close to them exposing that like 1.6 trillion that went missing, amongst many other things, right? Like so maybe somebody could have been like, or they're just like basically they're getting rid of all loose ends. Like remember in Goodfellas, like after that robbery, the cops had no where to go, but still they weren't taking any chances and people were just getting clipped left and right. See what I'm saying? So imagine those people are like the buildings, right? Those buildings put out billions of those things to people and a lot of people did them, right? And nobody knows right now. It's too soon. The final result of everything, we have no idea. All we can do is speculate. But they wiped out that infrastructure. Those might have been cheaply built buildings, and they wiped it out because they got rid. They're really good at getting rid of all the physical evidence. It's all part of their order out of chaos, bro. You know what I mean?
A way of erasing like history, right? Because I think if we can depict our current reality, if we can't depict it, right, we can't understand the past. So when they go around destroying the structures, right? It's so whoever comes along, is unable to understand what was, right? They're only gonna see the
bro. Exactly. Think about it at a homicide scene, right? They need to preserve the scene as is, bro. And any cop that walks through there, they destroy their scene, bro. But imagine that on a huge scale like that. You know what I mean? Like, look what happened with the Twin Towers. Right after that shit happened and they broke it all down, they had like hundreds of trucks and they supposedly shipped all that excess metal to be recycled in Europe.
Biggest crime.
Imagine the homicide. They wouldn't even treat a homeless person getting murdered with that disrespect of the scene, bro. You know what I mean?
Biggest crime scene of the world ever.
Yeah.
And Giuliani rushed that shit off quick.
Rushed. Yeah, bro. That crime scene was so trampled, bro. It would have never held up in any court of law anywhere. You know what I mean? Just like the Guidestones. Supposedly, if somebody really came and bombed those things, Dude, they wouldn't have had like tractors pulling him out of the ground a couple hours later. You know what I mean? With just a couple people there and just destroying him. It's ridiculous,
You know what it is,
dude.
though? You know why they have to do it like that? The problem is if they were to officially, like under construction, destroy them, somebody's gonna have to take some sort of responsibility for signing
Yep.
whatever papers employed.
Exactly.
Understand? So they just create some terrorists and blow it up, and that's it. None to
Exactly. Case unsolved, bro. Unsolved. You know what I mean? Every once in a while, they'll throw a patsy out there who might not even be a real person and be like, yeah, you know, some not J. Edgar Hoover, but Lee Harvey Oswald type shit. Like, you know, we got the guy, and then like, oh, somebody else shot the guy. Like, you know what I mean? Just ridiculous, dog. But people believe it and they buy it and they get all into that fucking shooter on the grassy knoll type shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. I tried talking about this earlier. They all yelled at me when I brought it up, but
Yeah, bro.
yeah,
I've been
what do
yelled
you
at
think it
on the
was?
24/7 server, bro. I've been yelled at by a dude who's like not an OG flat earther, but he's got all kind. I mean, I know it doesn't mean shit when you click on somebody's name on here and like you have all these different titles and shit. Like, I don't care about none of that shit. Like, as long as my shit doesn't say Glober, then I'm cool. You mean? Because like I can speak for myself. I don't need any like title, or whatever. If people gift it to me, that's cool. I won't complain. But like whatever. But this fool had a lot of shit, and like he straight said to me, he was like, "You sound like a Glober. You're just like a Glober." And I'm like, "Wow, bro." I mean, I'm not going to insult, especially a flat earther. I'm not going to take this personally. There should be no insults from my mouth because that's not going to like give any validity to my argument whatsoever. But like, I tripped out how when I brought up the fact that I believe every single thing that's like where people are dying on the news, my personal beliefs, I'd say they're all fake and they all have crisis actors. Number one, you can't control somebody who's hysterical. You cannot create
Hold
that.
on,
You
bro.
can't. Yeah.
Hold on. You're going crazy on me. I just wanted to say the thing with the Georgia Guidestones. The thing with the Georgia Guidestones was, like, why blow that shit up? What was it? What did they say? What did it do? Was it something with the holes to see the star? Like, what was it about them that they wanted that shit erased?
I think it was multiple things about it. And,
Listen,
multiple.
Flatter Day, I would agree with you with I think anything that is given to the public for free is some form of lie, right? Because why does anybody take the responsibility of giving us information? Why do you want us to know?
Yeah, exactly, bro. I always say, like, if Earth, if there really was an outer space, they'd tell us that there's a dome and there's nothing to see. Do you know what I mean?
Dude, that is crazy, bro. They'll probably because if you want to get to the truth, I think you will flip everything they tell you. You
Exactly.
flip it over and
It's inverted, bro.
in the
Yep.
middle is where the truth lies.
There's a famous quote from the head of the.
Was real. If outer space was real, they'd be telling us there's a dome, there's nowhere to go, nothing to see here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. Exactly, bro. You know what I mean? They would too. They hella would.
You. No,
I mean,
feel you
they're
on that.
secret. They're hella secretive about the underground tunnels that could be only 20 or 30 feet below us, if that. They're super secretive about that. Like, look at Elon Musk's companies, right? He's got Neuralink. He's got Tesla. He's got SpaceX, which everybody's like a huge fanboy of SpaceX. And then his most important company is called Boring Co. Hardly anybody ever talks about it. It even sounds boring, right?
A giant mining
that's
company.
what the money is. That's the most lucrative. That's the real shit. Them
Does he have one
tunnels,
of them
dog.
giant digging machines?
That's probably where the real shit is happening in Boring Company, right?
Yeah, they have a machine. They have a machine where, like, as they're digging out the gravel, the machine actually turns it into cement and paves the road and the ceilings and everything. Where they don't before they used to have
just turn it into gold. They should just turn it into gold. Who was the guy that wrote the book that said Elon was going to be on the one to take us to Mars? Some science fiction book. I brought this up to my coworker.
That was Donald Trump's uncle, I think, something like that, right? That wrote that book.
I don't. It could be a possibility. Yeah, people speculate that, but the book was, what was it called? The book even had didn't it have a character named Baron in it, like his son's name too?
Yeah, that Trump's son is supposedly in it.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. I heard of that shit before. Yeah, bro. It's dude. It's all just
who wrote the book?
I'll look it up right now. Hold on.
But isn't it trippy though that people seem to write things and they just seem to happen, like the George Orwell thing, and we're kind of living that shit right now, bro. But it's crazy because how did he come up with that concept at that time? What kind of information was he looking into that allowed his imagination to think of that?
That's not hard to believe. I mean, a government that wants to control everything, you know what I mean? Like the 1984 shit was not. That's
The problem. All
In
right,
that,
but you
in
would
that,
have ideas, right? You
It
would
says it was written by Werner von Braun wrote it. That's what Google says. That's the book. It's called The Mars Project: A Technical Tale. I don't know. Maybe this isn't the right one though. Oh wait, let me
no.
see
I think
here.
it was Werner von Braun. Now that I think of it,
Book published in 1953, so 5 years before the Antarctic Treaty was signed. Even though it wasn't signed for 5 years, dude, you knew they probably knew about it like way before they signed the treaty. Because remember when they had
oh,
that?
you got to write
Remember
that
the
shit
geo?
up with all the write it up with all the
You guys
legal
ever heard of
mumbo
the?
jumbo.
You heard of the geophysical year, right? When they had the geophysical year, I think it might have been 53 or 55. They had it's called the geophysical year, where they and it was actually the year where they, what was it? They brought up, I got to look this up. It was some type of, hold on. I'll look it up. That way I'm not misquoting it.
I've been trying to say something for a minute. So there was a quote back in like 1982 or 83. I can't remember which one. And it was the head of the CIA. And he said, the CIA's disinformation campaign is complete when everything the American people believe is wrong.
Yup. Damn, that's crazy. That's so sinister too, right?
Yeah, that means that they're pushing the lie and they want everybody to believe everything that's in print. Because knowledge is power. What is the CIA trying to do? Obviously, they're trying to consolidate power.
Well, information is power. We've known that for a long time. That's why I said that 1984 shit wouldn't be that hard to conceive of. You know what I mean? So, yeah, they're going to want the most information possible. And if they have you thinking, not only is it powerful, if you have information, like that's good, but people having wrong information could even be better than you even knowing. Just make them know the wrong thing.
Exactly, bro. Yeah, disinformation. That way they don't. That way you don't have to worry about them wondering and going off and finding the real answer. Do you see what I'm saying? The disinformation.
It's also possible. It's also possible that the story and the lies is somewhat necessary, right? Because consider the movie Sausage Party and the non-perishable, the elites of that movie, right? So maybe everything outside of our immediate world is some sort of what is this guy named? The guy that created Cthulhu, Lovecraft, right? Maybe the rest of the world, right? If we try to like explore, there's some fucking octopus or somewhere that just eats fucking whole submarines, right? Maybe the elites created a story to keep us safe in a way, and not necessarily because it's all evil, right? It could be for our protection.
You talking about the
I've
prospiracy?
actually said that before, because if you think of the Tower of Babel, the story where we tried to climb up to the heavens, God smacked us down, separated us and shit. Like they could know, they could keep, they could.
Bro, think about the implications, right?
Hey, you could be right. You know, I'm a pessimist, and I always think they're out. They think they have our worst interests in mind. But you know what? You could be right. You know.
On that note alone, but then why all this other evil shit though? I just talked
exactly. Yeah.
one of my
Why
friends. He made the
poison our
point.
food and authentic? You know what I mean?
He made that point. Like, yeah, that might be true, but then why all the other evil shit they do though? So
Exactly. Yeah. So it kind of it's like
maybe the evil is necessary in some way.
Well, in a court of law, they'd call that fruit from the poison tree. Like, so if in court, like if you're giving testimony and then one thing you say is found to be a lie, it nullifies in your contempt of court for the rest of your testimony. And like people don't really treat the government like that though. Like they know the government lied about some things, so they think like, but it's not all things. Like, but really, in a court of law, you would treat it as if, like, even if some of their shit they're saying, their shit's already fucking tainted from that one lie.
Not credible,
So
and not a credible witness.
Exactly,
It wouldn't be a
bro. So
credible
like,
witness anymore if they,
you're basically rolling the dice, like being like, well, they lied to me about this, but I don't think they lied about that. But I mean, just because they did in the past, it leaves more than a 50% chance that they could be.
If you believe the Tower of Babel story, though, that would make sense that they're doing it for our protection.
Listen, think about it, right? Think about what kind of peace we would have had that every civilization, everybody got together to create this one thing, right? I don't think a chaotic civilization would have done that, right? I think these were people that were so technologically and intellectually advanced that all they had to do was figure out what's going on up there, right? So they devised the planet and say, hey, man, we already accomplished everything. We already created all the information. We know everything. So let's go say hello to God. And, you know, God didn't like that. So he struck it down. He divided the world, right? You could imagine a Pangea before that, right? Though everything was united, everything was one. They tried to create that tower. God struck it down. All the lands went everywhere else. Now we have different continents, you know what I'm saying? Different languages, right? Maybe God might not be the good guy, right? Because if he don't want us to figure out what's going on up there, he wants to maintain us here for some reason.
He
For some
also
reason we need to be here.
hold on. He also kept knowledge from us before in the Bible in the Garden of Eden. He didn't want us having the knowledge of good and evil. So it's not like this guy is just trying to throw knowledge our way.
That's the thing. But see, that's the other side of flat Earth that people don't consider, right? People think that, oh, there is evidence of a creator. Yeah, sure. That's the good part of flat Earth, right? That's the naive part. Yeah, there's a creator. But then you have to consider, why the fuck did this creator create us and for what reason? How has it benefited the creator for me to exist? And how does it benefit me for the creator? You know what I'm saying? It isn't that beautiful like they trying to say like the creator cares for us and loves us like fucking Barney, I love you, you love me type shit. It could be nefarious. We could be ants for all we know.
Okay, okay. So listen to this. So a kingdom divided against itself cannot stand, right? So if our enemies are the government and they're doing all this messed up stuff to us, then how can they be against the creator? Do you see what I'm saying? They'd be for the creator. Does that make sense to you? Like, okay, so the creator didn't build the Tower of Babel. People built it and people wanted to climb it. What if it's as simple as the creator knows the further away from the ground we get, the more toxic we get, right? Like your body's in its best health when you're barefoot outside. The longer you're barefoot, it makes your blood flow properly. And when you wear shoes for too long and you're around dirty electricity, you start getting blood clots. And that's where all health problems stem from, right? So what if it's simply like when you get in an airplane, the longer you're in an airplane, the more sicker you feel, right? You're away from the ground. So what if it's simply that he knew that by the further away from the ground you get, the more toxic your blood gets. And it's so simple. It's like, it's for our best health interest to not go away from the ground like that, just to stay on the ground. And maybe that's why he struck it, you know?
Two things. They did find
area, because if you consider the oceans and the deep down, what would be the limit of the ground then?
Two things.
Well, I mean, yeah,
quick.
but
hold on. I know you can hear me. Two things real quick. They did find a giant city that housed 20,000 people underground. So it probably is better to live near the ground, maybe for some reason you get grounded, whatever. But there's also my favorite survivor guy, Cody Lundeen. He never wears shoes. Never wears shoes. I've seen him wear socks like once.
Yeah, bro. It's so, dude, since I've been going barefoot, bro, in the last few years, bro, my health has changed. And I still smoke cigarettes, smoke weed, drink, and like I don't eat the best of foods, but like my health has gotten so much better. My legs never swell anymore, like nothing like that. And I don't get headaches. And I used to get really bad headaches being online, just even for like an hour. Gnarly migraines now.
Are you sleeping with your?
Huh?
Okay, go ahead, Larry.
Sorry, I just wanted to say that it's anti-inflammatory, and I've grounded my bed with copper wire wrapped to my frame, where I've sanded the frame, and then I just stick the copper wire deep in the ground as I can. And I gotta say, like, as fat as I am, I'm pretty fucking healthy.
Are you sleeping aligned? Are you aligned to north? Like your head's north and your feet face south?
I think my head's pointed south.
You got it. Oh, you fucked up, bro.
Yeah.
You got to get your shit north facing.
I've heard that before too, bro.
Dogs usually shit north. Cows graze north. Like north to move, bro.
No shit. Dude, I'm gonna have to really start paying attention to my dogs now that you said that, bro.
They don't
Huh? They don't?
Not always, but they usually do. Just like cows will. I don't think cows will always graze north, but they usually will graze facing north.
I've always believed that dogs need to be grounded twice as much as humans do. That's why they have all four feet on the ground. Their body's like a giant antennas, like the hair and their whiskers. Those are like antennas all over their body. So they're picking up this dirty EMF way harder than we are. And that's why if you guys have ever seen somebody who owns a dog in a second story or higher apartment, within like 6 months, the dog starts like losing patches of hair, gets like red marks and scratches, and is just irritable and doesn't know what to do with itself, is because the dog's so far away from getting grounded. Animals are like, you think about the birds and the insects where you hear about hundreds of them falling from the sky because maybe a frequency hit them and they're not grounded. You know what I mean? Birds can land on telephone wires, but as soon as their wing like touches something grounded, it interacts. You know what I mean?
That's the Hosea prophecy that large amounts of fish, birds, animals would just be dead.
Yeah, it would make sense for fish too if you sent frequencies through the water because they're not grounded either. So anything that's not grounded would be fish or birds. Everything else is pretty much grounded, you know? I'm gonna really start paying attention to my animals though.
I was
By
gonna
the
say
way, I'm not very dogmatic on prophecy, so I mean, take it for what it's worth.
That's funny. That's funny, Larry.
What were you saying? Underground what, bro?
Oh, underground is the way to live, dude. I'm telling you guys,
Yeah,
that's fucking.
you're healthier,
That's
huh?
the move right there. I don't even know. Not even for that. Just I mean, the geothermal heating and cooling aspect of it, like that just seems like
Wait, what do
you
you mean
don't have
the thermal heating and cooling aspect of it? What do you mean?
well, you don't need to like.
Oh, yeah.
You don't.
You don't need to produce as much to cool it or to heat it. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah.
So
Okay.
there's that aspect of it. There's one, and the second aspect is once you dig it out, like you're good. Does
Forever,
it
pretty
really
much
even
for
need
as long as.
maintenance? Do you even need maintenance on
Yeah.
it? Like,
Damn.
I think that's like zero maintenance. Like as opposed to what we do now, where our houses
Yeah.
are constant need of maintenance. They're not only that,
Yeah,
but they burn down, they get blown down. Like it's ridiculous.
bro. Yeah, and you can continually charge people and tax people mortgage and like they have to have this go green, dude. We got things in the mail that said if our water bill was late, right? And it said if we fail to pay our water bill and it gets shut off, we'll be evicted. We can't legally live here because there's not running water. I'm like, whoa, this is fucking wicked, dude. I mean, what if I wanted to live with no water? Like, what do they care? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't see why that you couldn't supply your own water. That's fucking bullshit.
Dog, it's just like, dude, they came over here, and this is the only house in probably within miles where like this person absolutely refused to get any smart meter stuff, right? So they haven't, dude, she hasn't been charged for gas for fucking, it's been a couple years, bro, because we're not on the smart meter for the gas, right? But what they did was one day I seen a dude messing with the water main outside on the sidewalk. And I'm gonna stop right there. And he's like, "This is public property. I don't need permission to, and you can't trespass me off your property because this is a sidewalk." I'm like, "All right." And he took out the water thing and he put in a digital one. And I go, "You know what you're doing, bro? You're actually sealing the fate for anybody who has the job after you retired or whatever. Nobody will ever have to come here ever again unless there's some type of physical damage to it. It's all digital now. You know what I mean?" Whereas before, people used to have to go and check it, and like they're just killing that with the smart meters. People don't even see
Dude,
that.
automation, bro, that ain't. You think that ain't nothing compared to what's about to happen? They just automated
I
a
know,
McDonald's.
dog. I
They just
know, bro. I
automated a
know, bro.
McDonald's fully. Also,
Dude, I
I'm a
tell the people who are
janitor.
putting it through, I'm like, what are you doing, dude? You're killing for any other generation. But
No,
you know,
why? You don't want things automated?
yeah, right. Fuck no. I don't want
Oh, that's
anything
the best
automated,
shit
bro.
ever. Dude, come
Yeah.
on, use your head, bro. You want to be washing your clothes on a rack down by the river, or you want to fucking throw them in a washing machine?
Bro, if it came to where like no human would ever have a job working at a laundromat and everything was automated, I'd rather just go do it by hand, bro. You know what I mean?
What? Why?
I just
That's a
would, bro,
huge
because
waste of time.
I don't think
it's
we're supposed to have jobs, by the way, bro. I think jobs was created for like to keep us.
Yeah, man. Fuck that, dude. Let's automate the shit out this bitch.
well, because it's not just going to stop there, though, bro. It's gonna be a huge domino effect where basically anywhere you go, you have no interaction with any people. Once there's no more brick and mortar establishments, bro, the whole society will collapse. They're making all the new jobs digital, where people all they're doing is in some type of digital world where, like, dude, if everybody's dependent on the digital, all they have to do is cut the electricity, and everybody's like a fish out of water, bro. They literally can cripple whole societies, bro, overnight with this. Never, I don't know if ever in our history, as far as I know, have they ever had or going to have that much power over somebody where you don't think about it, but if they killed electricity on a huge scale, dude, so many people are not going to know what to do.
One EMP fucking bomb or whatever, or one EMP van, and that's an entire fucking civilization destroyed over a fucking night, bro. They're not
They wouldn't even have to EMP it, dog. All they'd have to do is turn off the power switch. You don't even need to EMP it. Because EMPing could mess up the infrastructure for later. Like, why? Just turn it off and act like there was an EMP. But you know what I mean? All the effort they put into it, I don't think they're going to 9/11 it this soon. They're just barely finishing up the roads right here in Southern California. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but ultimately, too much automation I think, down the line, it will lead to some sort of Skynet situation.
Oh yeah, for sure, will, bro. We're coming to Skynet, bro. You know that shit. The drones that they have nowadays, bro.
I think we've been in Skynet I think the Skynet system is what's calling the shots, bro. And people are just
for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I believe that, though. You know what I mean?
Have you seen Westworld? The show called Westworld?
I've never watched it. I've heard of it.
Oh, dude, if you're into truth and like theories on the origins of humanity, fucking Westworld will be a very interesting show, bro.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Because I think they try to tell us the truth, bro, in these shows, right? Because I don't think they have a choice. Because how much does the imagination stretch, right? How much imaginary shit can you write? How many love stories can you possibly write, right? So I think they have to put the truth in, because the truth is all there is. There's only so much shit they can make up, and I don't think the imagination works the way we think it does, right? Because have you ever tried to imagine a different thing? Try to imagine a different color, a different word, a different language. It'll probably become very difficult. You'll probably have to take something that already exists. So I don't think we quite comprehend the extent of our imagination, as people were to assume. Like the whole unicorn thing, right? Why do we have this concept of a horse with one horn? Wouldn't it be more natural of a horse with two horns, right? But we don't have a concept of a horse with two horns, which would be the natural thing. We have a concept of a horse with one horn. Where do you think that idea came from? Is it possible that there was such a creature at a certain time and it might not exist anymore?
Yeah, exactly, bro. You know what I mean? Like, think about this. Like, okay, so these dinosaurs that supposedly lived a long time ago, we know didn't. That if people were alive when those dinosaurs were, those dinosaurs would be like demons and they'd just be slaughtering people, right? But when they find a supposed footprint from a dinosaur, they look at it and treat it like it's like a religious experiment, like it's something divine, right? But us humans who aren't by nature like harmful to each other, really, and don't leave any mark on the earth, we're not supposed to leave our carbon footprint. Like, what the fuck? This is some Stockholm syndrome shit. You know what I mean? Some deprivation Stockholm syndrome shit, dog.
It could be, bro. It could be the whole, because I've analyzed a little bit of the left, right? So it could be that they have this knowledge. They have like this imminent destruction knowledge, and maybe the ridiculousness of their narrative is to protect, like maybe they have information that this Earth, maybe it goes through stages, right? Maybe it gets hot in certain, maybe it gets a little watery, right? It tends to flood itself. And maybe they're trying to prevent these things from happening. And that's why, their fucking crazy narrative don't seem to make any logical sense to anyone. Like global fucking climate change and all that shit, right? right?
Oh,
As far as we know, and as far as
How
we can tell
dare
from
you?
history, the fucking world has always changed periodically, and
well, the whole thing about climate change is like they're putting truth in plain sight. They're just not. They're like, it's like this. Like the climate does change, whether they do weather modification or not. We witness the climate is changing every minute. The temperatures either getting hotter or colder. It's windy. Like the climate is never stable, right? So when they say climate change, they're only simply pointing out the obvious. Whether they decide to let it be organic or whether they use weather modification, it's still changing. They can never keep the climate exactly the same for a whole day straight.
Isn't it genius though how they take something that is so like mundane, right? Like weather
Yeah.
changing, and they make
Yeah.
it this extreme shit to get people to be scared, bro. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
right. Yeah, or like if you have a cold, like you normally would catch, like every winter, you have a runny nose and like you feel like shit. They make it seem like, dude, the fucking sky is falling and you got to jump through hoops everywhere you go and change your whole life over some shit that we've always experienced, maybe every year as kids growing up. You know what I mean? So
How they got us
yeah.
to think that that viruses are like somehow trying to destroy us instead of viruses trying to help our immune system and our body
Yeah.
check
Yeah.
all that GMO shit. They make it seem
Yeah.
like it's something that we have to combat, bro.
Yeah, you know what? I don't even think people would ever get sick if they were grounded all the time and just ate like fruits and vegetables and stay away completely from any EMF. People probably wouldn't even be getting sick and they'd probably be living a lot longer, bro. You know what I mean?
All right, guys, give me a few. I'm about to go to the hallway and catch a smoke, man. Talk to you guys later.
Just don't catch a fade, bro. Just catch a smoke.
Nah, Matrix literally being an echo chamber, aka whatever long ass hallway.
Dude, that's where I got the idea actually of the long hallway analogy. Do you guys know that I was the one that came up with it, right? I came up
What?
with it in the long hallway analogy. That
Are
everybody
you talking about that? Are you talking about when chicks say, "Oh, it's like throwing a hot dog down a hallway"? That analogy?
the analogy.
Yeah, he came up with that one. Yep.
No. I'm talking about the analogy of the long hallway and how perspective works. I was trying to explain it to this guy called Dean in Jose.
Yeah, like looking at the sun setting or whatever.
Yeah. I was trying to explain to him on how perspective works and how the eyes does this funny thing with, and I used the example as the long hallway. And this guy called Red Pill, he caught on to it. And then this other guy called Life is Short made a video about it. But they didn't come up with the term. I did. But I'm not a videographer. I'm not a famous YouTuber. So nobody knows I came up with it.
Hey, but check this out, babe. That shit's happened to me before.
Give you like 5% credit for that.
You know what though? That shit's happened to me too, dude. I've given some fools. I'm not gonna say any names. You guys have probably heard of these people, but I don't care though. I've shot jewels at them, right? And they've picked it up and ran with it and didn't give me no props or nothing. And you know what though, bro? I come to realize now, it doesn't matter. Like if you came up with that, dude, you'll come up with 30, 40 other good things, bro. Like you're not just a one-hit wonder, dog. If you're coming up with shit where like famous YouTubers make videos of it, you should take that as a freaking compliment, bro. And realize like this is just the bottom of like
the first thing. I can mention a bunch of things that I've things that I've said that people picked up. For example, Jeremy, you remember when you used to say it's like predicting what the clock would do? You remember when you used to say that? Well, you think you got
Bro,
that?
you didn't come up with that. Just
I
no.
did.
Just stop, bro.
Listen, I also came up with -5 apples. You're
not the first person to ever think that. Listen,
hold on.
They've been arguing for years.
No, I'm trying to tell you, Jeremy. Listen, I've been in this debate since the beginning. I've been arguing since the beginning. I was the one that came up with -5 apples.
Guys, one at a time.
You're missing the whole point of what I'm trying to say. So what I'm trying to say is like, so let's just say for argument's sake, bro, that you did come up with those. I'm not saying you did or didn't. I don't know you that well, but I'm gonna take your word for it, right? So you did come up with these things, and other people didn't give you credit for it. So now you're at a fork in the road. Now you can decide the next jewel you come up with. Don't say anything and create a video so you have that thing, or do you want to go about it that way? Because if you don't, then whatever information you give up, you're not going to get credit for it, bro.
It's not about recognition for it to me. You know what I'm saying? But it is nice so people could realize that that we're not all just here arguing. We are the people in the trenches, people like us. We are the people coming up with terms and coming up with ideas.
No, I know, bro.
They're just taking
Hold
our
on, man.
ideas.
You're missing my whole point. So I'm saying is right now I have a solution to your problem. You can either continue giving up free information like that and expect, because I'm telling you, don't expect somebody's just going to give you the certain amount of props you want. Like you're either going to get all props or no props. There's nothing in between, bro. I have a YouTube channel
Hey, listen.
and I know what I'm talking about.
All right. Okay. Listen. People were talking about using negative numbers for years and decades and hundreds of years, bro. So that's not like a new thing.
Point, Jeremy. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about in the context of this argument of the flat Earth, and I could tell you exactly how I came up with it. Right? We was talking about.
You're missing the whole point of what I'm saying, though, bro.
I got you. I'm trying to move along that point. I agree with you on that point. I'm trying to move on to something else and explain the when did I came up with this concept, right? I'm not talking about coming up with -5 apples as I made up the word apple or I made up the word negative, right? Or the word minus, right? In flat Earth. When a glober tries to say that math is reality or that math somehow interprets reality or whatever, and I said the comment like, okay, so can you visually give me a representation of -5 apples? They wasn't able to do so, which was my point, right? That math can only extend so far.
Yeah, but bro, the fact that you had it as an idea, and then like I thought of that idea. I never heard you say that when I came up with that
You heard
idea.
it from somebody else that heard it from
No, I never even heard that, bro. I was brand new in gems, and I was arguing with him that negative numbers.
Jeremy, I also remember you saying it's like predicting it's gonna be 3.
I never even heard of you, bro, and was arguing that.
You got that from some sarcastic shit that I said.
No, I never heard anyone say the shit that I was saying. I was brand new to this, arguing with them in gems.
That's how it works. Somebody says something and it resonates, and it's.
Bruh, I was saying it before all of y'all. What y'all talking about?
Fuck out of here,
But it
Elbow, we got him.
It also gives you an idea of how one person could come up with something, right? And it could impact somebody, right? And we all have that ability to come up with something or have an idea or some sort of clarification on something and say it, and people will resonate with it. It's just how information works.
Yeah, but the thing is, another way stuff works is if Marconi didn't come up with the radio, Tesla would have. If neither of them guys did, there was a third guy that was right behind him working on it. Like this shit's gonna come to light regardless. But elbow, we got to do something. What's this? We got to figure out this Aries failure thing, right? We need the actual paper, what they were actually doing and shit.
So are you saying that we all have some sort of synchronization thing that we just share ideas and it's just incumbent on whoever picks up on it, right?
There's nothing new under the sun, bud.
I mean, listen, this could be.
I'm saying this shit's gonna come. It's like Judgment Day. It's inevitable.
How would you explain that to someone, though?
I would tell them, there's a thing called spontaneous synchronicity, where like if you have 4 pendulums and they're on like this moving a surface that can move, they'll all end up syncing up over time. But as far as like inventions coming and things, like there's multiple people trying to work on, the same type of shit right now. So like if some guy gets capped and he doesn't do it, somebody else's will come right behind him and do it.
Well, the origin of the information, where would it come from, right? Because it isn't like everybody knows electricity without studying how electricity was overall created, right? As a system. It's not like you're going to be born and at 5 you're going to be understanding electricity. Somebody would have had to come up with the origin of the system to even create electricity for people to learn about it in the first place. Are you implying that we have these inherent things that we just understand physicality and nature in that way?
Aries failure. I don't know, Matrix. Aries failure. The Globers are saying it debunks either.
Yeah, first thing I found was on OpenAI saying it doesn't have even ether. I mentioned.
The Globers want the actual paper, though. They don't trust your AI bot. I'm just saying, if you could find the actual paper and then read it for me, that'd be great. And then DM me the paper because I'm going to tell someone I found it. I'm not joking.
Yeah, I found something on it, but it was just describing the whole telescope. But I'm looking. It was some EDU papers, but I need to actually look more into it.
All right, keep me posted.
Bet. I'm definitely gonna get that.
I need Kosho for my 4 GPs. Where the fuck's he been MIA for like 3 days now? He knows this square is about to fucking blow the doors wide open. Where are GPs? I don't know. I know one else thought of this. I haven't even been in this argument for. I mean, I never even liked this argument. I don't even believe this shit. Like, if those are geometrical positions that you're actually taking angles to, and that's their actual angle, like, I got some news for you.
What's the difference between synchronicity and Murphy's law?
Doesn't Murphy's Law say something along the lines of every so many years transistors are going to get smaller and technology is going to increase, something like that? And then the other thing you said, synchronicity. Like one time, me and my brother, well, he's my brother-in-law technically, we were in a garage together, and he walked off in the room. And when he came back in the room, I was singing the song that he was thinking about in his head that hadn't been playing. But not only was it the song, it was the same spot in the same song. Go ahead.
I mean, yeah, that's crazy, but yeah, the synchronicity thing is like they had to tear down a bridge once, a walking bridge, because it like swayed a little bit. But the problem is that people step in line over time and they don't even realize they're doing it. Like, everybody will move in the same motion, and it would cause the bridge. They actually had to, I don't know if they tore it down or fixed it or whatever, but it would just rock crazy because everyone's steps get in sync. When you're on a moving platform, everyone's steps get in sync. And they don't even realize they're doing it. It's not like there's a drill sergeant going to the left, to the left.
So there's also the heartbeat with music, 2 heartbeats during sex.
Well, about a year ago, I had recurring dreams, and it was about going to a monastery, and there were 2 people up on the, where the monks normally sit. You have a couple of monks and everyone else sitting on the floor in lotus position, yeah? So it was a recurring dream. I can remember it vividly. And then my wife booked me a retreat just recently. I just came back from it, and I'd never been there before, obviously, but it was all the same people from in my dream about a year ago. There was a Scottish guy that was like the teacher, and he was organizing where we're going to sleep and all of that. And then there were these two people up on the stage, these two monks, and one of them had a bung eye, and it was all exactly the same people, very vivid. That was in my dream, and I want to know, did I see into the future?
So the mind is exceptional.
This is not what's it called? It's not deja vu. It's because prior to me going there, I already had a vivid memory of my dreams. It's not like not having these dreams, turning up and going, oh, I feel like this has happened before. No, it's an actual occurrence.
Are you done this time? Oops. So the mind is a really interesting thing, and I believe that when you're sleeping, your mind entertains itself because you have the monkey mind. You know, that thing that goes, I should be focusing on work, but damn, look at that ass. Or I should be focusing on work. Did I turn off the coffee pot? Or I'm supposed to be focused on the conversation. I wonder what the sky tastes like. Right? That's your monkey mind, the thing that you have to, get back control of. Like, this asshole is being a real asshole. I should shove his head in the toilet and flush it. But I'm not gonna. Right? That's the monkey mind. The thing that your first thought, right? Your first thought is the monkey mind. So I believe your mind is trying to entertain the monkey mind. So it gives it tasks. And that's what dreams are. It's like a little playground for your mind while your body is regenerating. Oh, shit. Stuff just falling out of the back of a truck. I have a
Well,
dangerous
the
job.
thing is, when I turned up
Hold
to
on.
the
I'm
monastery and
almost done.
the Scottish
Hold on.
guy was there, I said, hi, James.
It's
And he said,
almost
how did
done,
you know
bud.
my...
Hold on, calm down.
Just one thing. I said, hi,
No, let
James.
him
And he
finish.
said,
He
how did you
wasn't
know my
finished,
name?
bud.
Sorry.
It's okay. You get excited. No big deal. So basically what I'm saying is that sometimes your mind is predicting the future, and it accurately predicts future events because your mind has nothing else to do but find something to keep it busy while your body is resting. Thanks.
Yeah, so when I turned up at the monastery and this Scottish guy was there talking to me, I said, hi, James. And he said, how did you know my name? And I said, I don't know. And then I only just recently realized that I knew his name from my dream about a year ago.
Should I tell the guy that something flew out of the back of his truck? I told him. Looks like he turned, so he's going back. I don't know what that was, but sparks hit the ground. I was like, oh shit. I could just picture that one movie where like the truck just like everything falls off and logs are like going through windshields. I forget the name of the movie.
Final
Did you see the
Destination.
video
I
from
heard they're
Captain
making a
Kate?
new one this year. It's called Final Destination. I heard they're making a new one this year.
Yeah, that's right.
Did you see the video from Captain Caveman's channel about the Tesla tunnel? It's about a 1 minute video of this Tesla just parking in the middle of the tunnel and a big pile of cars behind it. It's called the Tesla tunnel.
My psychological trick didn't work. Curses. Damn. Yeah, so back to the monkey mind. I was listening to these Hindus. You know, these Hindus, they're pretty good figuring stuff out. I guess because there's so many of them and they got so much history. But these Hindus, they say that when you're trying to control the monkey mind, rather than forcing the monkey to do what you want it to do, right, which is going to make it do the reverse bias, where I don't want to do what you want me to do. I don't want to focus on work. I'm tired of thinking about work. Like, I want to think about what a clouds tastes like, or did I do the laundry, or whatever else the monkey mind runs off and starts doing while you're trying to control yourself. Rather than doing that, give it a task. Give the monkey mind a task that will keep it busy so that it doesn't think you're trying to control it. So, for example, the guy who said Eureka, Archimedes, he had a task, right? He was trying to figure out, how do I find out if the king got ripped off over his crown that he commissioned without destroying it? Because he could destroy it and find out. But if he destroyed it, then the king would have to recommission it. And he, didn't want to pay twice because he thought he got ripped off. He thought there was silver mixed in with the gold, like an alloy. So the moment that he's not thinking about it, his subconscious is, trying to process the information. It's like a computer loading, it's buffering, right? The moment that you're trying to not figure it out, you let go of it. That's the moment, Eureka! That's how I figure it out. And I think Archimedes' principle is still used today in ship making, shipbuilding, and all sorts of things. But basically, it goes, the amount of weight displaced is the amount of, what is it? I can't remember. The amount of weight displaced by the water. So you weigh the water that was displaced by the object, and it tells you the mass, I think. Somebody might have to look it up for me. I can't remember. It's been a while. But yeah, he figured it out when he hopped into the tub. And when he hopped into the tub, water spilled over. And that's when he jumped out and said Eureka and ran through the streets butt ass naked. My baby's assed out because I'm rubbing my car with her diapers. Did my phone die? Let's see. Nope. 27%. Is there an event going on? Everybody quit talking. You guys watching something?